Good morning, Jeff. Can you hear me okay?
I can. How are you, Geraldine?
How are you?
Good. You hear me fine?
Yes, I do.
You got some sleep last night?
Oh, yes. Yes, I did.
Awesome. Me too. Oh my gosh, what a wonderful night.
I'm so glad. Let me get my video going, and I want to make sure that we get everybody inside here.
There you are.
Let me just make sure that we are on all the platforms. Yes, we are. We are good to go. And let me let everybody into the room here.
How many people do you have helping you?
It's mostly me.
Oh my flippin'
This
gosh,
is
you
which is
are
wonderful. Yeah.
superhuman. I mean, oh my, I am so excited of what we're doing. I
Yeah,
can't
me
even tell
too.
you.
Me too. These are really exciting things. So let me actually
Mm.
I want to make sure that everybody has the links. All right, and we're getting ready to go. So I'm going to pull up your bio here.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Mm.
Morning, Geraldine. I'm here to do whatever you need.
Good morning. Thank you so much.
I've been on since 8:30, but I couldn't get in the room.
Yeah, it's all good. No problem.
Okay.
Hi, Jill. Hi, Kathleen.
Hi, Jeff.
Hi.
All right.
Fiorella, is that right?
Fiorella, yeah, it's so good to see
Fiorella,
you.
hi,
Yes,
good
that's
morning.
right.
I hear your voice. I can't see I see your picture, but
Uh,
did everybody have an amazing sleep after that energy last night? That was so wonderful.
I was just gone. I think
So
I just
Gone.
restorative. Yeah.
I'm on a new routine. I'm up at 4 a.m. doing my meditation
Oh, good for
and
you.
everything. And I have a little gift I recorded this morning for everybody took a field trip. So
Really?
it's going to start us off with a little sunshine this morning.
Oh,
Wow, so beautiful. I'm so
Mm.
excited. All right, let's everybody mute their mics and we're going to go in. Let me just wait because there's a lag time here in the video. So let me just wait.
Still got 3 minutes on my clock, so
Yeah. Oh, we're good. We're good. Okay.
no
Just want to
hurries,
make
no
sure.
worries at all.
Yeah. I just want to make sure. It's okay if we just kind of hang out with everyone
Yeah.
for a little bit and let's wait for people to just come in.
Hmm. Good morning, Sharon. Hi, Lisa. I see you. You're down there to me. I see you, Sharon. Mm.
All right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of Wisdom Con. We have an action-packed, beautiful energy day today. Today, it's Saturday the 25th. We're going to begin our day with Jeff Granville, who's going to be doing biohacking of the physiology of our divinity, and he will be walking through breathwork. And at 10, we have Tanya Castillo, who's going to be talking about experiencing the divine human. At 11, we have Prepare for 2022, Time to Act Now, The Year of the Water Tiger by Kathleen Zemansky. At 12 p.m., we have Thinking Abstractly by Alan Steinfeld. At 1, we have The Healing Power of UFOs by Preston Dennett. At 2, we have Avatars, Aliens, and Ascension by Suzanne Ross. At 3, we have Bending Reality by Trisha Marges. At 4 p.m., we have The Human Body is an Antenna, Sonia Barrett. At 5, we have our Dimensions, Evolution, and Consciousness panel, where, again, like yesterday was such an incredible panel. We had all of our healers on, and today we hope we can get a lot more of them to join us. But this is where we really get into the topics and just talk about all of these really important things that we need to talk about for the coming years, and, you know, how wisdom plays a role in our life, in healing, in advancement, in all of these aspects of ourselves. And at 6, we have a special treat by Bobby Vasquez, who is going to be bringing us into a very meditative state with Biofield tuning and healing. So we have a wonderful day prepared for us today. And today, my very first speaker is dear Jeff Granville, who is going to be taking us through this breathwork. I'm very excited for this. So Jeff, welcome.
Thank you, Geraldine. Thanks for having me. And it's just such a pleasure to be here. I'm still riding that wave of energy from last night. That was beautiful. Thank you.
It was amazing. Thank you for that. And also the healing that we did at the end is like my favorite part, that group collective healing. So let's get into it, everybody. Jeff is going to walk us through this meditation, and go ahead, take it away.
All right. Thank you. Well, I'd like to start out a little bit by talking about a little bit of difference between mindful breathing and mindfulness versus meditation. I love meditation. I practice it myself, but there's a distinct difference. We often go into a quiet, dark room with a candle and chant a mantra, and we meditate for an hour or so and try to cure the ills of the other 23, where mindfulness is a steady state of being. One, you try to carry your sanctuary space throughout the day. It is the calm during chaos, the eye of the storm. So when we do our breath work, I would really like everybody to be fully present, comfortable, ground their feet, feel Mother Gaia from your root chakra down. Center your energy on your heart. And I would like everybody to practice this with their eyes open, actually. You can close them if you're more comfortable. That's just fine with me. But the goal here would be to be able to do our breath work throughout the day, no matter what we're doing, even while we drive. So having the eyes closed is not really good for that. So actually, lack of mindfulness is the #1 cause of accidental death in the world. Reaching down or being distracted. There is a myth about multitasking. It used to be high atop everybody's resume. But as we all know now, we can only really focus our true power of the now on one thing at a time. So everybody is here with me today. And I have a little exercise that I'd like to start with. I'm going to start a screen share. And it says host disabled participant again, Geraldine. So if you could activate me, I would love that.
You are activated. Go ahead.
Oh,
Thank
wow,
you.
I felt that. Okay, so we're going to share our WisdomCon screen. We are going to start our slideshow from the beginning. And there we are. And just going to make one move right here. Okay, so WisdomCon, really embodying the wisdom from everybody who's contributing today. And my focus is on biohacking the physiology of our divinity. And we went into that yesterday in the presentation, but I'd like to start off with a little gift from this morning. This is what I did barefoot this morning at Lake Washington, looking east, of course. And what I'd like everybody to do, you don't have to stand up, but I'd like everybody in unison. I breathe in when my hands are going up, and I breathe out gently as my hands are going down. So I'd like everybody to do it with me. This is about a 2-minute exercise. And what it does through quantum entanglement is it hooks us all together, connects us as one, as we are. And it also aligns the rhythm of our breathing together and takes that autonomic swing between fight and flight and rest and digest. The sympathetic triggers when we breathe in, and the parasympathetic triggers as we breathe out. So if we do this together, you don't have to move your hands. You can if you want to, but just follow along. As my hands are at the bottom, I've fully exhaled, really gentle. And as my hands go up, I'm breathing in gentle through my nose until they get to the top. So let's do this together. Notice the sun peeking above the skyline. Take in every sound, every sensation around you. Expand your awareness infinitely around your body from that singularity as we pass our heart down through our sacral and root. Give Mother Gaia the energy. We reach into the sky and grab all the energy of the Planck waves. We pull it down through our being, through our heart, down through our sacral and root to Mother Earth and back up again. Father Sky, we appreciate your energy. We're here with you completely. We feed Mother Gaia and she feeds us. This is how we pull. We become the low center. Just like the eye of the storm, we draw Mother Gaia to us. We draw the Father Sky to us. We are the low pressure system. And we are in rhythmic alignment as we breathe. Our respiratory cardio tone comes together. We are entangled. We are embodied. We are really the embodiment of the wisdom. Because as we bring this information in, we change our living system, as we learned yesterday. We will never be the same after this moment of being together in breath, in heart rhythm, in autonomic consciousness, collective consciousness. We are the perfect form, the perfect design of the divine. Thank you, everybody. Just kind of wiggle yourself back into the room and feel that energy of unity as we are all together. So I'm going to go from here, and this is a holding place. If you didn't see it last night, this is the lovely Mountain of Love, Bruce Lipton, with a beautiful endorsement, and the full endorsement is on the website. And of course, I'm proud of these. It's not a matter of bragging or ego. It's a matter of integrating the information from these masters that acknowledge the work we do. And here's Bruce Cryer, former CEO of HeartMath. Such beautiful humans. And one thing that we talked about last night is how we can heal. And one of the main things we can do in this world as men is to give back the fellowship and unity of brotherly love and not be separate and divisive and take as our egos want, take from someone so we can have something of ourselves. If we share in this together, then we can bring forward for all of us. And that's a paradigm that has to shift. And as Bruce Cryer says, he's a Renaissance man. He's part of making this change where love and creativity and playfulness are integrated into all society for all of us. So I'm going to start right in. These are the first three of the breathing exercises, and they're in order for a reason physiologically. And I'm just going to read them, and feel free to follow along. We're going to go to the next slide after and read the scientific backing for each of them. And again, I'll read that aloud and just follow along. That way we will integrate the information together as we are now entangled. So the first one, the reset breathing, we take in as much air as possible through a sharp and fast nasal inhale for 4 seconds. Then we exhale through the mouth for 8 seconds with puckered lips, making a powerful O sound. And we do this for just one cycle. And this is how we reset if we feel angst coming into our sacred space. The next one, extremely powerful, controlled breathing. This is the breathing exercise that McCoy and I used that led to a lumbar puncture without sedation and ended up with an 8-hour kidney transplant without an epidural and 0 pain meds. This is the exercise that did it. Controlled breathing, we gently now, not sharp like reset, we gently take a nasal inhale for 5 seconds, and then we oral exhale for 6 seconds while making the ah sound, the vowel sound of God. And we do that for 5 cycles. Then we go straight to the coherence breathing, where we will find our pulse on our wrist or neck, and we gently nasal inhale for 5 heartbeats. Then we oral exhale for 6 heartbeats. We do this for 5 cycles or as many as necessary or possible, and we'll go more into that in just a little bit. So this is the verbal description, written description of the exercises we're gonna do. And this is the expanded scientific explanation. For the first one, the reset breathing when we're triggered. When we are feeling anxious or stressed, our autonomic nervous system is stuck in the sympathetic, fight, flight, or freeze. When we take a sharp nasal inhale, we stimulate the sympathetic to a higher point than it was stuck in. When we oral exhale for 8 seconds, while making a powerful O sound, we stimulate the parasympathetic and release serotonin into the bloodstream and restart the autonomic nervous system cycle between sympathetic and parasympathetic, generating homeostasis or balance. Then the controlled breathing. When we inhale through the nose, we activate one of the most primal survival mechanisms of our ANS. Molecules from our environment are taken in through the nose and directly contact the olfactory bulb, a node of neurons that connect the sinus cavity to the amygdala, the emotional center of the limbic brain. Because of this direct link for survival, we emotionally imprint this environmental stimulus to memory. If we nasal inhale with the intention of calming and balancing the autonomic nervous system, we emotionally imprint that into intent, into memory. Then when we oral exhale while making the ah sound, the vocal cords vibrate the vagal nerves and they release serotonin into the bloodstream. This triggers the parasympathetic and calms the cells of the body and relieves stress. This can even release serotonin into the spinal fluid and block pain signals before they are sent to the brain. Then, the coherence breathing, when we touch our wrist and find our pulse, we are making a biophysical connection to our heart. When we inhale, we activate the sympathetic nervous system and our heart rate speeds up. When we exhale, we trigger the parasympathetic and our heart rate slows down. When we slow our breathing, we entrain and slow our autonomic cycle. If we focus our awareness on the intention of slowing our heart rate during the exhale, we will lower our heart rate and our blood pressure. So those are the first 3 breathing exercises with the scientific backing. So what I'd like to do now is go ahead and lead us through those 3 exercises. And go ahead, make as much noise as you want. Hopefully you're in a private place and sitting comfortable. It's a good practice to start. I do it first thing in the morning while I'm laying in bed and last thing before I go to sleep. If I'm not triggered, I skip the reset. But like anything else, like a mantra or riding a bike or playing piano, we have to start out with the entire practice. And then later on, we can shorten it. So for today, to begin with, we're going to do the reset breathing. And as a reminder, we're going to take 4-second sharp nasal inhale and then an 8-second oral exhale, puckering our lips and making the O sound. Okay, get settled. Here we go. Nasal inhale. 3, 4, exhale. Oh, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, now we're going to transition into a gentle nasal inhale for 5 seconds. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oral exhale. Ah, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Gentle nasal. 5. Oral exhale. Ah, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nasal inhale. 4, 5. Exhale. Ah, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nasal inhale. 4, 5. Exhale. Ah, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, keep your breathing rhythm going and find your pulse. Gently find your pulse anywhere you can. And if you can't find it easily, just stick with it and imagine that you can. Imagination is the forethought of creation. Okay, now we're going to breathe in, count 5 heartbeats, and then oral exhale, 6 heartbeats. Okay, one more cycle. Okay, gently release your wrist and keep a nice smooth inhale and exhale going. Try not to revert back to the norm of a couple seconds in and a couple seconds out. Just stay in that mode, and we'll talk about this for a minute. How many of you, by show of hands, could feel their pulse to start with? Okay, great. Could anybody sense that when they breathe in their nose, their heartbeat speeds up, and when they oral exhale, their heartbeat slows down? Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Most of the care recipients that I work with are so stressed with autonomic tension, POTS, tachycardia, neuropathy, that they're so tense, their veins are constricted, their muscles are tight, and even doctors and nurses cannot find a pulse physically. They have to use a stethoscope. So when people you all work with, friends, family of those attendees that are tight, tense, and anxious, that's triggered the sympathetic nervous system and that left brain activity of that loop of the monkey mind worrying about things happening. When we take the time to do the controlled breathing after a reset to trigger the autonomic swing, the controlled breathing with the ah will release serotonin into the bloodstream and calm all the cells of the body and literally spray it onto the heart. So that's why we use the term controlled breathing, because we count in seconds where we're intentionally getting the heart to entrain to that rhythm. And then once the heart does entrain, we go to our biophysical connection and we feel our pulse. And just like we said, the heart is the conductor of the orchestra. So we follow our breath with our mind, and our heart will follow along. It'll entrain the heart. which is normally run by the autonomic consciousness for us automatically, subconsciously, to the triggers in our environment. So this is the major transition. This is what Bruce Cryer is talking about bringing these gifts to the public, because HeartMath is an amazing company, and they've donated 2 of their M waves to my nonprofit, and I've used them with hundreds of people. But what I've learned is that if we make that biophysical connection intentionally, mentally, intentionally, then we bridge the gap. We don't need the hardware. We can do and make this biophysical connection intentionally. And we count in seconds with the controlled breathing. And when we switch over to our pulse, then we're following our heart once it's entrained. And that's the key transition. So once we get that down, where we feel the heartbeat speeding up and slowing down, we can expand that, because as HeartMath teaches us, if you have a heart rate that's an average of 80 beats a minute, it's not 80 beats all the time. That would not be a good thing. It goes up when we breathe in, and it goes down when we breathe out. The bigger the swing, the healthier and more resilient the cells of our body are. Our vagal tone, our immune system tone, our autonomic tone, everything increases when we create homeostasis in our body by expanding that swing. So the conscious intent of doing this over and over and over, just like neuroplasticity, we're increasing the ascending information from the heart to the brain, and we're making the vagal nerves have superhighway connections between the heart and the brain. Then, when you lay down this foundation of neuroplasticity within your body, and you feel that biophysical rhythm of your heart, and you then follow the cadence of that coherent rhythm, then you start having coherent thoughts where your right and left brain are integrated and balanced. You go along the resonance circuitry of the insula, where you're now coherent between mind, body, and mind body. So that is the cross that I talked about yesterday, where we're biohacking the physiology of our divinity. Because when we're in angst, triggered in left brain, we can never be balanced. When we're out of alignment with spirit because of trauma in our life, we can never be balanced. So learning these breathing exercise and practicing them daily. And I tell people that I work with that if you are going to dedicate 30 minutes a day, I would rather have you do it 3 minutes, 10 times a day. Because as we know, when stimulation in our environment triggers us, we can soak in that toxic blood chemistry for 2 or 3 hours. So if we're triggered throughout the day, then we've lived within that negative toxic blood chemistry for our whole day. And it breaks up our circadian rhythm, our digestion, everything. So if we do this for 3 minutes throughout the day, then we're creating a tonic. We're the mixologist. Our brain creates a blood chemistry to match our perception of the external environment. It's a call to action, a unified call to action. So if we're triggered all the time, we're going to have that toxic blood chemistry. But if we reset and do our controlled breathing and our coherence breathing multiple times a day, then we can marinate and rejuvenate in a tonic of divinity. We are in divinity. And that is the basis of our first 3 exercises. Now, just quickly, I would like to open it up. If anybody has any questions or comments before we move on to the next one, I would love to interact a little bit if anybody has some before we move on. If that makes sense. Yeah, please.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
I don't know if you have experienced the point where you just don't want to breathe, or the breath is like so, like what we were doing the breathing and I was, getting, I guess, into delta. like I get to this point where I just don't want to breathe. So like you force yourself, or do you just, continue into that non-breathing or like very minimal breathing?
Right. Well, that's a great question, and it brings up a really important point. So I thank you for busting in and asking that. When people are triggered with autonomic tension, they're holding their breath out of angst and anxiety because the autonomic nervous system puts so much pressure on the chest. And that's not a good state to be in. But if you are advanced, if you've practiced breathing, if you have a good spiritual walk and you're in alignment with spirit, you don't need to take in as much air. And like I've got to the point where after my meditation with my breath work, I can lay on my back and almost not even breathe. It's like almost nothing is coming in and out. So if you are in tension and angst, then that's not a good thing. But if you're on the other end of the spectrum, where you have a relaxed autonomic nervous system, you're in a very advanced state. And as long as you're breathing in a little, because you have to breathe in enough to get that autonomic swing to go. And if you can feel your heartbeat speed up and slow down a lot by just taking in a little breath, then that's beautiful. That's a very advanced state. But if you can barely sense the heartbeat speeding up and slowing down, or can't sense it at all, then I recommend taking in more air. Because when you breathe in, like our reset breathing, when we breathe in sharp through the nose, it triggers the sympathetic nervous system because you want it to speed up and you want it to slow down. That's expanding that autonomic swing, and it builds resiliency throughout the body. So that's a beautiful question. And I was working with one gentleman who was very set in his ways. He really overthinks and he's stuck. And a doctor or a nurse couldn't find a pulse on his body anywhere. And after 3 sessions of this, he could find his own pulse. And he said, well, I don't sense it slowing down. I only sense it speeding up. And I said, well, think about that. If you can sense it speeding up, then it must have slowed down. So use your imagination, and you can create speed up and slow down. So these techniques are how we can go from angst to zero. But then there's all kinds of energy work and breath work we can do to go from zero to raise the chi, to raise the energy in our body so that we can produce more out in our 3D world spiritually. So that's a beautiful question. Thank you so much. I hope that answered it for you. Yes.
Yes,
Anybody?
thank you.
Yeah, wonderful. Anybody else? Anything? Okay, all good. Okay, I'm going to go back to screen share. And this is an advanced breath work. We're going to go to the next one. This is what I developed for my son McCoy, who had 12 different surgical sites, and he guarded them because when you're out in anesthesia, your autonomic consciousness records all the trauma that happened while your conscious mind was disengaged. And the same thing happens when people are on antidepressants, anxiety meds, and especially opiates, because opiates don't kill pain. They just disconnect you and make you not care. So when we avoid trauma and anxiety, the autonomic consciousness stores it in our soma for survival. So all of us have had some sort of somatic trauma. So I would like to read this exercise like I did before. And I want to caution and say, please do not start this exercise until you can clearly feel your heartbeat speed up and slow down during the coherence breathing. Once you get to a place where you can really feel that, and try it for a couple weeks, make sure it's really ingrained in your soma and in your physiology, where you're taking the reins from your autonomic nervous system and you have complete control, and you are following your heart in its cycle, and you've got a good gap. You can feel it speed up and slow down. And there's a reason for that, and I'll go over it in a minute, but I call it somatic trauma imprint release. And it's a way of somatic reframing. It takes away the somatic or the sympathetic charge that's stored in our soma, and it releases it by using the delta frequency, which is a sleeping frequency of rest and growth and recovery, but it's during our waking brain, So the somatic trauma imprint release, we gently draw a nasal inspiration for 5 seconds, and we exhale for 6 seconds and gently tighten the pelvic floor on the counts 4, 5, and 6. Now, I write seconds on here because sometimes people have trouble following their heartbeat, but if you have gotten to the point where, and these are when I'm with the people directly and I can feel their heartbeat. So again, it's from the coherence breathing where you feel your heartbeat speeding up and slowing down. So when you can feel it slowing down on 1, 2, and 3 of the exhale, then you gently, I mean really gently, tighten the pelvic floor on counts 4, 5, and 6. Now, we don't want to tighten the pelvic floor or trigger trauma so much that it makes the heartbeat speed up again. That defeats the purpose. That's the reason for making sure it slows down. So when we gently tighten the pelvic floor on 4, 5, and 6, it triggers good, feel-good hormones in our body. And I'm going to go to the next slide for the scientific explanation of that. So somatic reframing for stir. As we draw in a nasal inhale, we trigger the amygdala, the emotional imprint of our perception of that moment for self-preservation. If we clearly and intentionally generate a feeling of gratitude, we can reframe the emotion triggered by trauma and dissipate the future response. As we exhale, we become the relaxation under the sensation. All physical and emotional pain triggered should be viewed from the observer's perspective, facing it and accepting it for what it is and how it has served us. When we flex our pelvic floor on counts 4, 5, and 6, we activate the para-aqueductal gray in the midbrain that releases endorphins to create that feel-good response to counteract the stressor. This new biohacked emotional response erases and then replaces the previous subconscious response, like the highest wave rearranges the shoreline. As we start to release our pelvic floor to start a new breathing cycle, we want to smile, literally smile with joy of what we have just done. The intentional smile activates the parasympathetic nervous system through the vagal nerves in the face, releasing serotonin into the bloodstream to further calm our physiology. So that's a lot of information. And there's so much more science to that than what I put on those slides. And I can forward these slides to anybody. These are not something I charge for. I work with anybody on these. These were literally downloaded to me in the moment of need with my son. They were gifted to me, and then I further gift them to everybody in the world. But these are scientifically proven and boots on the ground proven. They were actually life-saving to my son on many occasions, and myself as a byproduct, because any pediatric parent suffers horribly from PTSD. If you make it through it and the impetus for the higher cortisol and adrenaline that you've been used to is gone, then you start to feel depressed and disconnected, like you have no purpose. You've been on high alert for so long and used to that adrenaline and cortisol that once the impetus is gone, even though your child is healthy and better, you start to spiral downward. So these literally saved me after my son's kidney transplant, and he didn't have to go to dialysis anymore. And he'd done 490 dialysis runs for 4.5 hours sitting on my lap, 3 or 4 a week. So it was extremely triggering. It was the whole environment is triggering. So that gets stored in the soma. So one of the stories of how we started the stir release was the operation my son had under his arm. He had orthoscopic surgery to remove a 2-inch piece of his pericardial sac because it had been building with fluid, but he guarded it. I couldn't reach under, I couldn't approach it in any way, and he had to have the dressing on it, and it needed to be changed. So what we did is we just rehearsed it. I would put out my hand and he would lift his arm a little bit, and I'd say, okay, that's it. We're not going to touch it today. We would do it again and again. And as we approached it and backed off, the autonomic consciousness saw that it was triggered, but then there was no pain. Triggered, but no pain. So as we approach our trauma with the acknowledgement of why it's there, and we give ourselves permission, we give our autonomic consciousness permission to release it. We don't need it anymore. Thank you for your service. You were there when we needed you, but now we release it back and we reallocate that energy that's been stuck there into doing beautiful, creative things in our lives. So again, there was a lot of information here. They're extremely simple breathing exercises with a ton of backing and quantum answers for 3D problems. So with that, I'm coming up on 36 minutes, and I would like to open it up again for any questions or comments or input. I don't want to do that as a group because we all will not be ready for it in the same pace. I think it's something we should approach gently. If you're looking to release somatic trauma, please get a hold of me. I can work with you on Zoom. We can do this together because it's a very individual journey, and be very gentle with yourself. You're taking in new information, and that changes your entire living system. Your mass, your energy will change because of this new information. So you've kind of stopped your Akashic journey into this singularity, and now you can re-aim it. So be gentle, take your time, know that you're no longer diminishing, you're now spiraling, the upward spiral of ascension. So that's my gift. It was given to me and I pass it on. Thank you so much.
Hi, Jeff. How can we connect with you?
I am Jeff at mindfulpresence.org. Presence is spelled like gifts, like the gift that it is. I'm on Facebook as Jeff Granville, and I also have our nonprofit page, Mindful Presence.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff, that was beautiful. Do you think that you can demonstrate that breathing for us?
The somatic trauma
Yes.
imprint release?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
The clenching of the pelvic floor is not something I can show you, but you can use your imagination. And it is the exact same as the coherence breathing. And we get into a place, what I do is this is the sign language for I love you. And I put it on my chest because where your attention goes, your energy flows. And I'm giving myself self-care and love. And then I do the, pardon the term, courtesy reach around, and I find my pulse. And then I start to breathe in. Five heartbeats in and 6 heartbeats out. And as I get to 4, 5, and 6, I gently clench my pelvic floor. And then I release, and I'm happy. I'm triggering the vagal nerves, to biohack my brain to know the joy. Clench, 4, 6. And you breathe in and smile, and you take in your perfect design of the divine. And when you exhale and clench, you release and send everything out. Give it to Mother Earth. Mother Gaia can handle it for us. And that's what I do.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
For the release, so it's again puckered lips, like when you're releasing, like the
Oh, thank you for asking that. When we do the reset breathing, we pucker our lips with the O sound. And then when we do the controlled breathing, we just do an ah, an open ah, the vowel sound of God on the release. Now, when we do the coherence breathing, you're welcome to go ahead and use the ah, but don't use the O. The O is really triggering. Use it just for the reset and use the ah for the controlled breathing. And then when you get to a point where you can really feel your pulse speed up and slow down, I've transitioned to no sound on the exhale. And I do a very gentle inhale and exhale, because the farther you get down this path, the more neural connections you connect between your heart and your mind body, the less breath you have to use to keep that expanded autonomic swing going. So those are kind of the little fine details that I love to work with people individually on, because we can grow together. And but that's a very good question. And you can use the ah if you need to or want to on the coherence breathing, but you don't have to. And this, I've got to tell you, many people at the beginning of COVID that I worked with were suffering from insomnia. And I've had virtually everybody who practices the controlled breathing like this in bed sleep for 8 hours and say it cured it overnight. Being in a coherent state prior to bed. And I always say, to have a successful night's sleep tonight, you have to start yesterday on what you eat and when you eat it, and then use your controlled breathing throughout the day. Go to bed at a decent time, turn off your laptop, take away electronics, give yourself 30 minutes, and then do your breathing before bed. And I guarantee you, you're going to have success.
the last one you were talking about is a soma, so that's the fourth one, right?
Yes.
So that one is also when you're exhaling. So is it like the normal through the mouth?
Yes. It's always a nasal inhale and an oral exhale.
Okay.
And there can be variety to that, but this is a foundation to start with. And then you might not need 5 seconds in and 6 seconds out. It might be better 4 seconds and 5 seconds, but you always want to have a longer exhale than inhale. That's what triggers the serotonin. But I start out with 5 and 6 because 90% of the people, that's the comfort zone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How can we bring mindfulness into our every moment throughout our day?
Great question. I worked with back at the Ronald McDonald House. We lived there for 4.5 years. We had many people come visit us, and we did breath work and heart math and stuff as groups. And this beautiful teacher, Jita Sahata, talked about we can do mindful toothbrushing. We can do, and she challenged me. She goes, you want to try something that'll challenge your mindfulness? Try mindful eating. Besides just praying and giving breath and breathing in the molecules of the food to start the enzymes for digestion. And when we're hungry, we're triggered and sympathetic. So get yourself to a point. That's the power of the prayer and the meditation prior to meals, is to trigger the parasympathetic for rest and digest and not be triggered and eating fast. But she said, if you want a real challenge, set your fork down between every bite. Because if you're preparing the next bite, you're not mindfully eating the one in your mouth and taking it in. And like we said, information. Food is information, and that changes your soma. It changes your energy and your mass. So how you take in that information is very critical. And if you notice when you're eating, you'll be chewing something, and as soon as your next bite is ready, you forcibly swallow that bite so you can make room for the next one. So if you just set down your fork until you completely swallowed that bite and then prepare your next one, that is a major practice in mindfulness. When I get in my car, I put my hands at 10 and 2. I take my breath, and I am the driver. I am the driver of my vessel. I am cybernetic. I'm the one at the helm. I take charge. I do not allow myself to be distracted, but I listen to music. I talk to my kids. I wave at people. I let people in. You can be a mindful driver. You can be a mindful eater. You want to be a mindful listener by being fully present. There's many, many practices throughout your day. And for everything that you take away from angst and use mindfulness, it's like a double reward. You're taking something off this scale and putting it on the other side to tip that scale. So practice and carry that sanctuary space throughout your day. And then you can more quickly feel something that's not that sanctuary space. We're all peace, joy, and love. So if you feel something that's not, face it and take that, breathe through it and exhale it, and then evaluate it for what it truly is, not by the trigger. So those are some ways that we can work mindfulness throughout our day.
Thank you for that. And this is really how the human gets to kind of co-create. This is also the state of co-creation, master co-creation. So we are really more in charge of the body, the health, the intentions, and what we're creating. Salute says, what about when you're fasting?
Well, that's a good question. I've been intermittent fasting since July 3rd. And I highly recommend that because it's really good for stem cell development and cell turnover, and 16 hours without food and 8 hours on, and be sensible about it. I've lost 32 pounds since July 3rd, and I've lost all my joint inflammation, my IBS, and I've got my circadian rhythm back to where I'm up at 4 and meditating. So it's a complete life change. And like I said before, and Geraldine asked last night, and I missed an opportunity because she said, what about nutrition can lead to health? And nutrition is the information that's going in your body. And how you take your information determines the energy and the mass that it's affecting. So fasting is a beautiful thing, and it will trigger you. It will trigger the sympathetic nervous system throughout the day, and you'll start to think about, I have to eat, this is painful, this is hard. Fasting is a beautiful thing. And I would recommend to anybody to master these breathing exercises, to find that centered divinity that we talk about before you start to fast, so that when you get triggered throughout the day, you can reset, do your reset breathing, do your controlled breathing, do your coherence breathing, and regain that centered space, and it'll help you get through the fasting.
Jeff, we have a question about whether these breathing techniques can help enhance our immune system and also strengthen our lungs.
Absolutely.
Can you
These
talk
are
a little bit about that?
Yeah, this is absolutely at the core of health, because when we intentionally create a coherent breathing rhythm, and it entrains our heart to a coherent rhythm, and then we turn and follow the heart and let it lead the heart. I've had people that are like homebound because of anxiety and get to the point where they say, once I had coherent breathing and a coherent heart rate, I started to have coherent thoughts and coherent emotions. And if we're triggered, if you think of the immune system, the spleen is the brain of the bone marrow, and the bone marrow is a factory, and it creates white blood cells, red blood cells, stem cells. It creates all these different products, but only one at a time. So if we're triggered in fight or flight, we're not going to heal a wound if we're running from a saber-toothed tiger. The autonomic consciousness is extremely intuitive and connected to divinity, and its job is to protect you and save your life, and so you can thrive and procreate your DNA and pass it on. That's the entire job of the autonomic consciousness. So if we're triggered, then our immune system shuts down. We have the endocrine tone, the immune tone, everything shuts off. So by biohacking this physiology of divinity and being at zero, we're giving our rest and digest a chance to thrive throughout the day. And that automatically enhances our immune system, our endocrine system. All the systems of the body go to the cadence of the heart. So if the heart is triggered, everything else is triggered and doesn't function. So just by having coherent thought, coherent rhythm, we allow everything to do its job and create homeostasis in the body so we can thrive.
And this is a way for us to kind of dehypnotize, I guess, throughout our day as well. Just be completely conscious and aware. We have a question about how we can teach our children to breathe this way. Is there some techniques that you know that we can share with our children so that we can begin to help them practice mindful breathing?
That's a beautiful question. And that is the key of how I transferred this to my son when he was 4 in a pediatric environment that is the most triggering environment you could ever imagine. So like I mentioned before, heart math shows that we can have personal coherence, and we can also be with somebody, totally be with them, and have mutual coherence. And like we have as a group, we have group coherence, and there's society and global coherence. So coherence is contagious. So if you have your child on your lap and you're reading a book and you are breathing in and out in rhythm, they are going to entrain to that rhythm. Your coherence becomes their coherence. When McCoy was scared and triggered, which he was many times, I entrained my breathing to his. If his was really afraid, then I would sit with him and breathe in that same rhythm. And when I entrained myself to him, I then could take a deep breath, and then so would he. Kids automatically entrain to your coherence. The maternal heart rhythm is the most important indicator for a child's health. If the mother has a coherent maternal heart rhythm, then that child is going to have coherence in their life. So many therapies, they will play a maternal heartbeat and it calms the entire nursery. So by you becoming coherent, you can entrain to the child, and then child will entrain to you, and you will have mutual coherence. And then they learn innately. Remember, they are divinity all the time. They're in theta till they're 7 or 8. So this is like the theta is the state of hypnosis and the mom who lifts the car off the child, the state of healing. It's your gateway to gamma, which is tachopsychia and all the wonderful treasures, the gold that is available to us through our divinity.
Beautiful. We have a question from David who says, thank you, Jeff. I noticed that the idea of getting in touch with my pulse and heartbeat was actually fear-inducing. I invited myself into the breathing practice and it went fine. But the initial fear surprised me. Have you come across anything like that? I imagine some somatic trauma might be involved, but I'm curious.
Yes, David, that's a beautiful question. I love this because the autonomic consciousness runs everything all the time. It grows hair, it regulates thyroid, heartbeat, breath work. It controls everything. And when I'm on heart math with people hooked up to the heart rate variance, and I have them start to breathe in a rhythmic cycle, they will breathe in and their heartbeat will speed up, and then they'll start to breathe out and it'll start to go down and it'll jump up again. The autonomic consciousness is used to it. It says, hey, I've kept you alive this long. I don't want to give up the reins. So virtually every person that I've worked with gets triggered in some way when they start to slow down their breathing. They're trying to take the reins away from the autonomic consciousness, and the autonomic consciousness fights back by triggering the sympathetic nervous system. So just being aware that that's going to happen can help dissipate that trigger. And just be gentle with yourself and continue to breathe in that rhythm. And then your autonomic consciousness will start to trust you that you're going to take control and be responsible, and it'll hand the reins over to you, and then you'll be in charge of your breath work.
Beautiful. And we have a question from Rick who says, have you found that a pause between exhale and inhale is in 3-step breathing? Is it helpful or not?
Yeah, for some people it really is. I don't start out with a pause when I work with people in the beginning. I try to make it a really smooth, like nasal inhale and a gentle turnaround to the exhale, and just be really gentle with yourself. But sometimes we do that with the heart math biofeedback, and it's a glitch at the top and bottom every time. The biofeedback tells me they're not happy with that. So in like my breathing app, I have a free breathe app on my phone. You can set intervals for how long your inhale is, and a hold at the top, and then an exhale or a hold at the bottom. So sometimes people really feel more comfortable in the beginning with a hold or at the top or the bottom. So like I said, I'm laying a foundation. This is like 90% of the people are comfortable. Their autonomic consciousness is comfortable releasing the reins with a 5-second in and 6-second out. But it's very personal, because you'll notice you'll kind of run out of lung capacity. You're taking in too much air in the beginning, and it's triggering, and then it's kind of awkward. So what you need to do is find a rhythm that's comfortable for you. And that is something we innately will know by the triggering. If we're centered and we feel triggered, then we can adjust that a little bit. But what I'd really suggest is trying the 5 and 6 and work through that awkward beginning and see if it becomes more comfortable. But if not, then try a hold at the bottom or top and see if that works for you. It's very individual.
Beautiful. Very good. So let me just see if we have any more questions here.
Geraldine, I do have a little something I'd like to read before the closing.
That would be wonderful.
It's
I'm looking for
short.
questions. Yes,
Okay,
please go
I'm going to
ahead.
go ahead and read this. This is an extrapolation from one of the books that were in my circle of books last night. And it's from Dr. Stephen Hall, who wrote the 7 Tools of Healing. And he doesn't say this in his book, but it's pieced together. And it's at the core of every human being. There is a divine wisdom that knows who you really are, what your soul prefers. This deep knowing from the soul speaks through the heart to the gut, brain, and mind body. Allowing the ego or social environmental influences to lead you away from this divine wisdom is the root cause of all disease and manifests in the body as symptoms. Healing is the process of finding out who you really are and then living true to yourself.
Wow, that's amazing. And when we're working with healing, you explained something about how to control pain. Does this also assist us in controlling any kind of physical pain? I notice that when I breathe, if I'm in pain, it really helps release it. Can you talk a little bit about that? Do you know?
Yeah, absolutely. If you go to my website, mindfulpresence.org, there's a YouTube thing on there, and we have some YouTube footages, and there's a video of McCoy 2 days after his kidney transplant walking the halls without pain meds, and he's carrying, he's pushing his IV pole, and he's got a suction tube coming out of him, and he's just had an 8-inch incision, an 8-hour operation. And I asked him, what is pain? And he says 0. And I said, no, what is pain? He said, pain is a signal. Pain is a gift. Pain exists for a reason. And it's like the high-priced athletes would twist their ankle and they didn't want to damage them, so they would go off to the side. And if you elevate your foot and put ice on it, then in 2 or 3 weeks, the swelling will go down and you'll be back on your feet. But what they learned is if they have a high dollar doctor, and the white coat syndrome, the placebo effect takes place, if they examine the ankle and they tell the athlete that, no, it's not broken, it's not strained, it's just a twisted ankle. They tape it up, they say, go walk it off and get back in the game. It doesn't swell up, it doesn't bruise, and it doesn't have any pain, because the autonomic consciousness is being told, you've done your job, I no longer need this warning. Pain is the warning. If you pay attention to the warning mindfully, then the pain goes away. And then the controlled breathing actually releases serotonin into the spinal fluid and blocks pain signals to the brain. So they are extreme. I mean, that's how he got through that operation without an epidural and pain meds.
Thank you so much, Jeff. What a powerful practice you led us with, an excellent way to begin our day with mindfulness. And let's try to employ these practices throughout our day. Thank you so much, Jeff, for that.
Thank you. You're welcome, everybody. I appreciate all of you for being here. Thanks for bringing your heart and soul.
Thank you. All of Jeff's links for his website and his work are going to be down below, as well as on the website. And thank you for that. Up next, we have a very dear friend, Tanya Castillo, who is tuning in all the way from Portugal, who will be talking about experiencing the divine human. Welcome, Tanya. Good morning.
Hello. Welcome.
Good evening for you.
to everyone, and thank you so much, Geraldine, for this. I've said this over and over again, but it's just so fantastic what you have managed to put together here. Not only, we actually have no idea what is happening beyond the beyond of what we are sharing here, because it actually creates so many ripples that it's unimaginable to our physicality, really. So thank you so very, very much. It's a big honor to be here.
Thank you.
And coming right after Jeff. Now, how perfect could that be? You did that on purpose, did you? Because
it was
also going to
perfect
speak
segue.
about the breath.
Keep us in mindfulness.
It's just perfect. It's just perfect. And I really love Jeff as a person, as a soul, and the work that he does. And I myself share about the compassionate breath. So that is the sort of the spine of my in-passion coaching project, of my work, of my being, and really of this presentation or this sharing about embodying the divine human. Because through the breath, the way Jeff explained, really that very simple inhale through the nose, and then that very simple exhale through the nose, very gentle, very profound. That's where I found, oh, this is home. So the breath itself is like a womb that helps the human be reborn as a divine human. But that doesn't happen instantly, because we have been practicing so very thoroughly to not be a divine human that it takes some time for us to really sink into that and start remembering and start bringing what we feel in our deepest wisdom into our lives. And it's so perfect what Jeff read just right before ending, because it actually introduces what I'd like to share about. So thank you, Jeff. Just perfection here. Is our soul entanglement working? All of us. I mean, not only Jeff, you, everyone here, it just entangles and works perfectly. And that's what the breath is. Basically, for me, the breath is just the constant reminder and example of entanglement, of the knowingness that we are not only divine humans, but each and every single one of us is exactly that very same thing. And we are entangled not only within, so the divine and the human, but with each other and universally with the planets and everything in the cosmos. And the breath is that. The breath is really that. So once I started really allowing myself to stay in this breath, to just stay here, to just stay now, that's when I started realizing, wait a minute, the whole universe is happening right here in my belly. And as the whole universe is happening right here, that means that I am that. And so beginning to realize, okay, so what is the whole universe then? And how can I be that? Basically, you start releasing belief systems, things that we have learned, not only in this lifetime, but in so many lifetimes, and realizing, oh, I don't really need to know. I don't really need to know because whatever I need to know is available in this very breath, if necessary. So the breath brings not only everything that Jeff has shared in his session, but also the constant knowingness of whatever needs to be known in each moment. And that doesn't mean necessarily, of course, knowing everything about biology or knowing everything about physics or knowing everything about math. It's a different kind of knowingness I'm talking about. It's a knowingness that will actually bring our way the resources and the people that know those things. So none of us needs to be concerned about knowing everything. We tend to get a bit carried away with needing to know everything, like needing to study everything, needing to learn everything. And there's so much. It's actually an infinity of things to learn in any area. And once we start realizing, oh, wait a minute, but there's no way I could ever know all of that. And so the point then becomes, so what am I going to choose? Am I going to choose, and this is about the theme, embodying the divine human, so sharing that experience. Am I going to choose to keep on feeling enticed with knowing more? Or am I going to let go of the need to know more and allow whatever I need to know to be here now? But then it's even taking it a step further, which is what I know here now is not necessarily going to stay here forever. So am I bold enough to know what I know here now, and in my next breath, let it go and not need to know it? Because in the infinite library of knowingness that is in me, in you, and in all of us, it's there. It is never lost. It is just not occupying our conscious memory. So one of the things about embodying the divine human, I feel one of the biggest challenges and one of the biggest perks is letting go of the need to know and having a very selective memory. So many people in the process of not only awakening but embodying divinity, so going further and further on that pathway of really becoming that which we become aware of moment to moment, so we're always becoming aware of more, the memory goes a little bit tricky. And I'm sure everyone has experienced this, everyone on their path of embodying this divinity. And it goes a little bit tricky because it doesn't need to retain certain things because they're just occupying space up there. So as the mind, the conscious mind, becomes quieter and quieter and quieter, it becomes very selective. And so there's things that maybe some time previously we would consider we need to know, because by knowing those things we are in control. And so we have everything like sort of managed and taken care of. The invitation then becomes, okay, so how far can you allow yourself not to be in control and therefore not need to remember every single thing that you've ever learned, or even something that you learned today? and so then it is an issue for the human self, like, okay, so am I going to become dumb or silly or something? Not necessarily. Just become more efficient, more intelligent in that case, then, that you don't need to be retaining every single thing in your conscious awareness. It doesn't mean that it's not there. So this is one of the, I feel one of the big challenges is not having to know, not having to be in control, and not having to remember everything. So I myself use resources. I write things down if I need to remember a timetable and, you know, those important things in life that we need to know. Like I'm having this session right now at 6 p.m. my time or whatever. Because one of the things that comes with living in the now moment, living totally present, is that sometimes you get so, how can I say, so full, so fulfilled with that very now moment that you are experiencing, that everything else disappears completely. And then I really have to look at my schedule to see what's going on that day. Because otherwise I can just sit on the beach or watch those beautiful leaves on the tree right there and be completely mesmerized by their lightness, by their freshness, by their aliveness, and just be there, just be completely there with nothing else to think, nothing else to do, nothing to say, nowhere else to be. So one way of sort of, that's one of the challenges, but the perk is that, of course, you're always quite empty. And the challenge is finding ways to sort of manage everyday life within that nowness. So in my case, I use a schedule where I write stuff down, because when I write it, it's easier to remember. So I'm sort of old-fashioned. Don't write it on my mobile phone on purpose, just so that I have to use my hand and write it down, because I'm very kinesthetic. So the movement itself helps me sometimes remember. Other times it's just because it's there and I read it. So then, so what if you forgot to look at it, and then you're not at the place you were supposed to be or whatever. So another thing is learning to live in a way that is not self-critical or self-judgmental, in the case that usually we have been educated to not deal very well with error, with being wrong, or, you know, like for instance, forgetting a meeting or something like that is something very wrong in our normal belief system. And it's not a nice thing to do, obviously. You wouldn't do it on purpose. But then also being gentle and kind to yourself and knowing that it's okay and that you can actually do things better next time. So then taking more responsibility. So it's really a balancing act between allowing yourself to be empty, allowing yourself to be here now, and being responsible with everyone in your life, with every activity, etc., that is necessary for you to take care of remembering. And when I say being gentle with ourselves, as not in being self-critical, like I did something wrong and so on, is then learning becomes fun and joyful, instead of becoming something that each time you don't do it right, you're going to be beating yourself up because, oh, I didn't do this right. It's completely different. It's a surrender into something new all the time. And that's another challenges. So for me, experiencing this embodiment of the divine human is really living in a constant new now, in which no two moments are exactly the same. So there's no point holding on to the previous moment and trying to put it up on the wall as the perfect moment, because there are endless moments like that, first of all. And secondly, because it's impossible to live that very same moment ever again. And that is also very helpful with the breath to release the previous moments that we were not comfortable with. So to bring the past back into the now moment within, so that it can be disentangled from all of the emotions and all of the trauma, whatever, so that the future can then be available from that newness, because it's no longer being determined by those other moments that we lived before. It is now completely free to be something that I don't know yet, because I'm not in tomorrow. I'm only here now. So this allowing ourselves to bring the past back into this now through the breath is a very simple thing. It's not necessarily easy, so I'm not saying it's easy. It actually requires a lot of outrageous boldness. It's one of the most outrageous things we can do, invite all the past back into the now moment. But it is 100% worth it if we feel that that is what we want to do now for ourselves. Because our essence, our divinity, is free from all of those things. It is not entangled in certain moments, certain situations, certain emotions, certain thoughts. It is completely compassionate. So this is what now I'd like to bring in to add to this equation, which is the constant practice of compassion. It's actually not even a practice. It's becoming compassion, one breath at a time. So just as our soul and of course our spirit and our I am, so without categorizing, I'll just keep my conversation within the soul name. So just as our soul has been capable in absolute compassion and for the experience to allow the human to go through whatever and not have to go there and push the human out of that experience, because the soul knows itself to be eternal and knows these to be experiences that are all added to the sum total of knowingness, no matter what kind of experience it is. Has never really come rushing forward and said, no, don't have that accident. No, don't break your leg. No, don't. Well, sometimes we do have a sort of a little, very soft, maybe we could go that way instead. And many times we don't listen. And then we have that accident, or we break that leg, or whatever. And that infinite compassion, total acceptance of that is our essence. We can only learn that from allowing ourselves to gently and softly merge into that. Because there's no way the human, and especially the mind, can grasp or understand what compassion is. It's not something that can be really understood. It is something to be allowed, to be felt, to become. And in this embodying the divine human, compassion is of course the foremost important thing to be able to bring all of those past whatevers back into this moment of now where they dissolve. For us, obviously, because no one is going to do it for us. There's no point. Each one of us is sovereign. But then it also helps us tremendously when, after being able to do that with and within ourselves, that we can look around and view all of this whole landscape on planet Earth, which sometimes gets frustrating, which sometimes makes us sad, which sometimes we feel a little bit uncertain, do I want to stay or not? It changes all of that. It changes it completely. Because then we understand that we are here now to be that sum total of all that we are divine and human as one in our own selves. And there is no judgment about anything we have done, said, or been. We just bring it back with no judgment, and we can look around and see with no judgment. And that is one of the hardest things to do for the human. It's one of the biggest challenges. And really, through the breath, I constantly find that space where there is nothing to say about this situation or that situation or whatever, and therefore not to get involved in clashing against anything. Because really what keeps all of the conflict going inside, obviously first and foremost, but then as a reflection outside, is that constant need, that tug of war to push and pull, to be better than whatever, to compare, to have a reason, to have more of a reason, to be right as opposed to being wrong, etc. And all of those things, they just create the whole scenario that we are eventually not wanting to live. So that's why we turn inwards and we allow ourselves this compassion within us to transmute, to transform, to become the divine human. So, of course, the logical consequence is bringing that forth to the world, because there's nothing else that we can do but view the world from where we are at. Actually, the whole everything that we view is simply our perspective from where we are at within. And that is also a challenge, is understanding that everything and anything that happens that impacts on us emotionally or physically then is happening inside. It is only impacted on us because it is happening inside. And by realizing that, immediately we transfer that judgmental attention as to whose fault is it inside and realize it's no one's fault. It's not even my fault, because fault doesn't exist in the sphere of divine knowingness. There's no such thing. It is just a surrender into letting go and becoming. So it's a constant becoming. So the need to compare just slowly disappears, because in actual fact, it's impossible to compare ourselves to anyone else, because each one of us is a unique sum total. So there are no two beings with the exact sum total of experiences, which then, reunited with divinity, make the uniqueness of you, of me, of each one of us. Therefore, comparing can only serve as a form of entertainment, and therefore it can be fun, but it is not necessary, because then we will be distracting ourselves from discovering, and this is an ongoing discovering, our own uniqueness. Is something we never know. Is something we keep on discovering. And I had this very strong feeling this week. This happens in increments, and we all come to places. So once we come to a place, and that place is sort of a threshold in our evolution. Each one of us has many thresholds. So whenever we come to a threshold in our evolution, we are feeling that invitation from within. Okay, is it going to be a yes? Am I going to allow more? And so when you do say yes, you realize, wait a minute, I'm all alone here. I'm alone, but I'm not lonely. And why am I alone? It's because that is the path never taken. What do I mean by that? Each one of us, as we evolve and merge with our divinity, has a path never taken that no one else has never taken in exactly the same way as you are going to take it. But you can only take it if you keep on saying yes each time you get to that threshold of expanded consciousness, of expanded invitation into a new now, into a new way, which is not a way you've ever tread before in any other lifetime, which is not a way that you can look at anyone else for information about, because it's a way that you and only you have the means, from the sum total of all of your experiences and all that you are, to live, to tread, to discover. And this is enormous. It is enormous. And it means that really each one of us is so very, very unique that if we focus on that, we will be continuously discovering, but we will also land in that space within us that no one can take away. So one of the things that the human lives is this fear that something can be taken away from us, right? That we are somehow in danger of being robbed from something. Well, when you are really experiencing that uniqueness and discovering it with your divinity, you realize that that cannot be taken away ever again. And that changes completely from, so that's where the survival mode completely switches off and you feel absolutely, totally safe here and now, always. Because you realize you are that thing, you are that, no one can take it away from you. So there's no point fearing anything ever again. So with this, I'd like to invite you to breathe this uniqueness now in this moment. So the breath, the compassionate breath, the conscious breath that I share is like Jeff was explaining. So it's the very simple, natural breath that we had when we were born and as a baby, that relaxed breath. If you can picture a baby just lying back and breathing naturally with the belly filling when you inhale and relaxing when you exhale, always through the nose. That's it. That's the breath that we are now going to use, which is really not a technique, it's just an allowing. So the breath itself will be the safe space to land in that uniqueness. So I invite each one of you who would like to experience this now to please close your eyes and just be very comfortable. If you can lean back, that's even better. If you can sort of support your head, that's even better. But if you can't, it's okay. And I invite you to close your eyes and just take a very profound but gentle breath through the nose. Allowing the breath to find its way deep down into your belly when you inhale. And then naturally as you exhale, just allowing the belly to relax. Just bringing your full awareness, your complete presence into this now moment, into your breath. And allowing it to gently hold you in a warm embrace. Just starting to focus your attention deep down below your navel towards the center of your body. And allowing yourself to connect. To connect in that safe space, right in the core of you. as your breath expands and relaxes naturally. And as you breathe and stay and connect deep down in the core of you, just allow yourself to feel the loving embrace of human and divine. Just surrendering to that. Nothing to do, to fix, to say. Just surrendering. Feeling how honored you are, the human that has been through all of the experiences here on earth. How your soul honors you and showers you with love. You, this one that has walked and walked through all kinds of experiences. Are invited to just stay in this warm embrace. In your breath as you inhale and exhale in your own rhythm. To just know it is okay. It's okay now. You are safe. You are loved. You are here. And you are whole. Just gathering the pieces together. And if in this very moment there is any part of you that you feel is coming forth, to be loved, simply keep your arms open to receive it, to embrace it. Just like your soul has always done for you. For you have always been loved. And appreciated and acknowledged and valuable. And unique. And the breath, like the stillness of a calm lake, holds you safe, home. Here. Wherever you are at in this love affair between human and divine, the invitation in this moment is allow even more of that. If you feel this is an invitation for you. And without leaving this space of safe, love, home, I invite you to breathe even more deeply a few times. Aware and thankful for your body, this vehicle of divine humanity. Such a precious experience. And very gently start awakening. Start preparing to open your eyes, but remain in this awareness, in this peaceful space of knowingness within you. There is so much more that I could share within this context of embodying the divine human. But now I'd like to leave the floor open to interaction. If there's anything you'd like to say, you'd like to ask, and then maybe it will be more interactive to take it from there. Because this is such an open-ended theme. Thank you all very, very much for allowing this presence, for allowing this landing. You probably do feel the difference. So you see, the breath, it brings us into this coherence within ourselves, but it also creates coherence around the world. We are literally breathing around the world right now and across the whole universe, because that is deep within us as well. So by being in this ourselves, by realizing this embodied divine human connection, that's what we provide. No matter where we are, who we are with, or what we are doing, it is just a natural flow. So I am open to interaction.
Tanya, that is beautiful. Would anybody in our group like to pitch in? Anjali,
I have
please.
a question. So when we are doing the breathing exercise, so there's a tendency, I see the images like distractions, which my mind's put and then turn towards a distraction like the images. So I guess just wanted to get your feedback, how to be present with that also.
Actually, it is a challenge. Some people complain that they can't see anything, yeah, but it is a blessing in disguise, because when we see a lot, that can really be a distraction, as you say, Anjali. Yes, how to not get distracted is what I gather from your question, yeah.
Yes, that's true.
So really, bringing your focus out of the brain space and deeper down into your belly. Though there is a brain deep down in your belly, as there is also in your heart, it's a completely different space that does not produce that kind of distraction. So it produces feeling more than images and thoughts. Yeah? So really it's surrendering into the feeling, allowing the feeling to be your knowingness more and more. Just shifting your attention. It's a choice. Actually, embodying the divine human is a constant choice. Constant choice. Where do I want to be? And so you just choose. And you come into the breath that is pretty clear and like very ample and open and clean. Yeah? So just shift your attention. It can take years of practice, but it doesn't mean that in a very short time you cannot experience that. I mean, years for it to be complete and total, always like that. But it starts happening very quickly with the breath. Very quickly you start being able to shift that attention to the feeling and just allowing that feeling, that peace that is deep down in the belly to just be all pervading, very, very gently, very softly.
I think Jeff also talked about the coherence between the heart and the brain, and now you're talking about the belly also, like there's a brain there. So can you talk about that? Like, yeah.
Well, I'm not going to go into the science because I don't have all of the data, but Jeff does for sure he does. So he can actually share some data on that on his website or whatever. I know he has the data. But what happens is, deep down in your belly, that I usually say that when you shift from just human to divine human, your brain then is no longer this one, but it's this one, and what commands it is deep down, is your belly, deep down in there. So the brain that is in your belly is really your soul. It's your soul wisdom, is what we could say your knowingness. It resides in the belly. And you feel it in your heart, and then it's communicated to your mind, to your brain. Actually, the mind itself is not only in the brain, it's all over the body. The mind body is in the whole body. But in this particular example, so the soul intelligence is communicated from deep down in the belly into the heart. And that is why it's so important to start surrendering to the feelings rather than to the understandings. And that's where the not needing to know comes into the picture. Because that's when you start knowing, the knowingness, which is not knowable in the human mind.
This is so beautiful. Just gave me an idea. The mind is like a lot of thinking, but now you're saying the intelligence come from the belly up to the heart and to the mind. So that's where the breathing is so important, because now you're letting go and letting the soul take the place and
Yes.
tone, because now you're connecting to the soul, connecting the soul, connecting the soul. So now
That's it.
that will become more powerful, and then you allow that to come up, basically.
That's exactly it. That's exactly. Thank you. Thank you for that explanation. That's perfect.
Okay.
So we have a comment from Salute who says, that was amazing. I'm afraid I couldn't stay still until the end, but I was so totally aware of my being and the whole life. I was sensing gratitude of creation, of itself, of life itself, and awareness of it, all the way back to the beginning of time. I will be repeating that practice again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you
Tanya.
so much. Thank you. And we did just a little bit of integration, like when I said that if there's any part of you coming forward that wants to receive love right now, to embrace it, and that, of course, that was just a small sliver, but really, small or big, you can integrate anything in that way by remaining in the core, in that very safe space where your soul is holding you 100% of the time. And so anything, any part of you, no matter how scary or scared, actually the scary parts are the ones that are scared. That's why they're so scary. Any part of you can come and you can just be there. Not trying to force it, to fix it, to convince it, to make it be different. None of that. It's just being there and allowing that part to come, gently come forward and check out what's going on here. Something's changed. Who are you?
Tanya, a question that comes up in the chat is, what happens when we begin to fear losing the identity at that moment?
So that happens all the time, right? Actually, that thing I was sharing about the path never taken is precisely, of course, when you get to that point, you've already lost the identity anyway. But so to get to that point, you first have to lose the identity. So what happens along the way, as you've said, Geraldine, you go through increments of losing identity, because those parts of you that were sitting in place, performing their duties, because we create these parts and keep them separate in order to perform the duties that we are not capable of at that moment. But there comes a moment where you are the one who's staying here, and so that part of you has to come back to you. You are the mother and father of all of your parts, right? So when each part of you comes back home, you feel always a loss of identity, and especially when they are big parts of us that we identify with a lot, that we didn't even perceive to be identities, because we consider ourselves to be that. So when we start bringing those ones back home, like not bringing, allowing, because you can't go and grab a part of you by the hair or whatever, or even very gently, you can't say, now come back home. You can say, well, you can come back home, but it will come when you show you're for real. And what does that mean? That means exactly that you are ready to not be that. That you are ready to be something new that you do not know about. So that brings up a whole lot of fear, right? Is always that fear of the threshold where you're at the precipice and you're gonna jump and you don't know what's happening after you jump. It's always, this happens over and over again. Each time a big part of identity comes back home, that happens. What do you do? Well, the only thing I know what to do, the only thing I know, and that has served me all the time, is just stay firmly riveted, like really firmly riveted in my core, and really allow my essence to hold me firm, so that I don't want to tend to go out into that part of me, and that I stay there, and I just stay, and I am not distracted by what that part is saying, because of course these parts then will perform and act and do all sorts of things to try and convince you that you're not ready, that it's not time yet. And you just stay there, you just stay there, firm, breathe yourself through. But the most important thing is experiencing something new. So, first of all, yes, you stay there. But then, for me, what has worked is asking my essence, my soul, show me the new way, and doing it. Really, really following that you feel is the new way. You will be shown in the exact moment, never before. So it's actually an experience of unconditional trust. Unconditional trust. You have to trust your essence unconditionally before those parts can trust you unconditionally and then completely dissolve. If you don't show that trust, then those parts, they just stay there on, and it might seem it's gone. That's why sometimes we think we've integrated something and then later on, boom, it's there again. Why? Because we still haven't really changed our behavior. We still haven't really changed the pattern. So, and how can we change the pattern? Not from the mind, because the mind doesn't know any other way. The mind is these aspects of personality. The only way to change the pattern is to unconditionally trust that you don't know and that you don't need to know, but you will know in that exact moment, the new way. You will know because it's very clear. And there's no way you cannot not know. You can convince yourself that you might not know, but that's just a distraction. So anytime you start feeling you don't know, that's just mind talk. Let it go. It's not true. It is not true.
Amazing. Tanya, what a beautiful gift you've shared with us today. Where can we reach you?
So my website is inpassioncoaching.com. I do have a vendor booth at on your page on the Wisdom Con, and so that's it. On my website inpassioncoaching.com, I have all of my contacts and everything, and the breath and so many things.
Excellent.
And on my YouTube channel as well, In Passion Coaching.
Please connect with Tanya to receive these beautiful teachings and inspiration, and you can connect with her at her booth, her virtual booth on the website. Thank you so much for joining us. What a gift, truly.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Very good. Wow. Well, up next we have Kathleen Zemansky, and she is a feng shui master and astrologist, and she is going to speak on preparing for 2022, time to act now, the year of water tiger, not water lily. Here she is. Kathleen, welcome. Do we have Kathleen?
She needs to unmute. That's how she gets back on stage.
There you are. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Welcome.
So thank you everyone for having me, especially a huge shout out to Geraldine and her big vision to bring all of these wonderful healers, speakers, and energy workers together. So I'm going to give you my version of how I go about adjusting space. And I would like to start my presentation. If you could go ahead and allow me to share the screen, Geraldine.
Sure. Let me get that started for you.
Thanks. So we are, as you know, in a huge time of transition, as I'm waiting for that screen share. All right, awesome.
There you go.
Perfect. And so how I'm going to approach my presentation today is we're going to be talking about astrology. We're going to talk a little bit about feng shui and a little bit about the timing. And we're in a really interesting time in astrology, as all of the healers have been alluding to. And again, I'm going to take it from a perspective of the 5 elements, yin and yang, qi flow, and these repeatable patterns that have been around for thousands of years. So to get started, you would have most benefit to download your astrology chart. So Geraldine, if you could put that in all of the various chats, but you need to go to free businessastrology.com and just pull up your chart, and it would be more impactful to you to have this your chart in front of you. And the chart is going to look something like this, only
Yeah,
with
so just really quickly, anybody that wants to grab that can grab it off right next to Kathleen's name on the schedule. She has a download button right there. Go ahead, Kathleen.
Perfect. I tried that link and it wasn't a hyperlink for me. So hopefully it works for others. But anyway, what we would like to look at when you get the chart is we're going to be looking at the natal chart. There's a lot of information that we're going to be talking about, but we really are just looking at the natal chart. Tomorrow, during my workshop, it would be really wonderful if we could be incorporating the universal gateway piece. I'll talk about that a little bit later in today's presentation, but don't let that stop you. Please just kind of sit back and listen if you're not able to download your charts. And by the way, when you do, take a screenshot of it or save it in your photo stream, because my software does not save your chart. So you just need to go back every time if you want to refresh that chart. And I would also recommend that you look at your friends, family, kind of figure out what's going on with them as well. It's going to be more impactful that way. All right, the system that I really find near and dear and have found great results with is this cosmic trinity, which is person, space, time, and universe. And each of them in a perfect world is 33% of what you are able to actually accomplish. And I as I introduce myself to you, I want you to understand that I practice classical feng shui, which means we are looking at an astrology chart, your birth information, and that's the diagnosis. That's going to tell you what's trending in your chart. That's going to tell you, where are your best possibilities and where there's going to be a little bit more challenge. Then how we use the space is it's really to achieve your goals. So I do more business clientele than personal, but let's face it, because of the last 2-year lockdown, we have certainly been using our spaces as multi-purpose offices, that schoolrooms, and still it has to be a home, right? So, but this is where we need to really, and it's a great opportunity to tap into the space. The time blazer piece of it, which is using favorable timing, I'm going to introduce a few concepts, but in an hour time, there's really no way that we can talk about it. So actually, those of you who are listening today, you are getting the first in the world, really, if you will, of a longer 2-day presentation that I do in January to get people prepared for the year of the water tiger. So I'm bringing and juxtaposing these two covers from my annual event. And if you look at the year that we're in, it's a messy year. And that's what I've been saying for the last couple of years. As a matter of fact, a few years back when I was talking about the metal rat, which was in 2020, I said, you know what, you guys, you're going to have to start thinking about we're really going to be attacked by super viruses, and you may have to start considering wearing a mask and things like that. And some of my loyal clientele came up to me and said, Kathleen, there is no way that we in the West are going to be wearing masks. Well, here we are. And now we have to deal with this big shift that is happening. And this actually has been foretold, that the thousands of years, because all of the information that I base my presentations on is really about, again, the 5 elements, which are fire, earth, metal, water, and wood, and that there is a yin and yang to those as well as we look at, favorable elements, favorable animals. And so when we're looking at just these last 2 covers, there is something very intriguing about the energy of the year, even if you don't understand too much about the 5 elements, which that in itself is a good study. But look at this cover. It's very cold. It's blocked. It's just like, you see a diamond garland around an ox. You don't see that in nature. So we can see already that it was a little bit of a year of drama, and it's cold. And even though we are, at least in the Western hemisphere, we're still, we just actually entered into the autumn. But, you know, even when it was in the hotter months, it's still considered a very cold year. All right. Well, as we we're going into the ascending energy of the water tiger, look at that energy. And that's how I want you to start thinking and feeling. There's a lot of wonderful opportunities that are going to be appearing next year, obviously, depending on what's in your chart. But you can be adjusting your space and start getting ready for these big shifts that are about to happen. And I don't know if any of you can see Anjali's background. She has a perfect feng shui background, if you will, because that is exactly where the energy starts. It starts outside. There's a misconception about feng shui that you just come and you feng shui space and you look at the interior. You always, always, always need to tap in what's on the exterior and outside of your home or your office, and then you can harness that energy and bring it in. Okay, so this is our operating system, if you will. It's the birth chart of 2022. So as you can see, it's a Yang Tiger year, and uniquely, I'm so excited about this. I'm going to tell you a little bit about this unique juxtaposition. It's also born in the year of the Yang Water Tiger. And truthfully, there's going to be a day in February that we're going to have a Yang Water Tiger, a Yang Water month, a Yang Water day, and a Yang Water hour. So this is a great opportunity for some of the big shifts that are happening along the way. So we're going into what's called period 9. And period 9 is going into a energetic of fire. And so for 20 years, we're going to be going into fire. So the good news is all of you that are sitting in this presentation today or throughout the weekend, not just my presentation, you are actually positioning yourself to be on the higher end of period 9. So one of the great things about period 9 is metaphysics. It is about spirituality. There's many other avenues, entertainment, for example, technologies are in that fire. So preparing yourself now to have the best opportunities for period 9 is the work starts now. And we're actually going to workshop about that tomorrow, about letting go of some of our past traumas, because when we let go of that, we are able to make space and really live this getting into action really much more vibrant for you. And life will be easier that way. All right. So when we're looking, I'm just going to give you, and you may want to take a screenshot of this, but basically this is a compass dial. It's called a 24 mountain compass dial. And really what I want you to understand about the compass dial is, and at my annual event, I actually talk about 3 different dials. One is the feng shui, one is the flying star, which is more the numerology, which I'm going to touch on just a little bit today, as well as a universal gateway, which is more the spiritual side of enhancing your space spiritually. But on this particular dial, let's just start in the north. You can see that there's a rat there, right? And then there's an element. Then there's another animal. It's an ox. And then there's another element. And then there's the tiger. And you go all the way around, and there's 24 different pie shells here. And the importance of this is when you hear me talk about an animal that's in your chart, then this is where it's like, oh, wow, good. This is where I can also activate and I can make these connections better for the annual dial as far as feng shui is concerned. Now, I really want you to hear me when I'm saying this. This is for 2022. If you want to know more about 2021, which I highly encourage you to do, just go on my YouTube channel, Kathleen Zemansky, and there's 2 different playlists about 2021, about the animals, a little bit about the feng shui. Go and listen to that. There's no reason for me to take up time now where I've got more exciting news for you, because we are leaping forward. We're going forward. We're not moving backward. We're going forward. But we have to abide by the rules of timing. So this really is about taking that time and bending it to your favor. This is really something that I want you to understand, because the timing piece, although we're not going to be delving too much into it today, the timing piece is what you have 100% control over. And I'm talking about your important activities, such as, you know, doing a program launch or starting a seminar on a good day and time. These are really critically important things for you to get the best benefit from. You can forge partnerships with this. You can dissolve partnerships and agreements with this. But really understanding that the person, the astrology, space, feng shui, and the timing, the favorable timing, is really an important package. It's a holistic system. Yeah, you could use one or the other, but truthfully, everything is so personalized today, at least the way I present it in standard business English, that it really does, it would be foolish not to think about this. All right, so again, take a screenshot of this, because you may want to refer back to this when I'm talking about specific areas. Like, for example, let me go back just a second. I'm going to be talking, I'll even tell you right now, I'm going to be talking about the snake. I'm going to be talking about the monkey and the tiger. So as you can see, let's just talk about, because it's the year of the tiger, in this quadrant or sector or palace, however you want to talk about it, there is an ox. We're in the year of the ox. There's a mountain, that's an energetic element. And then there's the tiger. So when I talk about the tiger, I'm talking just about that pie shell of the tiger. Okay. All right. Then let's move on. All right. Now we're going to delve into a little bit of the astrology, and it really is much more than astrology. I'm only able to give you one or two nuggets because I'm condensing a two-day workshop into 1 hour. So we're just going to give you just little tidbits of it. And if you're interested in learning more about that, obviously you're going to want to attend my event. But this is how I want you to look at your birth chart. First of all, the year of birth. And again, I use more business, but I'm going to throw in for those of you who may not be working right now. But this is about, let's start with business first. It's about your networks. It's about your market expansion. So this is about, what do you do as far as your marketing? Do you want to go on YouTube? Do you want to blog? Do you want to have a podcast? Do you want to do print, a newsletter? That's that first pillar, the year of birth. And it's the element on top and the animal on bottom is a pillar. All right. So it's also about your social circles, who you know, who can help you move up to the next level. And from a personal side, it is your ancestors. So if they're living, great, but if not, this is how you tap into your ancestral part of your chart. Your month of birth is about your career. It's about your ambitions. It's also about health. I look at this particular pillar and the day, truthfully, for prevailing energies of your health. Your whole chart can give a indication, but for today's purposes, we'll look at month and day. But again, we're just going to glaze over a couple of the tidbits of each pillar. Each animal, excuse me. But this is also your parents. So again, whether your parents are living or not, that was the relationship that you had with your parents. The day of birth is about you. It's the most important pillar. It's the day that you were born that really triggers and calculates so many things that are in your chart. It's about your personal growth. It is about your partnerships. It's about your mindset. So people come to me all the time and say, Kathleen, I would love to launch this particular product, or I'm really, my career is going really well, and I'd really like to bring in a relationship. Okay, well, we would look at this day of birth pillar for that. And what is the potential? Is the timing right for that this year or next year, or did you miss? Depending on how old you are. And this is where I'm going to tell some of my listeners right now that the younger you are, this is actually more opportunities for you, because a lot of times people put off having children, starting a career and doing things because the timing isn't right, and they're basing it on that's what they are feeling energetically versus actually getting a diagnosis. That's what the chart is there for, of when you should be doing certain activities. The hour of birth, if you know it, and I realize some of you may not know your hour of birth, please don't let that stop you from listening to the rest of the presentation, because I just gave you 75% of what is capable in your life. Now, if you do know your hour of birth, this is going to be about your research and development, your investments. This is your goal palace. This is your legacy, your life purpose, but it's also your ability to achieve your goals. So I'm going to look at more of the annual energies today versus looking at long-term. Long-term might be more of a personal, but we'll see. And again, I'm just giving you just little tidbits as we go along. Okay. Let's start with the tiger. And I put this little infographic here right on each slide so you can remember. And this is what I want you to do. If you have a tiger in your chart, where is it located? You may have multiples of these particular animals. Now you might go, oh, you know what? I don't have a tiger in my chart, so I'm just going to check out on this one. Please don't, because remember, these animals, as I just demonstrated, also connect with the feng shui of the space. Now, some years they're going to be really fantastic. Like in 2021, oh my gosh, I hope you are using the Northeast sector, that tiger sector, because it is one of the most fabulous energies of the year. So again, just go back and listen to that information. But what I want you to understand is, let's see how this can be inclusive for everyone. All right. So first of all, the tiger is an animal that's going to have, if you will, a lot of intelligence this year. They got brain power. It's a great year to learn something new. And this is really where I believe we would have some good opportunities if you have a tiger in your chart or using that tiger sector, that, you know, people are asking more of us today, right? That we have to under promise but over deliver. But if you are employed by someone, this is also an opportunity for you to shine, if you will, by saying, hey, while we were in lockdown, I also brought this new skill into, and this could help you elevate your status. And speaking of that, if you are someone that is looking to be an influencer, if you will, or if you're seeking fame, the tiger really has the opportunity, not only in 2021, if you've actually used this energy throughout the years recommended, that's going to spill over into 2022, and that's going to be a wonderful opportunity for you. So you might get some notoriety. So here's where the feng shui is going to start. I'm not going to say conflicting, but we have to take some caution when we are looking at feng shui. So we have our personal energy that we're going to be using, but spatially, this is where I'm going to tell you to take some caution. If you have any renovations that you need to have done in the Northeast, I would be doing them in that tiger sector. I would be doing them and finishing those up now, or starting them at least now, because next year we're not going to want to touch. And when I mean touch, we're not going to want to drive a nail into the wall to hang a piece of artwork. We're not going to be wanting to do renovations, and we're not going to want to do any like planting of a big tree. Like if you're planting a little vegetable seedling, I'm okay with that. You're scratching the ground. But if you're digging a hole, remember, Angelique, look at her backdrop. It's the energy outside that is contributing to the energy that we have inside. All right, so we have to move on kind of quickly because we've got 12 animals to go through. All right, the rabbit this year in 2022 is actually quite nice. It has the true romantic potential for 2022, and that's really good also for forging business partnerships, because there's attractability about you. You're sort of that attraction magnet, so you could use this both personally and professionally. Now, it has a very positive, very, very, very positive feng shui attribute for 2022, and it has what's called the sun star. This is a very yang energy. It's going to help you dissolve obstacles, clear away paving the way for new opportunities for your business and personal life. And so this is a year, especially if you do have a rabbit in your chart, and even if you don't, this is the year putting your body into, or setting up an office space, something like that, in that rabbit location. It's good for 2021. Different connotation, but it is also good for 2022. So this is where you're going to want to ramp up your visibility, if you will. Okay. All right. So let's go on to, let's go on to the dragon. Now, the dragon, I don't have such good news for. And before we go too much down, like, oh my gosh, I've got a dragon in my chart, or maybe I have a couple of dragons in my chart. So this is where I will help you find other companions within the chart to help you along the way. So really what I can tell you, there's not much universal support for the dragons this year. It has a few challenges, as it did in 2021 as well. So what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to find roosters that will help bring some benevolent energy to the dragon, because the dragon and roosters, it's what's called a combo. I call them best friends. So you can either find it in your own chart. That means you've got sort of a self-help system on your way. If not, then you can find other people that have roosters in their chart. And then the last way that you're going to find it is go to the rooster section, which is located in the west. So where the west is where the rooster resides. So this is where I'm going to encourage all of my dragons to spend a lot of time in 2022, because that's going to help you dodge some of the negative energies that potentially can be happening. All right, the snake, we've got some nice welcome energy for the snake this year. It has the moon. Now, I just talked about the sun, which the tiger had. That's yang energy. The moon is much more benevolent, soft. It's, we're talking about the yin and yang, right? We need both. We need to get out there and do action. But as all of the speakers have been talking about, we really need to take a breath, step back, reflect, take in that inner wisdom, and then take it out into the world. So if you have a snake in your chart, I really encourage you to think about what type of unique selling position you have, or what type of IP that you might have. Keep it a little bit closer to your chest. Maybe the inner circle, you can talk about it, but really be ready and then hit the market by storm. That's how you use these energies. So sometimes it's better to hold back. And when the timing is right, then that's when you release it to the world. That would be the best strategy on that. So this is also a great location to start absorbing the energy for study, because the moon is about research as well. So how I want you to think about this is, if you're writing a book, you're writing copy for a website, writing content for a presentation, things like that, put your body in 2022 in this particular area, and it can help you. Truthfully, in 2021, it can help you too, because of the energy that's there. This is a great area to put your children if they are doing their homework, or if you are currently in lockdown in your geographic location, then this would be a great area to put your children in, so that they can absorb that positive energy. They can take in information better. They can retain that information better as well. Works for children as well as adults, probably better for children with their observing spongy minds. But it is a very, very positive energy. Okay, the horse has a really wonderful energy for authority. So if you want to be considered the expert in your field, this is the energy you want to be tapping into. And it is a nice fire energy. And this is one of the animals that I'm going to be talking about quite a bit in 2022, because it creates with the tiger what we call a triple harmony. And we need a tiger, a dog, and a horse to create this triple harmony. So there's always a lot of different ways to boost up the energy of any one of these animals. And this one certainly is one of those helpers along the way. So this is going to open up doors when you, if you have a horse in your chart, if you have a book, great. If you don't, maybe you can create something that is really going to tap into your expertise. Let people know about it. Okay. Thank you, Anjali, for that heart. Appreciate that. And then I would also encourage, if you have a horse in your chart, to do some travel. Travel is going to open up opportunities. So I know it's kind of easy if you're, on a plane or going on a distant trip, you put the earbuds in, you kind of hunker down and you just kind of close in. If you got a horse in your chart, I would make maybe a first approach to talking to people. You never know who you're going to meet in an airport, in a train station, even going to a conference, things like that. Be open to interaction if you have this animal in your chart. Again, 2021 favors both years for the horse. So you may want to look at that as well. All right, moving on to the goats. The goats in 2021 are actually, they're winding down. It was what's called the year breaker in 2021, but now it's moving into a much welcome energetic. So this was really more about acquisitions, if you will. So it really is like thinking about real estate or acquiring, investing in the markets, if you will. And this is another indication. I believe if you're an entrepreneur, you really need to have your own IP. It's really important for you to have something that no one else does. Now, obviously, feng shui has been around for thousands of years. The way that I teach it, the way that I present it is in standard business English. I've taken out some of the cryptic coding, but the essence is still there. So that's what I'm trying to express to you, or melding different methodologies together to make it your own. That's how you're going to succeed in 2022. And then the other thing that you have going for you is there's a lot of happiness. So this past year could have been a little bit challenging for you if you had a goat in your chart, but this is a year that we're going to be bringing some happiness, kindness, balance into your life. Okay, the monkeys. This is one of the animals that I'm going to have you look out as far as the feng shui is concerned. Now, in 2021, the monkey is actually still good. It's good for fortune and really tapping into removing some obstacles. But next year, because it's opposite the zodiac to the tiger, we have what's called the year breaker for the monkey. So we do have that to watch out for. Again, no renovations after February 4th, 2022. So if you have anything to kind of finish up, that's why it's really nice to hear this information ahead of time, especially if you've got a big reno that you're thinking about doing. The other thing that you have is in 2020, it's not all bad. You also have the potential for expansion. So if you are thinking about expanding your brand further than your own geographic borders, this would be an opportune year to do that. So start thinking about, is your website ready? Is your brand ready? Do you have recent, headshots, et cetera, et cetera? Those are things that I want you to get prepared for, because when you start intentionally putting out the message that, yes, world, I'm ready for you, the world is going to respond. So be ready for that. So just sharpen up a couple of those things if you think that is a potential. Now, if you have a monkey in your chart, especially in the day of birth, it may mean that you could change locations. And it's not actually a bad way to do a feng shui fix if you have a monkey, especially in your day chart, but any other pillar would be great as well. We're talking about the natal chart now. And that would be, you would be potentially moving to in international locations. So you could be moving across borders as well. So that does take some time in preparation. But if you've been thinking about it, it's probably because your astrology is saying, oh, hey, it's time for shaking up the energy and finding something new. Remember, the feng shui is helping you achieve your goals. If your space has plateaued or you're not receiving the things that you want, could be number two things. One, the space, it's tapped out. You have reached its capacity. It's just like when you are trying to achieve a goal and you hit it, then you go on to the next goal. It's not like, oh, I'm going to start over and then try to achieve that same one again. Let's just say that you are running in a marathon. Well, the marathon's over. You can go to another marathon, but that one is over, right? So it's the same thing with this. Once that goal is achieved, then we go on to something else. The second, which I find actually the most common, is the feng shui is not set up properly. So getting into those annual directions that I'm telling you about, those are the ones that are going to help you the most to achieve your goals. If you go into the ones that, I just talked about the year breaker. If you go into the year breaker, expect some challenges. So go where the energy flows and kind of avoid the ones. And it's only a year. I'm telling you, these years just fly by. So having the potential to do that. Now, a lot of people will tell me, Kathleen, I can't because I have a built-in office and I can't really move. Well, you know what? With things like this, laptops, tablets, a few hours a day, you can go and sit in some of these vibrant energies. It's the willingness to achieve your goals using this methodology that is going to be the most helpful to you. Okay, let's go on to the roosters. We love the roosters because it's one of the big helpers for 2022. And this is the one that's going to help with positive change. It's also going to help resolve some of the obstacles that may come along the way. And it is like, if it's been obstacles that have been building up for a long time, use the West Sector dragons. I hope you're hearing me. This is the animal that I was telling you about that's going to be the most helpful for you in 2022. So find out your rooster friends and find out what's in that West Sector. And hopefully you have the West Sector in your space, because that's another thing that we look at when we're looking at feng shui. We like to see our spaces as a complete square, which architecturally you don't see a lot of that, especially in certain countries, because the architect is not thinking about feng shui. They're thinking about that nice bay window or, that big entryway that is cut out. And it depends on what sector's cut out on whether or not that would be good or not for you. Okay. All right. So we have the dragon virtue that I definitely want you to be thinking about. And there's also some rejuvenation. So if you have any health problems that are from the past as well, this is a good year to really look into trying to solve that once and for all. You have to do your most effort as well. So here's another thing that I would like to present to you, that feng shui, astrology, the timing piece, all of that is the yin side of what I'm asking you to do. And if you have all of that set up, achieving your goals are going to be a lot easier. But please, please, please do not think, oh, I'm just going to feng shui and I'm just going to, everything this, and I don't have to do anything. That's not really how the system is going to be successful. When you put your best efforts towards towards the feng shui and using all of these other tools, that's where it's going to help you the most, is achieving those in a way that is most beneficial. All right, for our dogs, what we have this year is we do have a potential for advancement. So if you are in the workplace, it could be asking for a promotion. Like if they're not giving it to you automatically, obviously you want to show your best foot forward. So if you are someone that feels like it's time for the promo, then go ahead and ask for it. And again, using it on a good day and time would probably be the best best strategy, but this is a year that you can do that. But if you own your own business, it could be, with bearing your market, of course, it might be a year where you could even raise your rates a little bit, again, depending on what your market will bear. Inspirational year, definitely an inspirational year for the dogs. And so if, doing something very creatively would be a very smart use of your time. And if you don't feel like you're creative, there's so much on YouTube right now that you can do. You can take a dance class, you can take a painting class. When you start using both sides of your brain, again, that yin and yang, when you're starting to use both of those, they are going to really help you be creative in your workspace as well, in your personal space as well. Things are actually a little bit more fun. I think somebody is unmuted. If somebody could check the mute on everybody's, because I'm hearing some clicking in the background. Thanks, I appreciate that. Okay, and then we also have, remember that triple harmony. These are the animals, the tiger, the horse, and the dog, that triple harmony to bring fire in your chart. This would be a good setup to think about. Now, we don't really have too much as far as a feng shui setup this year, but we definitely do have these animals working to our favor. All right, then we're going to be talking about the pig. The pig has the fortune virtue. So the fortune virtue is obviously about money. And so this is going to be very, very helpful. And the tiger and the pig actually are very good friends. They do have a little bit of an interesting, more negative connotation, but let's look at it just for today's purposes. Let's look at it for the fortune and how it can help you as far as getting your mindset open to receive, because you know what, these energies can be here for you, but if you don't actually use them and you're repelling the fortune, I'm just not ready for that type of job, or I just don't have time for that. That's exactly what you'll receive. You got to be open to the mindset of receiving the prosperity as well. So this one actually has a feng shui connotation in 2022, but it also has another, I think, more challenging. So we will use the space. We just won't renovate in that area for 2022. All right, and then we're going to go to the rats. So the rats, like the dragons, unfortunately do not have much universal energy this year. And so really what I would say, I'm going to give you one little one, and it really is kind of frivolous, but I want to give you something if I can. It's going to be a year of a little bit of, it's going to be like sort of an unexpected attraction to you, if you will. But be careful with this, because it is not, it's just a flame. So it kind of might build up your ego, but just be careful that you don't get hurt or you don't hurt someone else, because it's a fleeting moment, most likely. Now, not every, because there's other things in your chart. And here's the important thing of that. Like, I'm pulling out each one of these animals. What else is in your chart that could help support that? And that's another important point to understand as well. When we're looking at these particular animals, just look on the screen right now, the year, month, day, and hour. So let's say you have the day of birth is the rat. Well, we know that there's going to be some challenges, if you will, when it comes to relationships. But let's say you have a rooster in your year. Great. Then let's focus on more the positive. Be aware, watch your communication, watch what you're even inflicting on yourself, because we do tend to be self-critical and things like that. Focus on the more positive. Be aware of the things that are happening in the other parts of your chart. But I'm not gonna say, oh, I've got a terrible year, I can't do anything. That's really not listening to what I just said. So we really want to be open and really use the max all of these energies and be aware of some of the challenges. But what I can tell you, the rat and the ox are best friends. So let's hear what the oxen have for them this year. So what they have is charisma. They have an incredible magnetism. They're going to attract new partnerships. They're going to strengthen existing bonds. If you are someone that is in a relationship and want to take it to the next level, this could be a potential. And I mean that from a personal and professional, because, there could be, a budding, affiliate or JV association that you might have. But you decide, oh, you know what? I think we really work well together. Let's explore really making this a business partnership together. Great year to be doing that. Definitely, there's going to be money that comes along with the energies of the year for the ox. So this is definitely a wealth opportunity. And it is, this is one of the animals I would definitely encourage to have come to the pay raise or increasing your rates. Again, what your local market or your tribe will bear. Okay, well, that took us all the way around the 12th. I'm going to show you, and you're the first to see the flying star for 2022. And this is a very, very, very unique year. Well, unique as in it comes around every 9 years. So just for example, I don't have it shown here. And again, please note, this is 2022. I'm preparing you for next year. You can get all of this stuff through me. Just come to my room after. I'll tell you how you get all of these things for 2021. I'm happy to talk to you over there. But what we have unique is the 5. This is what's called a flying star pattern, or lo shu, if you understand that term. The 5 is back home where it loves to be. It's the emperor or the empress, and it loves to be the center of attention. In 2021, it's in the southeast. Does not like being on one of these outside boxes. So we have to do special adjustments for the 5 when it is in one of the exterior boxes. So we're kind of happy that this is back home. And so we're going to be using this grid quite extensively in 2022, because there's going to be astrological connotations to this particular grid as well when it comes to your numbers, which we would get into at the annual event. So what I want you to understand, though, and what I was leading to before, is we are in a very unique situation. And the unique situation is that, do you see, again, I'm going to remind you, our operating system for 2022 has the year and the month equally matched. So the element on top and the animal on bottom is going to, and there's 60 different combinations, but over the course of, so many years, we have this repeatable pattern. But here's the uniqueness of it. What we have is the 5 in the center, with these 2 being exactly the same. So the next time the tiger comes back around, then it's going to be a wood tiger in 12 years from now. So we're moving forward. And so it will not have the same setup, because these 2 must coincide. So what I'm going to be talking about tomorrow is we've got what's called this great Centurion shift. And what we need to do, and what some of the other healers have been talking about, and I'm sure they're going to continue to talk about, we really need to get rid of the garbage before we can bring in the new. We have to, it's just like when you clear your space, whether it be energetic space clearing or physical clearing of clutter. When you get rid of things that are no longer serving you, you get out of procrastination mode, you open up yourself to new opportunities. And that's where we're going to start tomorrow, is clearing the decks, because we have a very unique, I'm so excited about what's happening. We have this very unique 4 months to actually go back in time of 12 years and truthfully, since the beginning of your time and even further, if you choose to go there, we're going to just start tapping into it. And so here's some real energetic work. If you choose to be with me tomorrow, is I want you to bring a couple of things. What I'd like you to do is bring a journal, and you may already have a journal started from the weekend, but really what we're going to be doing is we're going to be kind of reversing from 2021 back 12 years. And then what we're going to be doing next year, though, because we have to follow the timing of this, right? So what we're able to do in this unique juxtaposition of time, space, and energy is that in 2021, because of the year of the water tiger, the February is water tiger, as is in 2021. So we've got March is the water rabbit, and in 2023 is a water rabbit. Then it's going to be in April, the wood dragon, and in 2024, it's the wood dragon, all the way around for 12 months. What I'm trying to explain to you, we're going to see the exact vibration in the next 12 months. Remember, the element on top and the animal on the bottom is going to correlate with the next 12 years sequentially. So in 2022, we have the potential of having a practice run, a rehearsal, a dress rehearsal, if you will. Each and every month, you can map out the next 12 years of your life. That's pretty empowering. So you get to choose how you're going to be using those energies. So the first part of it is where we're going to begin tomorrow, which started actually in August, but we're here now, and we're going to start clearing the decks. And this is something that after we're finished tomorrow, then you're going to take that on and just keep doing that for the following 4 months. Okay. So I will be speaking tomorrow, like I said, between 9 and 10 a.m. for that. I do have an astrology session for those of you who would like to work with me. Just use this link right here to get onto my scheduler, bit.ly/wisdomconastro. You have to put in this wisdomcon, all caps, into the promo code, and you'll get 50% off. And so I hope to see you over there. And I will also be in the room after I finish up here today. So Geraldine, do we have any questions that you would like to?
Well, someone yesterday was really interested in knowing about any comments about global events for next year. Any input, anything that we can know about that?
Yes. I'll get more into these next year, but we're going to see things to start to move for sure. So one of the things we can absolutely expect is we're definitely going to see the health concerns that we're all in lockdown about. We're going to see that all the way through probably till the end of spring for sure. Then we're also we're going to see more connection. So as things, because really these last 2 years were about sort of spinning out people who were not able to hold the vibration. And I'm sorry for anyone who has either lost their livelihood, lost loved ones. I don't think anyone on this platform has not been touched by this. I know several people who have passed away. I've known several people who have gone through, the severe symptoms of what's happening on many, many different levels. So you might have had a fabulous year, but you would have had to have lived under a rock not to have had, been touched by what is happening. So the other thing that we can look for, though, is connection, because this is where we see when we're looking at the energy, this is spring. So the ox is the last year. So it was the pig, rat, and ox that are the winter season. So what happens after winter? We start seeing the ice melt. We start seeing, little springs of buds coming up. So we start seeing growth. It's a big year of growth. Now, what I would also say is that we are going to start, from a perspective of climate. We know we're in a crisis with climate. It's a very heavy water year. So I would expect to see a lot of flooding, and flooding can bring a lot of things, right? It can bring, landslides and we have the shifting there that's going to happen. But I would say it's a good year to plant seeds and then spread out. So you can plant more than one seed, you guys, right? You don't have to plant one, but sometimes you don't want to plant so many seeds where you can't see the weeds through the forest, right? So the forest through the weeds. So you want to be strategic about doing that. But I would say that we're going to see much more international collaborations, because again, the water, yang water is like the ocean. So the ocean must move. So I'm really encouraging you guys all to be in the flow of that. This year was more about hunkering down and kind of like figuring out what needs to stay and what needs to go. And as that ice is melting, this is the exact opportunity we have right now to let go of things. Now, going into period 9, this wood season, and the wood season is going to be the year of the tiger, the rabbit, and the dragon, which enters period 9. This is fueling that fire in the 5 elements. That's exactly what wood must do, or the fire is not valuable, right? So we are going into this period 5. And unfortunately, when I look at the negative side of what is happening, and I don't think this is a newsflash to anyone, we are unfortunately going to see a lot more war. You guys really watch your personal identity. Cybersecurity is definitely going to be on the rise, and will be as technology, because technology is I'm not going to say the new kid in town, but it is going to be the predominant kid in town. So even though we may be going back to physical spaces, technology is going to be one of the stronger influences. So let's all use it for good. These collectives are what is going to help us balance, and we do need that balance. So this upcoming year is about remaining a bit in balance as we spread out. I hope that answered your question, and if it didn't, we'll please let me know.
Wonderful, thank you so much. And we don't have very many questions yet, but people are resonating. And where can we connect with you and work with you, Kathleen?
So one of the best ways that you can find me is go to my website, which is 5elementsgroup.com. And then, of course, just hop on over to WisdomCon. You can speak with me this weekend. I'd love to hear what's in your charts. We can chat over there, and I'll be heading over there as soon as we finish up. I do absolutely thank you for the opportunity, Geraldine, to be speaking on this platform. It's been such an honor, and it's been so great to hear other modalities and how they dovetail. It's just so beautiful how we all dovetail together, right? And how So anyway, so tomorrow, here's a couple other things I want you to think about tomorrow as well. Make sure you have something to hydrate. We might even be doing infusion of a beverage. You might want to bring some crystals that you will be holding and infusing as well. None of this is obligatory, but these are just some tools. You might want to bring some essential oils either to diffuse, like I have going on all day long, or, some of these that you can inhale, roll on, things like that, as well as that journal. The journal piece is really important because it is going to take some time, and we're going to go rapidly through 12 years. And then from there, you're going to, move on from there and continue the work and just be open and ready to embrace that water tiger when it comes in.
Amazing. And Sharon says, incredible how the patterns of the stars explains our essence. Thank you, Kathleen.
Thank you, Sharon. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
And thank you, Anjali, for that great backdrop. It was perfect for my presentation.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much, Kathleen. It was awesome to hear about that and how we can implement and prepare for next year. Definitely reach out. And all of Kathleen's information are on the website, so please do check it out. And you can visit with her at her booth if you look under the events and vendors and also the front page. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Well, up next, we have the amazing Alan Steinfeld. Alan Steinfeld, are you here?
Yes, I am.
There you are. Hello. How are you?
Good to see everybody. Wow, it's quite a great conference, because this is not actually a conference. This is like a mystery school teaching. You realize that, Geraldine?
Yes, I was hoping for something like this. Thank you.
You are doing it. We are preparing the ground to open the greater mind about who and what we are. And maybe we should start a school that just...
Exactly. That is what the heart says right now is needed.
I think so. Training people to understand what everyone here is talking about on this higher level of awareness, so we're moving into this new way of thinking. Mm-hmm. That's sort of what I'll be talking about a little bit. How can we think differently about reality? What were you going to say?
No, I was just going to add to that I remember in our early journeys, sometimes we find it so difficult to merge the spiritual with our everyday life. And for some people, that's still so hard. So if we can try to implement that, and you're going to help us kind of expand our minds and begin to, what you're going to talk about is key, actually, Alan, because when we expand the mind, that's what we need.
It's 3:00. Yes, it's, I'm going to expand the mind. The best I've been able to expand my mind with other ways of knowing, other ways of functioning in reality. And I think that's what everyone here is trying to do. Because it's not really that, the linear mind is hard to integrate the spiritual, because we are spiritual. Yeah. Our consciousness is already that. It's just that we've been programmed, we've been conditioned, we've been, in a sense, mind controlled to think with only half our brain. That's sort of what I'll be going into a little bit today. A bird can't fly with only one wing. We are here to be whole brain beings, which means and should I just start?
Yeah. So Alan is going to present thinking abstractly and his amazing book, Making Contact. Go ahead.
Right. Thank you, Geraldine. But it's sort of what this conversation just started being, thinking abstractly. It's just a quick name to understand what consciousness is, what it really is, as far as we can understand. And also I bring in this book and about abstract thinking, how the beings themselves, how these other beings communicate with us. It is not through words as we can say. I mean, we can get telepathic downloads that we translate into words, but it's not words. It is a sense of impression. It's a sense of, it's a different sense of knowing. It's a different sense of knowing. So let me see, can I get to my slideshow? Let me just see if I can.
Yes, let me actually make sure that you can. And there you go.
Okay.
It should work.
Let me just edit this little. Okay, so I think I'm a co-host, so let me just, and thank you for this opportunity, because what we're doing here and what everyone's been doing and all the different seminars we've been hosting, and also Portal to Ascension, what they're doing is this is training for all of us. I've learned something from everyone who's presented here today. I didn't see yesterday, but everyone today has given me another little piece of awareness. So I think we have to just keep reminding ourselves of who we are, who we really are, and get over this cultural programming that is actually in full swing. More than ever, we are being told what to do, what to think, who we are, how we should behave. And in order to be free, we need to evolve into new human beings. Actually, I just want to read the prologue to my book, because I put this in my book right here, and the way to kind of be these new human beings. And it comes from a speech by an abolitionist. Abolitionists were a movement to get rid of slavery in the 1840s, 50s, leading up to the Civil War. So this one abolitionist, and I had this quote on my wall for, I would say, 10 years, because it just kind of hit me like, this is the way of the future. And, you know, the sense that we are all enslaved to a dogma has controlled our minds. So Williams Ellery Jennings wrote in 1844, there are seasons in human affairs of inward and outward revolution, when new depths seem to be broken up in the soul, when new wants are unfolded in multitudes, and a new and undefined good is thirsted for. There are periods when the principles of experience need to be modified. That's what we're going through. And when hope and trust and instinct claim a share in the guidance of human affairs, and when in truth, to dare is the highest wisdom. So this is isn't that great? To dare is the highest wisdom. It just like stuck out in my mind as something to live by. You know, let's keep pushing the envelope of possibilities. And so how do we do this? By getting out of the linear mind, the linear modalities of thinking, and start to think more abstractly. That's sort of where I got this talk. And one thing that does that is quantum physics. And I'll get into that too a little bit. But you know, right now we're using Newtonian physics. We're using that to run our cars, our airplanes, everything, because the second law of thermodynamics developed by Newton says you put energy out, you get energy back. So we burn gas, we propel our cars. That's linear science. That's Newtonian science. And I think, however these objects are flying here, whatever's in the sky, whatever these UFOs, UAPs are, they're not filling up their gas tank to get here. They're not using Newtonian physics. They're not using the second law of thermodynamics. They have other means of propulsion, which is based on quantum physics. You know, that is what we understand of quantum physics is only the theory. We have yet to put it in application. The application of quantum theory is to calculate probabilities, not results necessarily. I mean, we're always looking at results as if the world is static, you know. And when we're quantum computing, we're looking at a myriad of possibilities. Actually, I developed this theory in Las Vegas. I was there for a seminar, and Newtonian physics says you roll the dice, you get an answer, boom, that's it. Quantum physics says you're rolling the dice and the dice are in superposition. That means there's 36 different possibilities for the dice to land and have a result. But we're not looking at the results, which is concrete. We're looking at the motion, because the world, life, everything is in motion. This is what Einstein said, the only constant is change. Everything is changing. Atoms are changing. There are no solid particles. So there's no there. It's all here. It's everywhere. So instead of collapsing the wave function, which is what we do when we look at the Thais as a land, we keep thinking in the abstract. We're not collapsing the wave function. We're thinking in possibilities. You know, abstract thinking is what makes us different than the animals. We considered, like, we thought or contemplated, what's over that mountain? What's over there? What if we plant these seeds? So these are things animals don't do. They're just like living pretty present, but we're contemplating, we're hypothesizing, we're speculating, we're imagining. And this is the key to the evolution of the human race, is not to collapse the wave function, think abstractly, live in possibilities. So let me get to my slideshow. That's just a preface to what I'll be talking about here. Let me just see which is the slideshow that I'm getting to here. No. Oh yeah, okay, here we go. This is my slideshow. Do you see that on your screen, Geraldine? Yes, okay.
Yes.
So
it's not in presentation mode though, Alan. Do you want to put it in presentation? Yeah.
I could put it in presentation mode. That would be a good thing. Present view. Let me see. Let's see. Okay.
And then we would have to switch screens. So we want to have the other screen.
Oh, the other screen, meaning what? Meaning
basically go ahead and do the same thing and we'll just switch view.
Oh, you're switching views.
No. You go ahead and click on what you just did.
Okay.
Presenter view.
Okay.
It was just right there. Let's see, go back to where you were.
Right here. I put it on presenter view. Yes.
Perfect. And then we're going to go to, I don't see it here, but there should be a little option to change what screen you're looking at.
Well, there. Is that better if I make it bigger that way?
Yeah. Is there do you have other little options around your
Why
screen?
don't I just do the regular view, which would be...
If you go to the bottom.
Is that better?
Yes, exactly. Thank you. You got it. Okay.
Yeah, the presenter view doesn't work on Zoom too well.
Oh, yeah, awful. Okay, here you go. You got it. Thank you.
So this has been my, I would say, career, my thesis is try to understand new realities. So I've been pursuing whatever that means, but a mind stretched to these new realities never returns to its original dimension. So that's really sort of the foundation of all my investigations, all my interviews, everything I've done. And if you don't create your reality, one will be created for you. That's the default position. Thank you for agreeing with all this, Sharon. I'm looking to you, but thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, this is a book I just wrote called Making Contact, which is an overview of the UFO situation. It's a collection of essays by the best experts in the field, because I've been trying to figure out what is going out there, what is going on out there, who are these beings? And what I discovered is that nobody really knows. I mean, everyone has a piece of the truth. It's like parts of the elephant. Does it actually make an elephant? So this is a collection of 11 different essays, including my own and JJ and Desiree Hurtak and Linda Moulton Howe, Whitley Strieber. And I curated this and put it into a book because I thought if we put the pieces of the elephant together, we maybe will see the elephant. Maybe not, but there's still more unknowns. And this is an ongoing field. But I thought after putting this together, what is really going on? Who are these beings? Well, they're not talking to us in linear ways of thinking. And then I saw an interview with Luis Elizondo, who's leading the disclosure movement. And he says they're using quantum physics. Quantum physics is the key to getting out of linear thinking. And so it all sort of came together to me and came in like a sort of download. Oh, if we think differently about reality, then we'll understand really how these beings think a little more. That's my hypothesis. So I'll get back to the hypothesis. But, when we stop thinking and just our being, we encompass the world. We encompass the totality of reality. Just being. We are human beings, not human thinking, not human doing. Being is the key to awakening the greater mind. So that's knowing versus thinking. You know, do you think you're watching this, or do you know? Do you think you're there, or do you know you're there? Are you on the computer, or are you not? So when you think about something, you separate yourself from reality. And I'm going to go, I think I'm going to speak at the Human Origins Conference, where I go into what the origins of thinking are, but it was a kind of overlay. Some people call the Anunnaki, some people call it the Archons, but it was a way to remove thinking. There's nothing wrong with thinking, but we get so caught up in thinking and supposed to imagining, creative learning, feeling. And then there's belief, which is the worst part of thinking. Belief is thinking that you are thinking that there's more than you know. So you end up believing. There's nothing wrong with belief, but belief says nothing. Beliefs is make believe. You could believe anything. I could tell you something, I believe it. So what's the big deal? Do I know it? No. Do I think it? Possibly. Could I believe it? Absolutely. Remember, it's all make believe until you know, really. It's about knowing. So I'm going to talk a little bit. I'll get back to knowing and all that. Chaos versus cosmos, apprehension versus comprehension. So chaos is where we want to live. As soon as we have a cosmos, that's great. It's all in order, but it's not the knowing. When I say chaos, I'm saying everything around you without names is in a sort of form of chaos. And until we create order. Order is fine. There's nothing wrong with order. Just don't get attached to it. So I go through all that. So what I'm really talking about is gnosis. Gnosis is direct knowing. No, it's knowing without words. It's knowing without thought. It's what the Greeks, and there's not been a really good spiritual translation of what the ancient Greeks thought, because they were, and Socrates particularly was a very spiritual master. He talked about knowing and why art is a direct transmission from the gods, and why creativity is about getting the personality out of the way. And this, if we were to rework, because, you know, the ancient Greek philosophers were the foundation of Western philosophy, which became materialism and linear. But if we go back there, we'll understand what gnosis is about. Gnosis is knowing just where you are without thinking about it. This is something I'll return to over and over. Gnosis is knowing. That's where we actually get the English word knowing. That's why there's a K in there instead. We could have put a G in there, but you know, the Romans and the British wanted to make it their own thing. So knowing, direct knowing. This is what this picture of Alex Gray is called theologue. This is in the sense. This is where we always are. We're in the direct center of our own knowing. This is where the universe collapses into the point of cognition. This is our eternal world, and the world outside of us is the illusion of the mind that is taken in by form, taken in by phantasm or phenomena, you know. But beyond phenomena, there's the noumena, which is just something beyond words, something beyond the cosmos. It's not exactly chaos, but it's all things within the gnosis of our own being. So, direct knowing without words. Okay. And then I just want to throw this out there. What this was if you really want to understand thinking, listen to this. The world is as it appears. That's true. The world is not as it appears. That's probably true too. The world is both as it appears and not as it appears. We can understand that. But the world is neither as it appears, nor is it as it does not appear. That's where I lose people. It's like, what? Well, that's the convolutions of thinking about reality as opposed to being in reality. If the doors of perception were cleansed, everything would appear as it is, infinite, but we've closed ourselves up until we see things only through a narrow chink. The world is infinite, but not if you think about it. Thought is not infinite, limited. I mean, there is a level of thought that encompasses all, but that's the thought I'm talking about is the everyday thoughts of the world. So basically, it comes down to this. Sir Arthur Eddington explained Einstein to actually prove that light is bent, but he said something unknown is doing we don't know what. That's all we can really know about the world. Okay, so yes, there's these. Okay, I don't have to go through it, but so if you didn't have training about the world, if you weren't taught to cognize reality, this would just look like an island. If no one ever showed you a picture of a horse, you wouldn't be able to recognize the horse. If you couldn't cognize it, you can't recognize it. Recognition means you had the cognitive training. So it's really training and understanding patterns of perceptions. And once you see a pattern, like, your parents showed you a picture of a horse and then like, oh my God, there's a horse. It fits the patterns that you saw. But it's in the training of the culture. It's the cultural conditioning that gives us the cognitive abilities to recognize the world. But what if you haven't had the cognitive training? What if you've never been taught to see an ET or a UFO? Would you recognize it? No, because there's no cognition there to begin with. That's sort of where I'm going with this. We need to see outside the box in pure knowing, because it's thinking that references recognition. And when we can go beyond the limitations of the cultural conditioning, we can see, like William Blake said, infinite. And it's like we have to step out of the personality awareness that has trained us to think in limitations, especially about ourselves, about who we are and what we believe. And the more you get attached to your belief and your identity, the more limited and narrow the world is. So, in some spiritual traditions, which I think are great, it's about forgetting the self, because you always are the self. You don't need to remember and remind yourself of who you are, because you're it. It's like, we are the infinite perceptions of reality. I love this picture by Alex Gray, because he goes into the infinitude of who we are, as I showed before. So I talk about the brain, which is like the receiver. We in Western culture, we say it's all the brain, but it's the brain is the hardware. It is the radio receiver. It can pick up signals and it can send signals, but you're not your brain. You have a brain and you're not your personality. The brain is the computer. The programs are your personality. That's your software, but it doesn't work until there's an operator. The operator is non-local awareness. It is consciousness. And I'll go into this a little more as I talk about the applications of non-local awareness, which is remote viewing. And we'll do remote viewing practices tomorrow in my workshop. But this is sort of the foundation. So non-local awareness, you can't even think about that. You could think about it, but that's not it. If you're thinking about it, you're in local awareness. Thinking about non-local awareness, it's about being non-local awareness. We are non-local awareness. That's the key here. So thinking versus knowing. This on the right side is the imagination. This is what we're born with, this infinite imagination for color and form and poetry and possibilities. And on the left side, this is what we're taught to think by the time we're 5 years old. ABC 1, 2, 3. That's our thinking. That's our left brain thinking, our linear modalities. The right brain is knowing. That's this incredible imagination of color and possibility. So again, we're going back to thinking versus knowing. This is so hard to tell people, maybe not us, because we can exist in a kind of knowing state. But if you tell people they're not their thoughts, they don't know what they are. Like I was interviewing this really popular lecturer who's on the circuit, and he thinks a lot of thoughts and he throws out a lot of ideas. And I said, "Tell me what you don't know." And the guy was just stopped. He didn't have anything to say because he was identified with his thoughts and what he knew. But gnosis is ongoing. It's ever expanding. It's coming to us in this moment all the time. The cognitions of reality are constantly changing and shifting into the next unknown moment. So we have to stand sort of at the edge of sort of this cosmic surfboard, just letting the unknown of conscious reality sweep through us. This is where creativity comes in. Creativity is getting out of the way and just downloading moment to moment the ongoing existence of forever. This is really why our brains are here. It's not to think about what we've already thought about, which is belief or knowing or worry. You know, someone described worry to me as the worship of fear. So it's not about fear. It's about being and just letting existence pour through you in each moment of being. And that's nothing we have to think about, which is where all the great philosophers get lost in thought. It's just about accessing this moment to moment existence, moment to moment. The capacity of the individual is infinite. Limitations are largely of habit, convention, acceptance of things as they are, fear or lack of self-confidence. But it's way beyond that. It is cultural conditioning. It is like that slide, 1, 2, 3, A, B, C. Where was it? That slide of that. Before you're 5 years old, you're in the infinite realms, right? But this is not just a learning, it is all left brain. And we discount this creative part of ourselves that, yeah, we have like recreation, arts and crafts, but this side, this is who we really are. And we are confined, we're put actually in a box. There's nothing wrong with ABC 1, 2, 3, but that's not all of reality. So there's we have to get ourselves out of that box and get back to the garden, really. As Joni Mitchell says, get back to the garden. Everything is energy, and that's all there is to it. Match the frequency of the reality you want, and you cannot help but get that reality. It can be no other way. This is not philosophy, it's physics. So lots of people, this is what The Secret's all about, you know, like match your frequency. And that is using our brains in different ways. We're using our brains to emanate frequencies as opposed to thinking about what you're having for lunch or what you're going to buy, who you forgot to call. That's all great. And that's all real world practical application. But for most people, I'm not saying us, that's all there is. What's on television, what sports team is winning, who's running for president. All this stuff is so caught up with this left brain awareness that takes us away from the infinitude of who we really are. So this is the higher mind. I really like using Alex Gray because he is one of my favorite artists that uses both sides of his brain. You know, it's very linear and detailed, and yet it's creative and abstract too. I just like to show this picture because this was done in 1989 with these 2 planes here flying over the World Trade Center with smoke coming out of the smokestack. And then in 2001, Alex himself was like, oh my God, what did he paint? So I'm going to be talking more about that tomorrow in the workshop. Like, that's just not negative scenarios, we tap into a lot of positive things. This is a close-up of that painting from 1989. So I'll be explaining how that happens. So we live in this 3D world, basically, right? Where, you know, the body's 3D and the body's great, and we have to be embodied and we have to love our bodies. But for most people, that's their world. Or if that's not their world, this is their world. This is what I call the fourth dimension. Other people call it time. I say the fourth dimension is when you're not really living in your body, you're living in your mind. And these are the emotions. These are the illness of the mind. There's nothing wrong with all these feelings, except they become habitual. They become patterns. If you listen to Joe Dispenza's work, who's great, Joe Dispenza says the feelings become patterns, which become habits, which become ways of being. So let's take, like, we all know people who are angry. You know, there's nothing wrong with being angry if it's called for. It's just that it becomes a chemical. Anger all these emotions are chemicals. And when you get used to functioning in a certain way, I mean, happiness is a good chemical addiction. But if you get used to functioning and feeling in a certain way, and it starts, I think the first speaker, it starts at birth, where we encode our parents' emotion, you know. So if your parents look angry or sad, we mimic those emotions starting at 6 years old, where there's that entrainment that happens through facial recognition. So we start to feel what our parents are feel, because there's a basic instinct in us to mirror the people around us. So as we're mirroring the people, we're starting to, like, those chemicals are starting to run through our body. You know, so if you're mirroring someone who's angry or sad, that becomes the chemical addictions that you react to for most of your life until you are conscious of it. And then how you change that's a little off the topic, but in a way it's related. So if you notice a kind of reaction that you're having, except happiness is a good one, you know, then you can notice that you don't have to go there. That's the power of the mind. So if you're saying, oh, I'm getting angry again, it's like, that doesn't have to be your default position, because you're feeding those chemicals. What it does is stepping back with awareness, noticing what's happening and not indulging in those chemicals. And it's like trying to stop smoking cigarettes. You know, you have that craving. And if you don't have that cigarette, I've never smoked cigarettes, but people tell me this. If you don't indulge in the craving, it can get stronger at first, but eventually it stops. So that's the same thing with these addictive emotions. The fifth dimension is where we're heading. It's triggered by near-death, out-of-body, just seeing a UFO, past life memory, energetic healing, telepathic communications, remote viewing, which I'll be talking about tomorrow, consciously creating your reality. This is fifth dimensional awareness that gets us over the understanding. And it's nothing wrong with all of these, except when you have the broader perspective, those things become tools as opposed to indulgences, because we are the greater mind incarnating into the body to have the tools of our emotion and our physicality in order to understand the physical plane, in order to embrace physicality. But because everything's accelerating, we're moving to this higher density, and those third and fourth realms are still available, but these higher levels of more abstract awareness are becoming available to us. So this is the world we grew up in: work, die, consume, work, buy, consume, and die. That's, you know, that's all we're taught of reality. You go to school and that's what we're told to do. You know, I used to say, if you sit behind a desk for 20 years, all you know how to do when you graduate is sit behind a desk. And that's okay if you want to do it. Nothing wrong with any of it, but it's more. So I think we can be more than our linear awareness. So I kind of divided this brain into left brain and right brain. Most people are just left brain. That's what I've been talking about. Linear awareness, linear. It's like A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. The right brain is this yin color. It's the feminine. It's the intuitive. It's the perception. It sees patterns of perception. That's the thinking reality of the right brain. So listening to music is a right brain activity. Poetry kind of is right brain and left brain, because you want to understand the words, but you also want to get the rhythm of things. That's why, you know, rock music is so popular, because it's the beat of the rock music that gets us into our right brain, and the beautiful poetry of some of the great music of all time in there. So we're listening, but we are mostly left brain, which linear, male dominated ways of thinking, the aggression as opposed to the reception. So we're here to be whole brain, but we've been so one way that it's time to practice the other ways of thinking, other ways of being. So how do we do that? Well, I think I saw it. Yeah. The intuitive mind versus the concrete mind, emanating the feelings from the heart center. This is where we're going. And we have to understand other ways of thinking. So this is my favorite, one of my favorite quotes of John Mack, who was really one of the leaders in the UFO field. He says, we're dealing with a phenomenon which violates our sense of reality, which operates between the physical and subjective worlds. And we're being asked to prove this by physical science alone. That's linear thinking. But those methods, in his view, will not yield its secrets until we discover other ways of knowing. This is where I'm going. Other ways of knowing. Other ways of knowing. All matter originates and exists by virtue of force. We must assume behind this force the existence of consciousness and intelligence. The mind, this greater mind, not the thinking mind, the knowing mind, is the matrix, and we are connected directly to that matrix. We are the emanations of that matrix. I just looked at my clock. It's 3:33 here in New York. So anyway, we are the emanation of that matrix. So when we go to new levels of cognition, that happens at new levels of awareness. New levels of awareness happen when we drop out of the linear thoughts and start to awaken the greater conscious mind. So if we're just thinking beings, this is our destiny. From apes to some guy sitting at a computer, because that's all we know. And it's all there on your computer and like we're doing now, but we're bigger than that, because this is our destiny, I think. And I don't think we actually came from apes. I think we descended from the light into form. And then that was called involution. And evolution is the reversing of the involution. So we came from light, we descended in order to experience the creation, because what else are we going to do? We painted the picture, but to really get it, we have to jump into the film, into the picture, to experience density. Bashar says in one of his lectures, this is our last chance for density. So get it while you can. This is it. We're moving to this next level of more of a light frequency. So indulge in the intensity, but know that you're not that. So what are we? We are the evolution of conscious light, waking up to who we are. So it's about using our operating system, right? So we have the brain as a tool for our evolution. It's the hardware, like I said. So the reptilian brain, the old brain, is the survival brain. You know, it's what the first beings of creation, and they function with the what's formerly called the 4 F's: feeding, fighting, fleeing, and having sex. Those are the 4. But the higher brain, which is what has evolved as we become more conscious in our creation, is the neocortex, the frontal lobe. This is the frontal lobe. And this is where, not the redundant thought, this is where we can use the power of our imagination to create more of the realities that we want in the frontal lobe, because this is the frontal lobe here. This is the lower cerebellum. This is our midbrain where we process emotion. This is very simplistic view. But if we concentrate on our frontal lobe, pituitary pineal gland, you know, it's your pituitary, which is your third eye, and it's like a bud in people who haven't awakened. It's like, so when you focus on it and you do third eye meditations and you look into the light and you see it, it starts to unfold. It starts to unfold like the 1,000-petal lotus, they say. So it's the pituitary pineal gland with intention that creates reality. So let's just do a simple exercise now. Close your eyes and focus on something you want to create in your life, and hold that in the place of your third eye. Hold that between your eyes in the pituitary gland. I mean, like, shift that image right to the pituitary gland and hold it there for a second. Now breathe it in, breathe that image into your body and hold it and blow it out. We're going to do it 3 times. Now get that image back to your pituitary pineal third eye point. Breathe it in and blow it out. Now hold it again. This is the third and final time. Now hold that image in your mind and breathe it in. Again, breathe it, suck it in and hold it, hold it, hold it. So it's fully formed there. Hold it, and breathe it out. And so be that, because you've created reality. You've got it. Intention is everything. Like Michelangelo, you as the God have brought your creation into form. You've given it life by intention. It's everything. This in his like creative mind, he created this brain here, Michelangelo, and the divine force is coming right out of the third eye place. I mean, really is. I mean, I don't know, maybe he knew that, maybe he didn't know that, but this is how, I mean, it's an amazing illustration of how we give birth to our creations. You know, it's everything. This is, you know, when we hold the intention and breathe it out, and then we don't have to think about it again because we don't want to get lost in thought. We just put it out there. And it's like Einstein said, when we vibrate, we bring the level of vibration to us. So if you're in fear because you've watched the news over and over again, which I had to turn off the news because it's like, do I really want to watch that and go to that level? So when you're around friends and people and wisdom con, you know, wisdom is the knowing of gnosis. It's the Homo sapien sapien. It's the awareness of awareness. This is the wisdom that comes when you know that you know. So anyway, turn off the news and let's move on. Okay, here we go. Okay, so the other thing I want to show about the brain is that when you connect your frontal lobes, which is the creative thought, with the lower cerebellum, which is nature itself, that is the snake biting its tail. That is the Ouroboros. That is when you give birth to your own being, when you connect with the essence of nature. So that's what the snake biting its tail is, when consciousness connects with the incarnate force of being. Does the totality of existence wake itself up and know what it is? And we're all still working on that. I'm not saying I know that. I have an inkling of that. So we create the world with our minds through that intention. Yes. Right. And we could send that intention to others. Voyage of discovery is not in seeking new landscape, but in having new eyes. Okay. So you cognize new realities by getting away from everything you think you know, drop into unlimited knowing so you can perceive the infinite all around us and record it as a creative input. That's Marcel Proust, you know, what was the name of his book? remembrance of things past. Well, you don't have to remember it because it's just right here in the field. So getting back to the main topic, thinking abstractly means to not comprehend reality, which we all want to do. We want to apprehend it. Comprehension is the collapsing of the wave function saying, oh, I know what this is. It's just thinking. Apprehension is where the poets live. You know, it's where the abstraction lives, where music lives. Can you tell someone what this classical music means? If you tell them, you're absolutely wrong. You know, oh, this is what it's apprehended. It's what quantum physics is. It's the apprehension of possibility, of superposition. Right now, everything is in superposition. There's infinite timelines running through this moment of the present, and we can intentionally take whatever timeline that we want to resonate with as a vibratory frequency. So if you can't comprehend that, try to apprehend that you can live in a kind of more fluid place of awareness. This is how the UFOs actually appear in and out of our reality, apprehending, because they're not fixed into this is where they are. They're superpositions of reality. So when you name something, and I'll talk about this more in the remote viewing class tomorrow, when you name it, you know what it is, and it's like you miss what's really going on. So if you're walking up to a tree and you think, oh, that's just a tree, and you label it, you're living in what Joseph Chilton Pierce calls semantic reality, where most of us live. We live in naming things, and then we know the world because we've named it or we think we know it. So you're missing the thing we call a tree when you call it a tree, because it's not a tree. That's just a name. It's an infinite being, just like all of us, like everything, you know. So there's nothing wrong with naming something, but it's not reality. It's only a overlay. It's the map, not the territory. You know, it's like you can have like you're driving along, you're looking for, and you have this map, but then there's a road that's not on the map, and you don't know why it's not on the map, because it should be. We're looking at the territory here, which is knowing versus thinking, you know. And when you're knowing, you actually don't need the map because you are infinite awareness. So when you're thinking, you need the map. Are we here? Are we going this way? And there's nothing wrong with it. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. We just have overdone it. Okay. So I guess I have about 15 minutes. Yeah. So another way of thinking abstractly is with symbols. We're thinking in forms, not words. Words are great, and words are abstract in their own way. But when you think in symbols, as Goethe said, symbols are a living, perceptual, instantaneous revelation of the unfathomable, you know? So, I talked about this. So this is sort of where I get into my ideas about quantum physics, UFOs, and consciousness, because when we triangulate, I have a whole talk about this on my YouTube channel, but let me just see here. Okay, this is a little bit from a lecture I gave on this because I wanted to use some of what was here. Let me just see. Quantum physics comes down to the observer effect. What we think affects reality. And these beings, whoever they are maneuvering their craft in this quantum physics way to appear, disappear, move from place to place, move beyond time, but somehow they're able to use their mind to project a reality that they want. We have to get out of linear thinking. We have to think more abstractly, because when we're thinking linearly, you collapse the wave function and say, this is it. If you're thinking abstractly, many possibilities exist at once. And when we learn the power of consciousness to manipulate those other realities, we will use the full capacity of our brain to move from here to there without shifts. This is what the ETs do. I'm going to just fast forward this a little bit to here. Take into account is that consciousness, this idea of consciousness, is not localized in the brain, just like the music from a radio is not actually
I've used this,
being
right.
generated by the radio. It's only being
Right. If you open up the radio, you're not going to find the announcer. Okay. Here's a little thing to consider.
As our mind becomes more conscious, as we become more aware of the capacities of consciousness, this is bringing on what we're calling the close encounter experience, because maybe these beings are connected to an evolutionary awareness that brings in a new level of cognition. The experience of contact with non-intelligence is the key that will open the door to understanding consciousness. So this is why there's this threefold aspect to this question. There's quantum physics, there's consciousness, and there are UFOs. And I think they're all related on some level. So
here we go. Yes.
We need to think that way. And our thinking has become concretized in comprehension. We need to think in a higher level. We need to think abstractly. Quantum physics lead to this new understanding, this new level of meaning means we need to think in the abstract. This apprehension versus comprehension. These are what I feel the levels of quantum physics lead to. This new understanding, this new level of meaning means we need to think
in the abstract.
The ability to be abstract. It was the key to our survival.
Okay. Yes, it was the key to our survival.
By the base.
Okay. Now this is something. So signs are very linear. Symbols are abstract, right? So you have a stop sign. You know what that means. You put that stop sign in some polluted water. Then it becomes something else. So the world is made of symbols, not signs, if we have this other level of abstraction that we're moving into. And that's what the great artists were doing. They were thinking in abstract awareness. So let me just finish this up here. Okay, let me just right here. Okay.
World into specific meaning. What we get with images, an emoji, you may give someone a thumbs up after they say, oh, let's meet. But it doesn't just say, yes, let's meet. It says right on. It means thank you. It means a multiplicity of meanings.
So with emojis, we are starting to think more abstractly. We're starting to get away. We're starting to form a cluster of meanings around the image, which is getting us to use more of our right brain, which thinks in images.
Johann Goethe says, symbols are a living, perceptual, instantaneous revelation of the unfathomable. In terms of the symbols, I love showing the drawings of Kamara Jones. You can look at her on Instagram, Art Soldier 70.
Kamara Jones really uses symbols and this intuitive knowing to start to activate people in this other dimensional reality, which brings me to my book. If you look at the title of my book, it has this asterisk.
Aspect right in the title of my book.
I wanted to put this abstract language.
Bestows a variety.
I wanted to put this other way of knowing in the title as a key to those paying attention about how we might be communicated with by these beings.
Of associations, such as a distant star, the possible origins of an extraterrestrial existence, or it could mean a new star is rising over the ill-fated stars of the past. On another level, that asterisk placed between making and contact is like the center point of a compass, representing the way consciousness reaches out in all directions. Whatever your association to the asterisk is, it is the initiation into a new way of knowing. That symbol has a nonverbal communication from mind to mind. It is the point of contact.
Right. Okay. There we go. So that's sort of where I was heading with all this, but as we get away from the concretized realities that we've been used to, when you start to feel into the world, it becomes less solid. It becomes more liquid, more ephemeral. We start to merge into the greater body. We're not limited with the boundaries of our body are not our skin. It's our energetic field, or really the mind field, which is infinite. The non-local consciousness is really the boundaries, which doesn't have a boundary, to who we are as we emanate from that center point, that point of making in contact, that star reaching out into all directions, is the infinite mind of all that we are and all that will ever be, as we intersect with the world of limitation, and knowing that it's this limited scope of being. We actually, when we know the limitations of that, we know that we're not limited to that. So as we think in more symbolic forms, like the great painters, like the evolution of painting went from flat, non-linear, to perspectives in the Renaissance. And, from perspective, they went into abstraction. How is that an evolution in art? Well, it was like we knew perspective so well, we knew how to calculate everything, that the only way beyond that was to just dissolve all those forms and think with another part of our brain. So it's interesting, as abstract painting came into form, quantum physics came into form, jazz music came into form that didn't have the same structure. All these are symptoms of this ongoing shift of gnosis that started to flood into us in the beginning of the 20th century with new ways of thinking, other ways of knowing that we are still trying to process and integrate. So that was really, I think, the beginning of the Aquarian age, where Aquarius is the water bearer, but what he's pouring out is not water, but airwaves. And so the idea of the greater mind and the idea of the shift of consciousness, it really took hold in the 60s as the dawning, and now we're moving into the actuality, when we can start to think abstractly, when we could really understand the applications of quantum physics and apply that to objects and have them function not on Newtonian physics, but on this other way. We'll start to meet these beings who are coming here to meet us on the level that they're playing. Like, we need to think in these other terms. Like, if you're talking to your dog, you're not going to bark at them. You're going to talk to them in the language of the more evolved intelligence, probably, or maybe they're more evolved. But this is how I think these ETs are speaking to us. We have to learn the language, or language, not really a good word, but the awareness of abstract thought, ways to apprehend reality as opposed to comprehend it. Because as soon as we comprehend it, we put it into a box and say, I know what this is. But apprehension broadens the perspective, and people are like afraid, they're apprehensive. That's not the right meaning. Apprehension is not about fear. It's about having a cluster of meanings to associate with a bigger scope of reality. To apprehend the world is to see its infinitude in all its creations. And that's where we're moving into as an evolving culture, where we're getting out of the box of thinking and pulling in the gnosis of our true awareness. So when we have that gnosis of the awareness, and then there's no defined form in that gnosis. It's like the symbol. We can't say what it exactly means. It means a lot of things. So, but you know what it means. You know what it means. That's the thing about symbol. You don't think it means it. You know what it means for you. You can think it means specifically this, but that's only the specifics. When you look at something symbolically, it's apprehended on many, many levels of reality. And I say, when we move into the right brain awareness, not to discount the left brain, but when we become more receptive of the gnosis of the universe, then we become whole brain creatures, whole brain beings. The left brain will get you from A to B, but the right brain will get you everywhere else and will get you into the creative imagination, because we need other ways of thinking if we're going to get out of the mess we've created for ourselves here on planet. We got into that mess through the linear thought, and it's gotten us far, but now we've hit a dead end. This is why John Mack said, in order to understand the phenomena, we need to think different, other ways. So what I apprehended as the other ways has to be this more abstract level. And so I can go on and on about that, but tomorrow we'll put this into practical application as we drop into the right brain in order to remote view and understand that there is perception coming to us all the time from this other level of consciousness. We just have to make ourselves available. Watch your dreams, watch your mind as you fall asleep, and start to see the images that come in. So I would spend some time with the Aborigines in Australia, and they said the dream time was sort of their religion. They didn't have a religion. Dreaming was their, and they said, this is how you know you're in dream time. When you watch your mind fall asleep and you start to see images that are outside your everyday consciousness. And you start to see that, you start to hear voices, you start to see people, you start to see scenes. If you can stay conscious in that level, then you're tapping into the creative function of the gnosis, and you're the creator of your reality, and you are bridging the left and right brain awareness, because it's only when we become whole brain beings that we'll be able to solve the problems that we've created, and then meet the others who are visiting us on their terms. You're not on the limited humans. Limited humans will never meet these beings because they're beyond that. But the infinite human, the one that transcends time and space, the one that's not attached to the identity, I think, I'm not just thinking now, that's where they want to engage us, on the level beyond perception, beyond identity, beyond the thinking mind, into true knowing. And then we meet on an even playing field. So that's a little bit of what I have to say. How's that, Geraldine?
Phenomenal. Thank you. Wow. Can you take a couple questions?
Yes, I'd love to. Anybody, yes.
We have a question from Ashave de Ciesiga. How does the pineal gland work? How to get it running again?
Well, meditation, by visualizing, to just go into your own mind. If you see it calcified, start to break it up. This is the power of the mind and imagination. When you imagine something, or if you imagine yourself eating a lemon, your saliva will mouth will start to water. It's like, this is what, the placebo effect. This is what Joe Dispenza. When you believe in the power of your mind over what the outside world is telling you, then you can control reality. So go in, open that pineal gland. It's a 1,000-petal lotus that wants to bloom. And when you open that, the pineal pituitary gland, the pineal is right in the center of your head. It's this little gland. It's like a pine cone. And when it opens, it is the crown chakra opening to infinite mind. That is that. And in babies, I have pictures. 4 o'clock. When you have babies have that little opening at the top of their head, that's soft, because they're bringing in the infinite mind right into the pineal. So how do you open it? By intending to. That's one way.
Excellent.
Is there another question?
We have so many questions for you.
Okay.
But we are at the
You can ask them tomorrow during the workshop too.
Yeah. Can we save them? Yeah.
Yeah, save them. You have just one more question? I
have 3 more questions.
Oh, okay. Just give me a quick one, and then I'll do.
Let me see. Do we even need the body to travel? Do we even need a ship to travel? Can we travel without that? Can we move through time and space without that? You
absolutely can, and you do it all the time. The great thing about the body is that you can play all the keys on the keyboard. The low keys, the high keys. You want your body because it is the infinite creation and form. This is what ascension is really. Ascension is the transmutation, I think, of the physical body into light, where you take your body with you. Some people say that's not possible. I think it's possible. And I think people have done in the past. This is what the great sages have done. They've illuminated their body. So yeah, you don't need your body to travel, but I think it's nice to have a vehicle sometimes to park your consciousness in. So at least you know where you are, but you don't need it. But it's great to take it with you if you can. So practice lucid dreaming and awareness and all that. Thank you, Geraldine, for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And please connect with Alan and his beautiful channel, New Realities, and connect with him at his websites, his links, get his amazing book. And we will see you tomorrow.
Oh, I just want to say I am teaching a remote viewing course on Portal to Ascension. You can look that up on portaltoascension.org. It's a 4-week course. So thank you. Great to see you, Preston. It's all yours.
Yes, thank you so much. Up next, we have the wonderful, the one and only Preston Dennett, who is doing incredible work here in the field of ufology contact and helping us understand our contact. He's going to be talking about the healing power of UFOs. Preston, welcome.
Hi, Geraldine. Thanks. Thanks for having me on.
It's so wonderful to have you. Thank you for your patience. Wonderful. Well, are you going to be doing a presentation, PowerPoint?
Yeah, I would love to, actually.
Okay.
I do have one ready to go.
Wonderful. Let me make you, okay, you are co-host. You're ready to go. It's all yours.
All right. Thanks, Geraldine. Let me just share the screen and pull my PowerPoint up real quick. And we will get going. Let's see here, slideshow from beginning. There we are. All right, I only have an hour, so I'm gonna have to go really quick because I could talk for 3 hours on this subject easy. But I will be talking about the healing power of UFOs, which is something that's very dear to me. Got involved in this field in 1986 when I found out my family, friends, and coworkers were having sightings. This slide here is the first article I ever wrote about UFOs, which is about sightings in my hometown. These are all the books I've written about UFOs. So yeah, I am deeply immersed in this field. It's taken over my life. I'm super happy about it, actually. I've had a number of my own sightings, and contact is definitely escalating for me. But today I'm going to be talking about healings. This was actually the subject of my first book, which was called UFO Healings and covered 100 cases. But that was back in 1996. And since then, I've gotten a lot more cases and have really publicized this because it doesn't get a lot of attention. There's a lot of attention, I think, paid to the more scary aspects of UFO encounters, and it can be scary. But from my own research, I've come to look at the contact experience as something that's very transformational, very healing. And there are now a lot of other researchers who are looking into this. Here's Virginia Aronson. She wrote a book called Celestial Healing, which kind of took off where my book left off. And here's another book about positive encounters. I think people are beginning to wake up to the fact that ETs are not here to hurt us. They're not here to scare us. In fact, their agenda is to wake us up, to heal us, to warn us of our own warlike ways against nuclear proliferation and things like these. This is Adrian DeVere. He also wrote a book about the healing entities. So yeah, this is something that is becoming more increasingly popular. And I recently put out this book, The Healing Power of UFOs, which covers some 300 cases. These stretch back over 100 years. They come from all across the world, mostly USA, Canada, England, all across South America, I mean, Australia, Africa. These are absolutely universal. And the first person to really write about UFO healings is Gordon Creighton, who was the editor of the Flying Saucer Review and wrote about UFO healings way back in 1970, a little article called Healing from UFOs. But what I found is most major researchers have uncovered cases of this type. Here's Bud Hopkins. I cornered him at a conference because he never wrote about healings. He said, oh yeah, I do have several cases. And David Jacobs, of course, he takes a somewhat scary view of the ETs, but admits that he has many cases. People healed of pneumonia, people healed of diphtheria, many healings. John Mack, of course, has many healing cases. People healed of a cancer, of heart disease. Edith Fiore, she's the first person with a PhD to write about UFO abductions. She said that fully half of her clients had reported healings. So this was initially thought to be quite rare, but more studies are showing that this is quite common, actually, and a consistent feature of UFO encounters. Here's Barbara Lamb, one of my favorite researchers, and she has written some books and interviewed hundreds upon hundreds of people, done a lot of hypnotic regressions, and has, of course, uncovered many, many healings. Most major researchers have. Brad Steiger, certainly Yvonne Smith. She had a case of a gentleman who was allegedly cured of AIDS, not the only case that I know about. Wendell Stevens, has written a number of books and published a bunch of books, many of which contain healing accounts. Richard and Lee K. Boyland wrote a book about positive encounters with ETs, several of which contained healings. So my point is, most major researchers have these cases. And here's just 25 that I know of who have reported healing cases. Constance Clear, Artie Six Killer Clark, Ann Druffel, Timothy Good, Bill Hamilton, Ray Hernandez, Cynthia Hind, Jim and Coral Lorenzen. It goes on and on. Leonard Stringfield, Jacques Vallée. This is something that's not getting a lot of attention, but really I think deserves more attention than it's getting because it shows a very benevolent side to the ETs. I'm absolutely convinced that healing is one of their main agendas. Now, I want to talk a little bit about why I think ETs make good doctors. There's a very strong medical theme that runs through onboard UFO accounts. And over again, people will describe ETs as doctors or describe the rooms that they're in medical terms. It's clear the ETs know a lot more about the human body than perhaps even we do. I'm saying that because they've cured many what we term chronic illnesses, which is obviously a misnomer if they're healing them. These healings are often done through beams of light. That is probably the most common theme. And there are other ways that people are healed. Sometimes they're given medicine, something to drink, or pills. Other times they're given an operation on board a UFO. And sometimes it's through just no tools at all, just what we would term psychic healing. So medical evidence is, of course, very important. It's something that can make or break a case, and there's lots of forms of it. The MUFON journal really looks at medical evidence only in the terms of injuries and doesn't even mention healings, which is quite unfortunate. But physiological effects as a result of a UFO encounter are not uncommon. These are pictures of scoop marks from some of Bud Hopkins' clients. And here's a case I worked on involving Mike Evans, who is a nurse who had repeated encounters and would often wake up with marks on his arm. He also had implants that would appear in his body as well. These were judged as foreign bodies by the people who read the x-rays. And there are many, many cases involving people who received burns. Here's a case involving 3 ladies, Elaine Thomas, Mona Stafford, and Louise Smith, who in 1976 experienced a missing time abduction in Kentucky. And all of them were left with severe eye irritation, burns, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, fatigue, and weight loss. it appeared to be very similar to radiation sickness. It's a pretty well-known case. Here's a case from Timothy Good, in which Denise Bishop, here pictured on your left, was struck by a beam of light on her hand, which was diagnosed as a laser burn. Here's another case involving physiological effects, injuries, which do occur. I think they're more rare than healings, actually. Many people do not report their healings, but this is Stephen Michalik from Falcon Lake, Canada, who approached too close to a landed UFO, and as a result was burned on his chest. And immediately following this event, he experienced not only burns, but fainting, weight loss, headaches, diarrhea, swelling of his joints and hands, eye irritation, and eventually lost 22 pounds, and his blood lymphocyte level went down from 25 to 16%. He ended up being examined by more than 27 doctors who could not explain his symptoms as anything other than some type of radiation sickness. But what I really want to talk about is healings, because this, I think, points towards the true ET agenda. The very scariest thing I hear from people is the physical examination. And what they're often doing is healing people. Unfortunately, people have a strong fear reaction, and this can cloud their perception and make them think that perhaps this is not good for them, when in fact it is. Healings take place in a number of different areas. Often people are visited in their home and receive essentially what is, I would call a doctor's visit in their home. Other times they're taken on board and treated there, particularly if it's a severe illness like cancer. I have 30 cases, more than that, of people who are healed of cancer. It's one of the most common type of healings. Also, people will be driving along and a UFO hovers overhead, perhaps strikes them with a beam of light or not, and they're healed in their car or walking outside. And another thing I found, which really surprised me, is about 10% of the cases take place in hospitals. This is a case which took place at the Cowichan Station Hospital in Canada, where a nurse actually saw this UFO hovering right outside the hospital. This was on January 1st, 1970. Her name is Doreen Kendall, and she saw this object hovering right outside of the children's wing. So yeah, so let's just get to the actual cases, because I'm 13 minutes in, yikes. Okay, here's a really famous case, which you may have heard of. This involved two police officers, Deputy Robert Good and Deputy McCoy, who were driving outside of Damon, Texas, when they saw this UFO. It was quite large, hovering over this field, and it sent down a purple beam of light, which struck Deputy Good on the arm. Turned out Deputy Good had a cut on his finger. He had been bitten by his son's baby pet alligator and had a wound, which was sore, inflamed. It was all bandaged up. He could feel this beam as it hit him, said it was warm and tingling. The officers were quite frightened and drove off quickly and parked at a diner. And once they were inside the diner, Deputy Good realized his finger was no longer hurting, pulled off the bandage, and his flesh wound was completely healed. It was gone. So they can instantly heal wounds, just like we see in Star Trek. This is a very well verified case. By the way, one of these officers, McCoy, was a supervisor and had 60 other officers under him who he was their boss. And this was also, they were interviewed by a officer from Pease Air Force Base who was very interested in their story. Jacques Vallée had a very interesting case, which is somewhat well known, involving a medical doctor in France who was struck by a beam of light in his home and went to his room and woke up the next morning and realized that the axe wound on his foot that he had received 2 days earlier was completely healed. And not only that, he had been partially paralyzed from injuries sustained during the Algerian War many years earlier. He had to give up piano playing as a result, and his paralysis was gone. So this person received actually 2 healings. And yeah, he was a medical doctor, so a good witness. And this was when I first started to realize the pattern of who's being healed and why. An awful lot of doctors, a lot of social workers, artists, musicians, inventors, police officers, environmentalists, animal rights activists, people who are doing good work for humanity are the people who are being healed. So that was one pattern I noticed. It's evenly divided between men and women. And if you have a history of contact, you're also much more likely to receive a healing. Timothy Green Beckley, who just recently passed away, received a number of cases. He talked about a journalist by the name of Brandon Blackman, who was quite well known. And on July 8th, 1974, Brandon Blackman saw a UFO in Prospect Park, New York, along with a bunch of other people, and was healed just by being in the presence of a UFO. He had a bad cut on his hand, and when he returned home, the cut was gone. Interestingly, his keys were missing. He had real trouble getting into his house. He knew he had the keys with him because he had locked the door. When he got to the landlord and got back into his apartment, he found the keys sitting on his bed. So that was curious and another weird clue that something very unusual was happening there. So there's all these weird paranormal events that surround a lot of these cases. But flesh healings are actually quite common. Gordon Creighton talked about a case which took place in 1952 in which a gentleman was trying to emigrate to another country in Europe. His name is Hans Klotzbach, and he jumped from a train and received severe injuries to his legs and was instantly pulled on board a UFO and healed by human-looking ETs. One guy I interviewed from Belgium had an injury to his foot, which was chronic and not healing, and the doctors couldn't figure it out. And he prayed to God for a healing, and instead ETs showed up and healed him. That was in 1992. There's another case from Florida that I love involving a man by the name of Jim Law, who woke up one day and saw grays surrounding his bed. And he had been having encounters with grays for a long time and had gotten over his fear. He said, "If you're going to take me, why don't you heal my hernia?" And they said, "We know of this condition that you speak of, and we will repair it." That's almost a direct quote. And they did. And he asked them, "Why are you taking me?" And they said, "We are interested in your genetic potential to live a long time," which I found fascinating. His grandfather was 106 years old, by the way. And I've had a lot of contactees tell me that they are very healthy, have enjoyed excellent health, and go to the doctor even when they're quite elderly, and the doctors tell them, you have the lungs of a teenager. Your heart is fine. So a lot of people talk about having what I would call health upgrades. John Mack talks about this. Artie Six-Killer Clark invested a case where a bicyclist, a bike racer, was pulled on board. He had missing time, was put back, and following that, he was stronger and faster and began winning all his bike races. So they are actually upgrading people's health as well. Here's a very well-known case. Charles Moody in 1975 was pulled on board a UFO and saw these entities. He struggled with them at first, and during this abduction attempt actually injured his back. And they healed him of this injury, which occurred during the abduction. There are a few cases where this has happened. But by the way, there are a number of cases of people who have been healed of chronic back pain. I interviewed a lady from Norway who in 1991 had grays come into her bedroom, flipped her around like a rag doll. She was very frightened. She has zero history of encounters. Asked them all kinds of questions. They never answered. They just flipped her on her stomach, held an instrument to her back, and filed out. And she woke up and her chronic back injury was healed. I asked her what she did for a living. She says, "Actually, I was a graphic artist at the time. And this injury was causing all kinds of problems. I couldn't work. I'm like, oh, well, that's interesting. And she says, but now I'm retired and please don't use my name because I'm very active in my country with animal rights and human rights. And I'm like, ooh, there's that pattern again. So that turns up again and again. And yeah, I know of many other cases of back healings. Olga Adler, she was cured in 1973 when this robed entity came into her home. Barbara Lamb has a case of two ladies who had a UFO following them. They parked, got out of their car. It sent down a beam of light which came towards them. They took off running in fear. One of them was struck by a beam of light and healed of chronic back pain. Here's Richard Rilke. He's what we would term a contactee, meaning he's had friendly encounters with ETs who invite him on board. By the way, most of the healings are being done by grays. Second to that would be human-looking ETs, but also praying mantis type and strange humanoids. And Richard Rilke has experienced more than 7 different healings. As a young child, he had a very severe ear infection. He was healed. He worked as a factory worker and his finger was crushed in a machine. And the nurse who examined him thought it was going to have to be amputated, but his ET friends showed up in a hospital and cured his injury with a small handheld instrument. He returned to work the next day and completely freaked out the nurse, who wanted to know how come his finger was completely back to normal. And he explained it was his ET friends. He had a tumor on his face at one point, and the ETs removed that. Once he had a very severe auto accident, and they healed him of injuries involved in the auto accident. I interviewed a lady in Georgia who had a very severe auto accident. The ETs pulled her from the accident site onto a UFO, and she was having an out-of-body experience at this point and looking at her body lying on the table inside the UFO. And the ETs told her that she had actually passed away, that her brainstem had been severed, that she was not supposed to die in this accident, and they would repair it, which they did. They healed all the scars on her face, several broken bones, and then replaced her at the scene of the accident seconds later. So they kind of telescoped time because this operation took a good hour or so. And they said they were not able to heal all the injuries because some of them were karmic. And that does turn up in a number of cases, which might explain why some people are being healed and others are not. At any rate, it's one of a number of cases in which people were apparently brought back to life after receiving fatal injuries. There are so many cases, there's no way I'm going to be able to cover them all. Here's another contactee who I spoke with personally, Jerry Wills. He's from Kentucky, and as a young man kept seeing UFOs and having closer and closer encounters, and was eventually approached by a human-looking ET who introduced himself as Zoe and began to teach him all kinds of things. And Jerry Wills ended up becoming an inventor of sorts, invented a number of things. He's now a healer, does hands-on healing. This is something I see with a lot of contactees. Following their encounters, they become very interested in healing. ETs are teaching people how to heal. And Jerry Wills at one point had a very severe fever as a young man, and Grays came into his room and took him on board and fed him some pills, shined some lights on him, injected him, and cured him of his fever. This is Leonard Stringfield, who had a very interesting case involving a young man by the name of Chuck Doyle, who was just a little kid, a teenager, a preteen actually, who in early 1970s was suffering from a very severe head cold and was outside in his backyard when a manta ray-shaped UFO swooped down and started hovering over the neighbor's yard. It sent down a beam of light which started coming towards him. And Chuck became frightened because he thought this beam of light was going to strike him, which it did. And as soon as it struck him, he became instantly paralyzed. All these weird mathematical symbols filled his head, weird geometric shapes, weird landscapes and buildings, and some stuff which just went completely over his head. And the beam retracted and the UFO zipped off. He fell to the ground because he was in a sort of a leaning position trying to run away, and ran back inside and told his mom what happened. And that's when they noticed that his cold was gone. They called the doctor the next day, and he was given a completely clean bill of health. It's one of several cases of people cured of colds and flus. It's very curious. I don't know why ETs would fly light years or wherever they're coming from to cure a young boy of a cold, but there are enough cases to show that they are doing this. And there's so many cases I can talk about. Jim Sparks is a very well-known abductee, contactee. He does not need hypnosis to recover memories of his encounters. He's remembered them fully consciously. And he had an experience where he was suffering from severe flu. And ETs showed up and they reminded him that they would agree to heal him if he was ever in danger. And they said he was very, very sick and in danger of dying. And they healed him of the flu. And one of many cases like this. Later, he had another experience where he was taken on board and the ETs handed him these boxes filled with this black, stinky goo, a tar-like substance. And they said, "This is our gift to you." He's like, "What do you mean? A gift?" Because this was black goo and it smelled noxious. "What kind of gift is this?" And they said, "We removed this from your lungs. You need to stop smoking." And he did. He stopped smoking. And at that point, they were showing him images of him very sick. So I think they were giving him a warning that if he continued to smoke, he would get probably cancer or suffer health-wise because of it. And I know of another identical case to this. A gentleman was pulled on board. The ET said, "Here's our gift to you," and showed him these containers filled with black goo. It smelled real bad. The only difference was the shape of the containers. The same gentleman was later contacted and the ETs told him, "You need to stop smoking marijuana. This is not the life we had planned for you." So yeah, they will actually dispense lifestyle advice to people. And they heal people of psychological conditions as well. One gentleman had suicidal ideations and was actually going to take his life and had the gun ready when Grays showed up and he had a missing time encounter. And he says he was no longer suicidal. And I know a number of cases like that as well. So it's not just physical things that they will cure. Here's an illustration done by my sister-in-law, Kisara. This is one of the cases from Edith Fiore involving two sisters by the name of Linda and Sherry, who received multiple healings. Both of them were healed of a yeast infection. And Linda said she saw many other people being healed. One kid was healed of intestinal worms. Another was healed of bursitis. She said people were lining up to get healed. And I've come to look at UFOs more really as floating hospitals than anything else. This is absolutely one of their main agendas. Don't believe the alien threat narrative. It's not true. Yes, people can have negative encounters. It can be very scary. And some people do have some health problems, but I think it's pretty rare. And most people are actually experiencing healings. I think it's far more widespread than the 300 plus cases I've been able to uncover, because these cases are often not talked about. People rarely discuss them. They're pushed to the fringe of even UFO research. I think it's far, far more common than people realize. Here's the entity that Linda says healed her. She later was diagnosed with breast cancer. ETs pulled her on board and healed her using this instrument, and also gave her medicine and opened her up at one point as well. I know of many other healings of cancer. Lycia Davidson said that she was cured of cancer. It was an excruciating operation. She said it was quite painful, but no worse than what the doctors had already done to her. A French lady, Helena Charbonneau, had received pancreatic cancer, and the doctors operated but weren't able to remove all the cancer, and it spread throughout her body, and looked like she was going to die from it. They sent her home to die. She just decided that she would rather die at home, and she was pulled on board, and the ETs told her that her friend, who was a contactee, had requested them to heal her, and she got an operation, and what she said was long and quite painful, but they healed her, and they told her, don't take any more medicine, just drink water and you'll be fine. And she got very, very sick, was rushed to the hospital. The doctors thought she was going to die, but she rallied, she recovered, and lived to old age. So sometimes people are healed are friends of contactees. Here's another very interesting case involving a night watchman by the name of Ventura Meseres, who was quite elderly when he had an encounter with these entities and was struck by a beam of light from a UFO. Now, there's a lot of evidence to support this case. A bunch of catfish in a nearby stream were killed. Eucalyptus trees were burned. There were other outside witnesses. A very good case. But what's interesting is following this encounter, this 73-year-old man started to grow a new set of teeth. And it's a very well verified case. He was examined by many UFO researchers, government officials, and a host of doctors who could not explain his condition. And it's one of the very few cases I have involving alien dentists. There's another case involving a gentleman by the name of Daniel, who was suffering from an impacted wisdom tooth. And when he was taken on board, he asked the ETs to heal his impacted wisdom tooth, and they did. This is one of about 10% of the cases in which people have asked for a healing and received it. That's actually quite unusual, but it does happen. Sorry, I'm going so quickly through this, but I've got a lot of cases. Eye cures are actually quite common. I've got about 15 cases involving people who were cured of various eye conditions. There was a Peruvian customs official who was out on his veranda when he was struck by a beam of light from a UFO, and it cured him of myopia, nearsightedness. And not only that, he also suffered from rheumatoid arthritis, and they cured him of that as well. So he is one of a number of cases, about 15% of people who are cured of multiple illnesses in one event. Some have multiple healings throughout the years, but some receive multiple healings with just one single event, which is what happened to this Peruvian customs official. And it's one of many cases involving eye cures. I know of another case involving a gentleman by the name of Eddie. This was reported by John Carpenter, and he was cured of color blindness. He had one of his eyes were removed, and ETs put them back into their sockets, and following that, he was cured of severe color blindness, which was confirmed by his doctors. So lots of cases like this. Howard Menger, a contactee, said that he was struck by shells from a bomb on the island of Okinawa. It's one of the earliest healings I could find. This was in 1945. And it caused an infection. And first he went blind in one eye and then in another. And a strange nurse appeared in his room in the hospital tent and cured him. And his eyesight returned. And he asked about this nurse that had come into his hospital tent. And they said, no, we don't know who you're talking about. He was later taken on board and recognized the voice. And it was a human-looking ET. And she said, yes, she had cured him because he has a mission to do. And he ended up becoming a pretty influential contactee, although controversial to say the least. Here's two ladies, Anna Jamerson and Beth Collings, who wrote a book called Connections. And one of them had a missing time encounter, and following that, her vision had improved dramatically. And the other lady, her friend, suddenly noticed that her vision also improved dramatically. And that was her clue that she was also having experiences. So many, many cases involving people who were cured of eye problems. I know a case involving a gentleman who was cured of night blindness, another who had telescopic vision following his encounter. One lady I interviewed personally went camping with her husband, who was a contactee, and she was suffering from glaucoma, a thinning of the optic nerve. And she was cured by praying mantis type ETs, who sent this sort of energy beam into her brain. And following that, she went to her doctor, and he was shocked because her optic nerve had thickened and her vision improved dramatically. So yeah, they're curing all kinds of people. I know another case involving a gentleman who was cured of injury to his cornea. He had fallen and received a pretty severe injury which tore his cornea. And the doctor thought he would have permanent vision loss, but he was visited in his bedroom by an ET who shined lights in his eyes and went to the doctor, and the doctor was shocked to find that his cornea was now healed. He would later receive a healing in his hospital room of cancer. Here's a very interesting case involving a gentleman by the name of Alan Godfrey, who was a police officer who saw a UFO, didn't realize he had missing time at first, but later realized he did. He received a lot of ridicule from his fellow officers and his superiors, who asked him to resign. Alan Godfrey refused, so they took away his police car and gave him a bicycle. He had so much ridicule, he ended up just resigning anyway, even though he had received multiple awards for his investigations and was very well respected in his community. Due to injuries received during assault on the job, he was rendered infertile and not able to have children. And one evening, his wife woke up and heard this low buzzing noise over the house. And that evening, they had intimate relations for the first time in a long time, and she became pregnant. And he thought, was she sleeping around because he's infertile? And she's like, honest, no, I'm not. You know that. And he went to the doctor, and the doctor was shocked to find out that his condition of infertility had been completely reversed. And there are a number of cases like this. Barbara Lamb has a case like this. Brad Steiger has a case like this. So it's not unusual where ETs will cure people of infertility. Here's another very well-known case in the literature involving a gentleman by the name of Carl Higdon, who was a hunter and oil field worker who was out hunting in Rawlins, Wyoming, when he encountered a human-looking ET who took him on board a craft. It's this tiny little craft, but on the inside it looked huge. And he was physically examined. He saw other animals. The elk he was hunting were also taken on board. He was actually taken to another planet. It's quite an extensive case. It's very well verified. There were outside witnesses who saw UFOs at the time he was taken. They found Carl Higdon's truck out in a field with no tracks around it. He had missing time and ended up going under hypnosis with Dr. Leo Sprinkle, and under hypnosis recalled this whole scenario. But what was really interesting is he was cured of two conditions. He had tuberculosis as a young man and had scars all over his lungs. Those were gone, which should have been impossible because these were chronic scars. And he also had kidney stones, and those disappeared. And I know of many other cases of people who were cured of kidney stones. In August of 1980, Hector Vasquez of Brazil suffered from kidney stones and was rushed to the doctor. Turns out his friend was a contactee, and this UFO showed up and started circling the car, and Hector said, "My pain is going away." And this UFO darted off, and they still went to the hospital, and the kidney stones were gone. Another case comes from Constance Clear, involving a gentleman by the name of Andrew, who had kidney stones. And the ETs pulled him on board and said, "What are these things in your kidney? Are those there to help you?" And Andrew said, "No, those are kidney stones. In fact, if you leave them there, my health will suffer." And they said, "Oh, okay, well, we will remove them next time we take you." And they did. The next time he was taken on board, he was given an operation, and he actually drew the machine that they used. And Constance Clear took Andrew's drawing to a doctor and said, "Does this look familiar to you?" The doctor recognized it immediately, said, "Oh yeah, that's lithography. That's what we use to cure people of kidney stones." So apparently the ETs are using similar methods. I know of another case in which a lady was suffering from chronic renal failure. She hadn't been able to urinate for 2 or 3 days, called her family physician and went to the doctor, and he said, "Oh my God, you're having total kidney failure. You need to go to the emergency room right now." And she went home to call her family, her friends, her coworkers, her boss, and said, "Pray for me. I'm gonna have to go to the hospital. I am having kidney failure." And she fell asleep on her bed and woke up that night surrounded by small, dark-skinned figures, not grays, who were massaging her abdomen. And she woke up the next morning feeling great, was able to urinate, went to the doctor, and the doctor was shocked. He said, "What happened?" And she said, "I think angels came and healed me." And she used that as an excuse. She didn't think it was angels, but she had been praying for a healing and received one. So she told everyone it was angels, until a couple of months later, she was taken on board a UFO. There were the same beings. It was obviously a UFO, rounded walls, a table. And they did a holographic imaging of her organs in full living color and showed her kidneys. And they said, "Look, your kidneys look fine. And they're functioning well." But then they showed her liver. And they said, "See all these dark spots on your liver?" And she said, "Yes, I see them." And they said, "Your liver is not doing badly. This is because you're drinking too much Diet Coke. You need to stop drinking Diet Coke." So they will sometimes dispense dietary advice. In fact, they told, I think it was Anna Jamerson or Beth Collins, one of them, that she was getting overweight and had to stop eating fatty foods because it was affecting with her health. And the witness was not happy being called fat by the Greys and being given dietary advice. But they will do this. They will tell people. And yeah, it doesn't happen often, but some people who pray for a healing will receive one. One lady, no history of encounters, diagnosed with breast cancer, and went to the doctor, was fully imaged, fully verified, woke up on board a UFO surrounded by Greys who were operating on her using instruments, didn't open her up or anything, just lights and things like this, sound, and healed her. Went back to the doctor, and her cancerous tumors were gone. So yeah, that does happen. Here's Bill Hamilton, who had a case involving a Southern California woman who I have met and spoken with, who was diagnosed with a tumor, had an encounter the night before surgery, went to the doctors, and the tumors were gone. So we have before and after x-rays proving this. And I have a case that's identical to this. It was actually the first case I investigated involving a lady who had a cyst in her fallopian tubes. It was causing her all kinds of problems. It was very painful. Had an MRI, verified the cyst, the tumor, and was about to have an operation. And the day before the operation, ETs showed up in her bedroom, and she doesn't really remember much other than that. Went to the doctor, and they were shocked when they did the imaging, the pre-operation imaging. The cyst was gone. And they said, "What happened? Your cyst is gone. You've had surgery." And she denied it. Wendy, I'll call her, said, "No, I haven't." And they said, "Well, we know you have. You're lying because there's fluid that's only present in your fallopian tube if you've had surgery. And what are these laser scars on your stomach here?" And Wendy just denied it. And I asked her why. She says, "Are you kidding? I don't want to end up in a mental hospital." And that's a good point, because I have talked to people who have ended up being committed in a mental hospital by their family because they went public talking about their UFO encounters. It's really unfortunate that people can't be more forthcoming. I think that's changing. But at any rate, this is a very well verified case of someone healed of a tumor. I've got a good 20 cases of people who were healed of tumors. This is what Wendy described the ETs as looking like. She's had encounters her whole life, and she said the grays that she has dealt with are very, very loving. Here's another gentleman who was healed of Crohn's disease and had an encounter with all his friends. His son was there. This UFO showed up. They all had missing time. He was taken on board. By the way, he had this illness for years and was taken on board and cured overnight and no longer had to take a bunch of pills. He was cured of Crohn's disease. Chris Bledsoe is his name, and that took place on January 8th, 2007. So yeah, some people are cured in the hospital. And I know how this must sound, but 10% of the cases are in hospitals. I've got about 30 cases like this. And one took place in Durham, England, to a gentleman by the name of Fred White, who a couple of years earlier had seen a UFO, was later diagnosed with a hole in his heart, was having a lot of trouble breathing and chest pains. And the doctors are like, well, this is very dangerous. We're going to have to do an operation to repair this. And before the operation, a doctor came into his room, a very strange looking doctor who looked quite exotic, very strange eyes, wearing weird clothes, and had a weird device on his wrist, and started passing this device over Fred White's chest. And suddenly he could breathe much easier. His pain went away. And the ET, I think he thinks it was an ET, so do I, said, "We are curing you because we are very interested in your works with electronics. We need you to keep working on your electronics research." He was an inventor. Again, this speaks towards who's being healed and why. And the ET walked out the door, and the other doctors came in and were going to do the operation. And Fred's like, no, I want more x-rays. Someone came in. Who was that doctor? He healed me. And they're like, what doctor? And he described him. They're like, no, there's no doctor like that. But they did more imaging at his demand, and the hole in his heart was gone. And this is one of many cases of people who've been healed of heart problems. Katarina Wilson was struck by lightning in Florida and was going to go to the doctor, but before she could, ETs pulled her on board and said, the lightning has damaged your heart and we need to cure you. And she drew exactly what happened. And following this, she had a little mark on her chest, but her heart was apparently cured. Some people who are healed don't know they're ill and are told, like, you have a tumor in your brain and we will heal it, and so forth. I'm going to have to go through these cases pretty quickly. Let me see. Got just a few more I want to talk about, but I'm running out of time. John Hunter Gray was taken on board with his son, and he received 20 physiological improvements as a result of his encounter. He grew a couple of inches, his feet grew a couple of sizes, his cuts went away, his scars went away, he stopped getting sick, he quit smoking. He was an award-winning social rights worker. So there's that weird pattern again. And while on board, he was initially missing time, but he remembered it naturally, and it was Grays who injected him in various parts of his body, and this is what caused the cure. There was another gentleman, this is one of Edith Fiore's clients, who was suffering from angioma, which is a malformation of the blood vessels in the brain. It was causing paralysis, loss of speech, and blindness. He was pulled on board, and the ETs did brain surgery. And following this, his condition completely reversed. Doctors were so shocked, they ordered exploratory brain surgery and discovered that his chronic condition of angioma was completely reversed. So he drew exactly the instruments and what happened. They actually removed the top of his skull to do brain surgery. And here's one of the ETs that he described, a very unusual looking entity, to say the least. So mostly Grays doing this, but all kinds of unusual entities. There was a series of events in Tbilisi, Russia, in which a bunch of people were cured. People were lining up to go on board UFOs. People were healed of heart conditions, diabetes, liver disease, you name it. There's a book called Secret Vows written by Denise and Bert Twiggs. Each member of them, of their entire family, have been healed. Bert Twiggs was healed of a back injury. Denise Twiggs was cured of a C-section scar. Bert had a severe flu. He was cured of that. The daughter was cured of asthma, an asthma attack, I should say. And their son was cured of a sty in his eye. Sisto Paz Wells is a contactee, and someone who attended one of his events was cured of paralysis in his legs. He was a dancer. So Joy Davies, an elderly woman, was suffering from severe arthritis, was pulled on board with her dog while walking outside of her home in Pennsylvania. And as a result, she was cured of arthritis and started playing tennis again. And she says her dog was cured also. He was much more lively and had a lot more energy. And I've got a bunch of cures of animals too. Ray Hernandez, his dog Nina, was cured of arthritis and other conditions. I know of a case involving roosters, a case involving a horse, several other cases involving animals. So they're curing animals as well. Cynthia Hind investigated a case in which people were cured of jaundice. This is Michael Carter, an award-winning social worker who I interviewed, who was cured of a blood clot in his leg. This is a man who is a contactee, and there was a little boy suffering from a brain aneurysm, and the hospital worker, he was a doorman at the hospital, and the hospital workers asked him if he could get medicine from his ET contacts, and he said he would try. And he did. He got this medicine, which was analyzed, by the way. They saved a portion, but applied the rest to this boy. It was sort of a lotion, which they applied to his body, and it cured him of a cerebral aneurysm. And the chemical analysis showed only that this was chemically unique. So yeah, the number of healings are incredible. Dean Anderson was a contactee who saw someone cured of muscular dystrophy. And many other cures have been done. AIDS, Chagas disease, diphtheria, epilepsy, fibromyalgia, gallstones, high blood pressure, multiple sclerosis, tuberculosis, I mean, you name it. Here's Lynn Plaskett, a Florida councilwoman who was cured of cancer. Many, many cases of people cured of cancer. Here's a photo of an orb taken by Jim Schaefer from Canada. It entered into his body, and at the time he was suffering from a cancerous tumor on his neck, scheduled for surgery and everything, and woke up the next morning, the tumor was gone. He went to the doctor and told them exactly what happened. And they were shocked, did surgery anyway, couldn't find any cancer, just removed some necrotic tissue. So yeah, many, many healing cases. Here's a lady, Mary Clamser, who was struck by lightning and cured of multiple sclerosis. So I think the ETs have a great understanding of the electromagnetic spectrum and are curing people in ways that we don't understand. But the fact that some people are cured of lightning strike, and I got a bunch of cases, shows that there's a lot for us to learn about healing cases. And people have also been rescued. I know of a lady who had a motorcycle accident, and the bike was all bent out of shape, and she couldn't start it. She was stranded on a mountain road when these guys showed up, straightened the Kickstarter, and she was able to drive off. I know of people who were cured, or saved from drowning. One lady was being assaulted by unsavory gentleman and a UFO came and scared him off. Many other cases of people rescued in various ways, including being lost at sea. ETs will also give people technology. This is, of course, the Integratron from George Van Tassel, which was being built by ET speculations and was gonna, if completed, be a rejuvenation center. Unfortunately, it was never completed. And Whitley Strieber says he gets letters all the time from people requesting cures, and I do too. And I wish I could, bring the ETs down, but I think they know better than to cure everyone, because we would have real problems. There are whistleblowers who are now coming out and saying we do have this healing technology and it is being used. We have technology that's been removed from UFOs, which can cure flesh wounds, find tumors, cure heart disease, and so forth. My point is healing is absolutely one of the main ET agendas. It doesn't get the attention it should deserve. Most major researchers have these cases. Most, I think, are being swept under the rug. And that is basically my presentation. I want to thank you very much. I really enjoyed talking to you guys. And yeah, we have a couple of minutes for a few questions if you guys would like.
Thank you so much, Preston. That was phenomenal. We have many comments. I feel I had a walk-in experience when I had an NDE that lasted for years. Do you have any experience on what these types of experiences are? So NDEs or walk-ins?
Yeah. By the way, many people are cured of a near-death experience. I mean, of illness during a near-death experience or astral travel. So I think this is very similar. And I know a lady who had a near-death experience because she was dying of cancer and came back and the cancer was gone. There are a number of cases like this. So there's absolutely a connection there. The lady who I mentioned was cured of a cyst. She believes she's a walk-in. She had some sort of weird exchange, a soul exchange, if you will. So there is a connection there. I'm not quite sure what it is, but I think when someone is taken on board a UFO, they're in essence pulled into the astral dimensions. And that's one of the ways that the healings are done. The astral energies are very healing. The astral body is the superior body. It is, I don't want to say immortal, but it's certainly in good health. And that's one of the ways they bring these healings to the physical body.
Yes, and that was actually a perfect segue to our next question, which Bojack is asking, do healings being invisible, are they invisible because they are mostly in their dimension, but still can manipulate biology and energy in this dimension?
Yes, absolutely. ETs don't always show themselves. They don't need credit. They don't, charge money or insurance. And there are many, many cases of spontaneous healings, which doctors are not able to explain. This is a medically verified phenomena. There are a lot of cases of angelic healing. And I think probably some of these are what we would think of as angels, but there's a blurring of the lines here. I think some cases involving ETs might be angels, but many involving what we would think of as angels are probably ETs. And I think many people are healed without any memory of it at all, and might not even know they're sick and are healed. I know a gentleman who was pulled on board and they said, "You have a brain tumor." He's like, "What do you mean? I feel fine." They said, "Well, you won't, and we need to remove this." He's a very active social worker.
And then one last quick question in regards to healing. Let me just read this question. Are these specific types of ETs, or how do we know which ETs are good is the question? Or which one is good and bad, or how can we discern that, or is there a difference?
Yeah, I think by and large, for the most part, ETs are not here to hurt us. You have to remember they've been around for millennia. We know this. If they wanted to take over our planet, it would be a very simple thing for them to do. If they truly wanted to hurt us, I think we would have a lot more accounts of it. And the cases where people, it's mostly grays that are doing it. It's human looking. We've got cases involving praying mantis, many strange humanoids. A 10-foot tall or 9-foot tall humanoid cured this lady of hypoglycemia. ET behavior falls under the same umbrella as human behavior. Yeah, there's probably a few bad seeds, bad apples in the barrel. But by and large, no, I think we don't have to be worried. I don't have any accounts of what I would call sadism or torture or ETs wanting to hurt or scare people. It can be very scary in the beginning, but people who move past their fear, that's when they start to realize that this is not bad for us. We have to learn how to leave our fear behind, because when you're in a very scared state, it's very easy to perceive this as being an evil event. Just talk to a nurse. They will tell you how often they've been attacked by their patients and called every name in the book, and people are fighting them the whole way. So I think we have to be careful how we judge these guys. I think for the most part, 80-90% of these guys or more are benevolent.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Preston, for your incredible work. You have tons of fans in our audience that are just gushing about your incredible presentation and work. So if you want to connect with Preston, please do reach out to him at his website. All of the links to connect with him are on the website. And also, are you going to be able to connect with them on your social medias?
Yeah, you can contact me through my website. If you want to email me, it's prestonufo@gmail.com. Also available on Facebook and Twitter. I have a YouTube channel. And yeah, these are important cases. People need to know ETs are not here to hurt us. It's the opposite. They are here to wake us up psychically. That's very much a big part of their agenda, to heal us, to warn us of nuclear proliferation, our warlike ways, to get us off fossil fuels. We should be very happy that these guys are here. They are here to help us, generally speaking.
Nice. Wonderful. Preston, thank you so much for sharing your time with us. Really valuable. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye. Wow. Incredible stories. Up next, we have a very dear friend of mine, Suzanne Ross, who is going to be speaking about avatars, aliens, and ascension. So, Suzanne, are you here? I see you here.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Suzanne. How are you?
Hi. And hi, Preston. It's so nice to see you. My dear friend, Preston. Yes.
So great. Well, I'm so glad you're here with us, Suzanne. Welcome, and I will let you take it away. It's all yours.
Oh, thank you. Well, welcome everyone, and thank you so much for joining us for this incredible Wisdom Con conference. And I wanted to thank Geraldine, my goddess sister friend, for putting this conference on. I know how much hard work that you've put into it. And so thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I so appreciate being invited. What a wonderful segue from Preston's presentation to mine, because I have had my own missing time experiences, and my presentation is largely about the multidimensionality of our being and our ability to shift into different levels of conscious awareness in what you might call ascension. And so Avatars, Aliens, and Ascensions is the name of my presentation. And I will now share my screen so that I can play for you my PowerPoint presentation. How does that look?
Perfect. Do you want to put it in presentation mode?
Okay. Do you want to walk me through that?
Yeah, absolutely. You're cutting out a little bit, Suzanne. I think it's the internet. But if you go down to the bottom right corner, there's a little, it looks like a little projector screen next to the plus and minus bar.
Okay.
So I think if you press that one, oh, on the other side of that. Yeah,
Here?
right there. There you go.
Oh, okay.
So if you press that, you should be able to go in presentation. Does that work for you? Do you see what you're doing there?
Yeah. And then I just want to be able to go through it. So if I hit the plus sign or minus sign, so I'm not sure how to.
Okay, so go to view at the top menu bar, go to view. Oh, escape from here.
Okay. Oh, I just hit return.
Did you get it? Okay.
Yes, I just hit return. Perfect. Okay, can everybody
Okay.
see that? Good. Is that
Yes.
in alignment?
We're on the second page. Yep. Go ahead. Thank you.
Excellent. That's fine. This is a great page to start on.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So, yes, I have been recently speaking at some events, and I'm starting out with this screen, Wilder Than Fiction. WTF, the bizarre dance of light and shadow, because of what we have been going through over this past year and a half, and what so many have gone through during their awakening journey. And along the way, saying, what? WTF? What is happening in this awakening journey where I am starting to awaken to my multidimensionality, awakening to the source of who I truly am as a divine being, awakening to this idea that we are intricately interconnected as a species in this matrix. All of these revelations that rock our world as we start to awaken, especially to the true nature of this third dimensional reality that we're in, this bizarre dance of light and shadow. And now more than ever, this has become incredibly intense as this war in the heavens is reflected here on Earth. And so somebody has to be the light forces, the forces of light on the planet, and somebody has to play the roles of the forces of darkness on the planet, especially when we get to these what you might call end times, where we are moving into a golden age of enlightenment here on planet Earth. And we are coming to a time when we can either shift into a higher dimensional plane of awareness, or we can make the choice to continue around the 3D wheel and choose to devolve or descend back into the dark ages. And so this is all playing out on planet Earth right now as we are all witnessing what the book of Revelations would call an end time scenario. And so we have to remember that this has happened many, many times over the course of history on this planet, where you have the same markers of pandemic, political chaos, civil unrest, right? And all of the spiritual community talking about ascension, while you have the forces of darkness trying to call people into the fear and the separation agenda. So many of you tuned in right now have chosen to serve the light selflessly and are seeking the path of ascension. And so as we move through the presentation, we'll talk about more of what I've presented here in greater detail. And so now I'm hitting return, and it's not going to the next slide.
How about the arrow button to the right, or at the very bottom of your screen, you have a little arrow that you can click? Does that work for you?
Yeah, they're not working for some reason.
It's not responding.
Oh, okay. I got it. I'm hitting like it's going to do it if I hit this, if I hit the pad. Okay.
Got it.
So, on the heels of what Preston was just talking about, I wanted to give a little background as to my connection to ETs, which actually started before I was even born. My father had an abduction experience when he was just 18 years old. Him and some buddies were driving down a dirt road in Saskatchewan one night after dinner, and they saw this bright white light out in the field, in front of them, behind them. And so they got out of the car to check it out. Him and his buddy Don were leaning against the driver's side door, and they suddenly realized that they were back in the vehicle. And they were looking at each other, wondering what they were doing there. And then they saw this white light merge with a larger orange light and take off into space. And so they went to the nearest farmhouse and were knocking on the door. And the woman there was furious that they were knocking on her door after midnight. They were shocked to hear that it was after midnight. And on the way home, the two gentlemen in the back were frightened and they didn't want to talk about it. But my father and his best friend were pondering what could have happened to that 4 hours of time. And then the next day, my father realized that he had a triangle-shaped object under his wrist that growing up, he called his alien chip. When we were old enough to not be too freaked out by his story, he shared it with us and showed us what he called his alien chip. Now, interestingly enough, at that time, my father was then recruited to work for NCR, National Cash Register Company. This was back in the 50s, before the computer age. My father, this is a picture of his abduction experience, and just this idea that during that experience, these ETs, these benevolent ETs, were downloading him with advanced knowledge and wisdom about advanced computer technology. Interestingly enough, shortly after I was born in Mount Shasta, my father was transferred to Mount Shasta briefly, where I was born, and had quite a paranormal childhood. My father was then transferred to Dayton, Ohio, and he worked right next to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. I was talking to Alan Steinfeld, and together we realized that NCR was actually founded by John Henry Patterson of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And so there was an intricate connection between NCR and Wright-Pat. My father was actually German speaking. His mother was German. And on Sunday evenings, he would have these German men over to the house, and they would come into the living room and they would pore over these plans. My father was fairly secretive about his work growing up, although he was always pointing at the sky and teaching us about the constellations and exploring the possibilities of life in the universe. But he didn't talk much about his work at NCR. It was only when I was older and I started to learn about Project Paperclip that I became aware that my father may very well have been involved in Project Paperclip. And still today, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base is very active with what they call now the Air Force Material Command. And so fast forward now, I had a quite paranormal childhood, but then as I grew into my adult years, I followed the path of trying to follow the American dream, and I went to work for the corporate world until one day I just woke up and said, there has to be more meaning and purpose to life than this, than waking up and fighting brutal traffic and going to work and fighting brutal politics, coming home and doing it all over again and again. It was about that time that my parents called me to join them in the desert of Southern California. And I did. And while I was there, I had this experience on the mountaintop. During this experience on the mountaintop, I threw my arms up to the sky and I said, I am miserable in the extreme and see no way out. And in that moment, I felt this total sense of calm wash over me. And I heard this voice within me and all around me. And it simply said, can't you see you've come home? You'll stay here and heal yourself and many others. And I knew in that moment that was the absolute truth for me. I felt spontaneously healed and aligned with my true calling. Later, I had a hypnotic regression with Lori McDonald, who in our regression, we realized that what happened is beings from the inner earth had come to the surface, and there was a woman between this man and woman from the inner earth, and she looked just like me. And they said, "Can she walk into you?" And I said, "Yes." And she did. She walked into me, turned around, and looked out. And that made so much sense of what happened in that moment with being spontaneously healed and aligned with my true calling as a healer in the desert. I opened a wellness center, and I've never looked back. I've continued to serve in the field of health and wellness ever since. And so my awakening journey. And so I was on the path of serving in the field of health and wellness. And then when the economy crashed in 2008, I spiraled into the void. And it's a dark night of the soul, which I have now realized is a great gift. And so I just want to share that with our viewers today, that so many of us who have awakened on our journey have gone through phases which feel like dark nights. Maybe we're spiraling into a void and we can't see the light at the end of the tunnel. But I always inspire people to keep the faith and to know that the dark night can really be a great gift, in such that it is a time between shifts in consciousness. When you do see that light at the end of the tunnel, you step into that light, and often it's bigger and brighter than it ever was before. And this dark night of the soul has just given you this void between shifts. And so that has been true for myself and so many of my colleagues and clients, that once you do emerge from this dark night of the soul, it's like you have this greater awakening into a bigger, brighter light. And so this is what I have come to know, that between each level of shifting into greater awareness, that you may experience this dark night. And so I believe that in the third dimension, we shift through, say, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, and we keep leveling up in this dimension, in this virtual reality game, right? Our avatar is leveling up with different realities it's being presented with. And so most of people who are tuned into this program today are probably either in the level of 4 or even 5th dimensional awareness, but likely have gone through dark nights of the soul and come out on the other side feeling leveled up. And so there are initiations, and we go through these different levels of initiations, and each time leveling up. And so because of the limited time that I have during this presentation, I'm not going to read each one of these initiations, but they will be available on my website at SuzanneRossTranscendence.com. And you can go through and flip through these initiations and see if you recognize experiences that you yourself have had as you've leveled up through these different initiations. Interestingly enough, there's 7 of them, which align with the 7 ascending levels of consciousness throughout your chakras. Of course, when you get to the 7th chakra, you're connected to the divine. So I wanted to share this photo, and this is from my friend Tom Dongo's collection. I live here in Sedona, Arizona, and Tom Dongo is a good friend of mine. He has probably one of the most comprehensive collections of paranormal photos in the world. And this one is just amazing, how this woman who is having her picture taken in front of Kachina Woman out in Boynton Canyon. And when she develops the film, this is actually what she sees. I wanted to share the photo because I wanted to recognize the fact that, just like Preston Dennett is saying, we get help from our benevolent galactic family members, our soul brothers and sisters in the greater cosmos, who are reaching down with the helping hand, helping to up level us, helping to advance and evolve us, advance our DNA, evolve us through different hybridization programs, and also through channeling. And this has been my experience. So I wanted to recognize the fact that as we move through these initiations, oftentimes we get a little help from our galactic brothers and sisters who come through with channeled messages, or even by downloading us with advanced codes of creation, up-leveling our DNA. And so I had my own missing time experience here in Sedona that truly awakened me to the multi-dimensional realities that we are each existing in as different dimensional aspects of our being. And so after my missing time experience, I became very aware of our multidimensionality and developed the ability to see interdimensionally. And so let me just briefly explain what happened during my missing time experience here in Sedona, Arizona. And so I have a couple of friends who live here, who one of them had already had a direct experience with the Arcturians. Now, for myself, I've always felt very connected to the Arcturian star race. So when I first saw the word Arcturian, I knew I didn't know everything there was to know about this race. And so this one night, we were sitting in my living room and we set an intention to connect with the Arcturians. Now, we already had seen a lot of strange lights off my back deck here in Sedona, but on this particular night, we thought, let's connect into the Arcturians and ask if they will show themselves, if they will present themselves so we could have a direct experience of them. Then we went out on my back deck, and as soon as we stepped out on this back deck, which is on the upper level, we saw this explosion of white light on the horizon. And then we all felt dizzy. And so we grabbed the handrail. And then we noticed that the motion detectors on the bottom step and the middle step and then the upper step went off as if someone was coming up the stairs, but we couldn't see anybody. And so then the next thing we knew, we all looked at each other and we realized we were freezing cold. And so we thought, well, let's go inside. And we're sitting in my living room and we couldn't even make conversation. We were sort of disoriented. Plus we were exhausted. And so I said, I'm just going to go to bed. I don't know why I'm going to bed at 8:30 at night. But I walked into the kitchen. I turned my phone over to realize it said 12:40. And that's when I knew that we had lost 4 hours of time. We were all so exhausted. We just went to bed. And then the next morning when we woke up, we all felt nauseous, still disoriented. I looked at the coffee pot and said, no way. I just was sipping water. And we all were just stunned because we realized we had lost time. And as it sort of settled in, we began to wonder what had happened during our missing time experience. I went to a psychic here in Sedona who let me know that what she saw is a Arcturian craft had landed in my yard in an invisibility shield, and that 3 Arcturians had come up the stairs, had taken each one of us by the hand, had taken us aboard the craft and then up into a larger, what you might call a mothership, and there downloaded with advanced knowledge, wisdom, codes that we would become aware of over time. We would become aware of the effects of what had happened over time. And it was only within a couple of weeks that I started to take poster board and markers, and I started to draw large circles with 12 circles around it, like a Zodiac wheel, but these were dimensions. And I was able to download in a matter of minutes who I was being in each one of these dimensions, what my name was, where I was, the role I was playing. And as I tuned into each of these different dimensions, I could experience myself as who I was being there. Now, as I was able to do this for myself, my sister came to visit and she said, do me. I want to know who I'm being in these other realms. And I said, well, I don't know if I can do that. But lo and behold, I went into this trance state. I started channeling and I started to download who she was being in these other realms and dimensions, what her name was, even what her role was. I was able to see into that realm who she was. And then I was able to tune her into it as well, so that she too could experience who she was being there. As I realized this is something I was being called to do, then I started to offer this as a service to others. And I do that now, and they're called multidimensional soul reunions, where it's not only I who can see who you are being in these other dimensions, but I can put you into a trance state where you are seeing through the eyes of your eternal soul who you're being in these different timelines and dimensions, so that you can experience yourself as who you're being there. So I was going to talk about this multidimensional soul reunion in a conference here in Sedona called the Cosmic Awakening Conference. The morning of the event, I woke up at dawn and I saw holographic symbols above my bed. And what I was being shown is this is so much more than a multidimensional soul reunion. This is more than a reunion of souls. What you are doing when you merge people with the higher dimensional aspects of their more advanced beings, it ignites dormant DNA within them as they merge with this higher frequency, higher dimensional aspect of who they're being in a higher dimension. It awakens innate gifts and abilities, advanced skills like telepathic communication, the ability to translate into the light body. You see, the ability to increase their psychic abilities and learn how to use advanced spiritual technology. And so I've dedicated myself now to offering this as a session, along with a series of sessions that would lead up to it and even follow. And so on my website, SuzanneRossTranscendence.com, I offer a series of 10 sessions because for many people, it's important to start with an energy center attunement. Why? Because it's important to make sure that the chakra line of energy is illuminated. The life force prana, the Kundalini energy, is flowing freely through those 7 chakras, and that there's no shadow energy or blockages there, so that the person's Kundalini is surging through their cleansed, cleared, and illuminated chakras, so that then they can send a laser beam of light through their crown chakra, and they can be seated within their Merkaba light vehicle, which is a time translation vehicle that allows them to travel interdimensionally. The second session is a higher self alignment, and it's the first step in moving into your multidimensionality to align with your oversoul. And we can do that by tuning in to the chakra above the Merkaba light vehicle, which is a pearlescent orb, which tunes you into your oversoul. The chakra above that tunes you into the omni brain, but I won't speed ahead too much. After you have the energy center attunement and the higher self alignment, then you're ready for a past life regression. Why do we need to be concerned with the timelines in 3D before moving into multidimensionality? Well, that is because if there's any karma that needs to be balanced or resolved in different 3D timelines, it's important to go into those timelines to balance and resolve that karma so that you can be complete in the 3rd dimension, so that you can be whole in the 3rd dimension with all of your fragmented soul aspects merged into one before ascending into the next dimension. I hope that makes sense. And so after the past life regression, then you would move into the multidimensional soul reunion. Oftentimes, during this multidimensional soul reunion, innate gifts and abilities are awakened. A person may begin to align with their higher calling, their divine mission, if you will. As such, they may realize that they are being called to do something other than what they may be doing now, or maybe it's an enhancement to what they're already doing. So the sessions that follow that are divine purpose reveal, and then a strategy to put into place this enhancement or what may be a whole new calling. And so these are the gifts that I was downloaded with during my missing time experience. And, you know, I just want to, again, emphasize the synchronicity of being on the heels of my dear friend Preston Dennett's presentation about these benevolent star races who, let's remember, are our star ancestors, right? I believe that when this planet became inhabitable, that there were 6 star races that came and imprinted their star seed on this earth plane. This being an experimental life station. I understand that 1 in every 10 planets are designated as a life experimentation lab where DNA can be mixed and different star races can come to the planet and imprint their star seeds here. As we know, on this planet, there are many different races of beings, while on other planets, there may only be one race. And so here in this life experimentation lab, these 6 star seeds were imprinted here. This gave us the first 6 races, which are in alignment with the first 6 chakras. As we know, the red root chakra represents the red root race and the indigenous beings. It is said that the orange race and the green race didn't survive, and either they dissolved or they merged with the other races that did survive. And so you see, then what you have is you have the red root race as the indigenous peoples, you have the yellow race as the Asians, you have then the blue bloods of Europe, and you have the indigo race, which represents the African American race. And then ultimately, what you had is you had the 7th race come in as the violet race on the planet, likely at the time of Adam and Eve. And this was the higher violet race, which upgraded then in their experience, the human race. They became the Homo sapiens sapien race that we know of. And so you see, it was these different star races that imprinted these different DNA codes on the planet to give us the multiple races here, ultimately upgraded by the 7th violet race. And so I bring that up just to let, you know, just to remind us that we are star seed beings imprinted with many different star seed DNA. So it is really our star ancestors who have been involved in the evolution of our race since the very beginning. And so what are they doing? They're keeping an eye on us, and they're helping us to evolve and ascend on our evolutionary journey here, giving us a hand up, you see. And so I believe, just like Preston Dennett does, that 80% of the beings who are visiting us are our star ancestors, our loving, beloved family members, continuing to be involved in our evolutionary journey here on Earth. And so many of Preston Dennett's stories were about healing. And so, of course, they're going to come in and they're going to heal us, probably during the process, upgrading us. You see, and so what happens many times when we experience an illness, and you may very well have experienced this yourself, is that we receive an upgrade. It is a way of our DNA upgrading itself to increase our immunity in response to the illness. Many people have had strange illnesses that are inexplicable. Like myself, I had shingles a couple years ago, which interestingly enough happened after a conference that I had attended near Sandia Mountain in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And I was told by a psychic healer that during that conference, a plastic cap, energetic cap, was put over my head to block my crown chakra so that I could not receive source energy into my crown. And as such, I got very sick. I got shingles all over the left side of my face. It was excruciatingly painful. And I was feeling like a victim until suddenly I realized this is an upgrade. And she, through healing, removed the energetic cap so that I could continue now to receive life force energy and through my crown source energy. And I healed fairly quickly after that. But I came into the realization that I had been receiving an upgrade to my nervous system. And you see shingles as a virus. And just like this COVID virus, man-made or not, it is still a virus that can give us a DNA upgrade, and that could be the lighter side positive benefit of this virus. And on my television network, SciSpy.tv, you will see videos under a section called COVID, where many people have posited different possibilities. And one of the possibilities I posited is that on the light side, the Brotherhoods of Light, being aware of the agenda of the Brotherhoods of Darkness, may have delivered some type of virus on an asteroid. And so if you watch the video, you'll see the explanation around that, but I diverse. And so let's get back to the multidimensionality and this idea then that our galactic brothers and sisters are giving us these opportunities through missing time experiences, through healing experiences, through channeling, to heal, upgrade, and evolve. And that's certainly the case with my father, who became a computer genius on the front lines of the emerging computer age. Due to his alien ship, and after my missing time experience, how I awakened these innate gifts and abilities of seeing interdimensionally and channeling otherworldly beings. And I love also how Preston brought up that, you know, many of these aliens may actually be angels, right? And so aliens, angels, ascended masters, all of these ascended beings from higher realms and dimensions, maybe one in the same, right? These divine otherworldly beings. And so during my missing time experience, also, I became aware of advanced quantum physics concepts. And so I became very interested in the role that quantum physics plays in our ability to interconnect through the field. And so quantum entanglement, we're all very aware of now as being a way for conscious entities to connect across vast distances, faster than the speed of light. Right. And so we can connect with our extraterrestrial, angelic ancestors in different realms and dimensions instantly, right? Through quantum entanglement, what you might also call a neural network. And so if you can imagine that there is one great mind, and we are all within this one great mind as a part of the one great self. Okay, and so it is a vast network you might call a neural network. And you, as part of the one great mind, can connect into any one of these points of consciousness within this vast neural network, just with the power of your intention and the desire to do so. And so you can connect with any aspect of who you are being in any one of these dimensions, because you are connected into the neural network of your own oversoul, and also into the neural network of all of creation, and as such can connect into otherworldly beings in other dimensions of any different star race. And oftentimes you can simply do this by the power of your intention or with the guidance of a guide who can take you into that trance state and connect you into the neural network. And so many quantum physics concepts that are being revealed now are telling us that there is no time. And so quantum physicists are stepping out to say, in essence, that all time is influencing all time, all of the time, right? And so I just love that scientists are now really getting on board with these spiritual concepts that the spiritual masters have long known. From a more spiritual perspective, we would say that there is one eternal now moment, and that we as eternal beings exist as existential beings in this one eternal now moment. And we are an aspect of that. Our eternal soul is standing at the center of creation, projecting holographic fractals of its personality into 12 dimensions as 12 aspects of its being in each of these 12 dimensions for 144 soul extensions. You see, the eternal soul is observing these incarnations unfolding in these different timelines, in each one of these different dimensions. And as such is the gamer behind these virtual reality games that it's playing in each one of these different dimensions and these different timelines within each of these dimensions. That is how this concept of avatar comes in. And so for our reference, you can imagine that your eternal soul is sitting behind a computer screen, or maybe from a more advanced perspective, we might think of a holographic screen where there are pictures of its avatars in front of it, and your eternal soul can click on to any one of these faces, and in doing so, tune into that reality and view how its avatar is doing in its virtual game. Is it evolving? Is it advancing? Or does it need a little help? Right? Does it need a hand up? And so if it realizes that this being is stagnant or needs a hand up, it may present to it these different challenges that it will encounter then in its reality to see how now it is responding and interacting with that particular type of circumstance. Is it moving beyond its patterns, right? Its limiting beliefs? And is that avatar evolving as such? Has the avatar awoken on its path and is now transcending the matrix? You see? And as it does, then the eternal soul may download that avatar with more advanced awareness or greater skills, gifts, and abilities to assist it on its evolutionary path. So you see, the point of the eternal soul is to uplevel its avatars through these virtual games, if that makes sense to us in this reality where we're familiar with those concepts. And so leveling up and leveling up. Now, these avatars never lose their free will. And so they will constantly be making the free will choices it wishes, right? To continue to up level, or will it get caught in the game? Will it get entrapped or enslaved in this game and not be able to find its way out? because during a lifetime, a soul can also choose the devolution descension path. And you'll see that with some beings during a lifetime. You may see that they're flourishing and suddenly something happens and they find themselves on this downward spiral where they may start drinking or doing drugs. We see in one lifetime how a person could make that choice and actually start spiraling downward. Those who are participating in this conference today are all those who have awakened and chosen the path of ascension and acceleration. And so bless you for choosing to serve the light selflessly. Continue to serve the light selflessly. Choose to live your life intentionally, consciously evolving, and learning more advanced skills, gifts, and abilities from both a practical and a spiritual level. And so during my journey, spirituality and science have merged, very much so, to give me, also I should say history, to give me a complete view of this awakening and ascension process, and also the multidimensionality, the neural network, this virtual game reality concept, and our ability to up-level as we move through our incarnations intentionally and consciously. And so with the merging of science and spirituality, I've created an internet television network called SciSpy.tv, SCISPI.tv. We now have over 6 channels and 30 shows with many of my colleagues presenting inspirational and empowering and enlightening shows that merge science and spirituality. My friend J.J. Hurtak, who wrote the books of the Keys of Enoch, Book of Knowledge, says that when humanity realizes that science and spirituality are one and the same, they will have evolved. Right. And so it's very interesting to see how quantum physics revelations are so in alignment with the spiritual revelations masters have been teaching for millennia. And so now here we are, and we find ourselves in these times, right? And so I just wanted to go back to that before we move into the Q&A, just to say that throughout the history of time, we have seen how the spiritual communities, like the Essenes, right, like the Cathars, like the Manichaeans, and even this group called the Hesychasms, they were spiritual communities who were outliers, right, who may have been considered outcasts from the mainstream community. However, these enlightened beings were practicing techniques for ascension, what they called angelification. And it was about translating the human body into the rainbow light body. And these spiritual communities were practicing this. They called it becoming perfect, becoming the perfected ones. They practiced techniques for ascension, resurrection, and perfection. And we saw this happen with the Essene community and Jesus Christ himself. Also, the Cathars were practicing this, the Buddhists were practicing this, and they talked about the rainbow light body and using power, clear light, for ascension, resurrection, and perfection. And so we talk about ascension now in this, what we might think of as end times, or this opportunity to get off this 3D wheel, ascend through the 4th dimensional transitional plane, choose the light, and ascend into the higher 5th dimensional plane, which is actually a level of awareness, 5th dimensional awareness, which many of us have now with our higher perspective. You see, we don't leave the 3rd dimension or even the 4th dimension necessarily. We just become a greater part of ourselves. As we move into the higher dimensional perspective, we can observe the 4th dimension, 3rd dimension, 2nd dimension, and 1st dimension. So you see, it's an expansion of awareness. So it's not like we leave these dimensions altogether. It's an expansion of mind in this higher dimensional plane. And so this topic of ascension is not new. These spiritual communities of the ancient past were all practicing these ascension techniques, which I now share as advanced spiritual technology in my sessions. I'm also coming out with my third book, Lighten Up, which is about illuminating the light body. And so it will be the third book in my trilogy. First book is Wake Up, the second book is Rise Up, and my third book is Lighten Up, and you'll find them on my website. And so I just wanted to affirm that history repeats itself, and what happened in these ancient sects of the Essenes and the Cathars is that they were totally wiped out by the Roman emperors, the Roman, I would say, extermination events, as these crusaders came into these Essene communities and the Cathar communities and completely wiped them out because they said they were heretics. So we have an idea of what's happening now and who might even be behind the darker agenda of what's happening again at this time with an extermination event led by the Roman Catholic Church. And again, the spiritual community is targeted, but the spiritual community back then and now were not threatened by this because they had the ability to ascend out of it, to transcend the matrix in their higher frequency light bodies and not even be a part of what was happening in the destruction and chaos on planet Earth. They were literally experiencing it from a higher perspective in their higher frequency, higher dimensional bodies of awareness. And so with that, I wanted to leave you on a very positive note, filling you with hope and faith and inspiration and empowerment to know that you are an ascended being of love and light. And as long as you stay focused on the light of love, you radiate love and light every moment of every day, and you continue to advance on your spiritual path, you will transcend the matrix. And in that higher place, you can shower your beloved brothers and sisters on the planet with your love and light. And so it is, and so be it. Namaste. And so now I don't see our beloved Geraldine there. Oh, there she is, sweetie. Okay, I have a few minutes for Q&A.
Yeah, thank you so much. What an incredible presentation. I really love that so much. And we have so many amazing comments in the chat. People are just fascinating, totally resonates. I love your work and your account. Sci-Spice TV, where can I find this? So maybe you can help us find that. Suzanne, can you hear me okay?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes, I was just typing. There you go. And I can type my website as well. When this presentation is over, I invite people to tune into my Zoom room that Geraldine has so lovingly provided the link for. And my publicist will be in the Zoom room.
Oh, fabulous. Wonderful. And Zen Atkinson asks, why does awareness scare me? I feel like I know too much. So what happens when we're scared of maybe knowing too much or awareness?
Sometimes people feel like they're evolving too rapidly and they're being shown too much all at once. I say, get grounded. Go out in nature, be seated on the earth. You can run a line of energy leaving the base of your spine and spiraling into the heart of Mother Earth, plugging into the heart of Mother Earth beneath you. Take some nice deep breaths. Tune into the elements, honor the elements, the air, the earth, the water, the fire. In this way, you can stay grounded to the earth and allow the ascension and the evolutionary process to slow down a bit. You can even make a request to your higher self to say, can we slow this process a bit and allow me to catch up?
Perfect. And what we have another question from Mark who says, do we need to be discerning when contacting ETs?
And so what I always do is, first of all, I call upon Archangel Michael and his legion of angels to surround me with angels in every corner of the room. Also, you can transform the room into gold. Imagine the ceiling and the floor gold, all the walls gold. Okay, by making everything gold around you and calling upon the angels and setting a powerful intention to only call upon your benevolent, loving galactic family members, then you will draw in only that. If you feel you have connected with a lower entity, simply challenge it in the name of Christ, in the name of the higher light, and it will not be able to withstand the brilliance of your light and will not be able to come into your reality.
Beautiful. It's all vibrational frequency, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And Suzanne, you have an upcoming conference, and what else are you working on so that people can find you and connect with you?
Oh, thank you for asking, Geraldine, my beautiful goddess sister, who has agreed to be part of our spring equinox 2022 retreat. And so here in Sedona, I'm able to hold a beautiful outdoor retreat on a gorgeous 10-acre property with Oak Creek flowing through it and red rocks towering over it. And so on this 3-day retreat, March 19th through the 21st, we have these beautiful presentations, practices, performances, presentations by well-known authors and speakers, practices by spiritual practitioners, and performances by sound healing artists. We also include journeys out into the Red Rock vortex. And so every day we have a shuttle bus come and pick those up who have signed up for the vortex tours, and we take them out into the sacred vortex sites. There we conduct ceremony and ritual in the Red Rocks. You can go to Sedona Ascension Retreats, SedonaAscensionRetreats.com. And I can type that into the chat room here. And get your tickets early, please. That has to do more with accommodations than anything else. Sedona is experiencing millions of people coming through here every year now, and the accommodations get sold out very quickly. And so you'll want to rent your Airbnb and or book a hotel. Yeah, March 19th through 21st.
Nice. It gets really busy over there. Yeah. So RSVP right away. And I'm sorry, but I'm not seeing the links in the chat. Are you sending it to me? Because I'm not seeing them. Can you put them in there for me?
I'm typing it into the chat, and I see it in the chat room.
Oh, you do? Am I missing it? Because I'm not seeing it. That's strange. And you're looking in the Zoom chat, yes?
I'm looking in the chat room. Yes, it's
How
coming
strange. Is
through.
Anybody else missing that?
Oh, me to Joanne Richards.
Oh, I think you're sending.
No, it's not in the chat. Okay, my friends. And so
we'll put it in later. Yeah.
I invite you just to go to my website, which is SuzanneRossTranscendence.com, and everything is there.
Excellent, Suzanne. Well, it was such a pleasure to have you. It always is wonderful to connect with you. Please thank you. And everyone that wants to connect with her, check out her website, her links, and her virtual booth, which is on the website, which you can connect with her. Thank you so much, Suzanne.
Thank you. Many blessings.
Much love.
Bye.
Amazing. So up next, we have the beautiful Trisha Margis. Trisha, welcome.
Hello, thank you for having me.
Hi, we are so excited for your work, and Trisha's going to be presenting Bending Reality. So Trisha, it's all yours. Take it away.
Okay, thank you. All righty here. Let me just get my mouse. All righty. Okay, so hello everyone. Thank you so much for having me. So I'm going to, can you guys see my presentation okay? Everything good there?
Yes, we can see it perfectly, and we see you, yes.
Okay. Do you see any PowerPoint or anything behind me? Just wanna make sure.
Yes, I do.
You do.
I do.
You do.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. So my name is Trisha Margus. I'm the founder of a conscious podcast called 90 Degree Turns, where our goal is to expand the minds, beliefs, and perspectives of the collective. So it's an honor to be a part of this amazing event. I'll start off by giving a little bit of background about myself so we can all become familiar. So I originally created this spiritual podcast with the intention to be a lighthouse of consciousness activation and to find other like-minded souls around the world. So I grew up in a spiritually inclined family where I had the blessing to be introduced to hypnosis, past life regression, meditation, and like the quantum world while I was a teen. And as this podcast has progressed since 2018, I've been blessed to have different speaking opportunities around the States and as well as in South America. So it's allowed me the opportunity to meet more people than I could have ever imagined. And so I want to thank each and every one of you for choosing to be here in this moment, to be here, whether you're watching from YouTube or streaming from wisdomcon.com, to be here to want to raise the vibration of our collective consciousness. And as we go through this whole weekend together. So I'm committed to lighting up the world and helping others connect with their heart and embodying their truth and their soul's deepest expression. And we've all come to Earth on this great journey, and we can heal from our own limiting beliefs, unconscious blocks. And as we heal from our wounds as well, we can light up the world with our very existence. So let's dive right in. Okay. So here we go. So social engineering. Social engineering has made its way through the mind of men, women, and children alike since the dawn of society. Most people have no idea that they are under the influence of social engineering. So not aware that most every belief, popular brand, music, favorite celebrity is related to some form of subconscious pattern within our psyche that we fail to realize and become attracted to this form of ideology and kind of thus its slave or willful recipient, if you will. From the partners we choose in relationships to our own political affiliations, all these aspects are designed, calculated, and executed to draw an artificial means of connectedness and relation towards external forms of comfort. These social aspects that we embody as humans have been artificially placed into our consciousness so we can be easily shaped, molded, controlled, and now branded. Okay, so one of the main tools used by the dark occults or social engineers is eugenics. Eugenics is an ancient satanic social ideology advocating for a sexual reproduction of people with traits and characteristics that are considered desirable and to reduce rates of reproduction and sterilization for those who are considered undesirable with different traits and characteristics. So through eugenics and trauma-based mind control programs, it's clear that the emerging of the false self or ego-identified socially engineered woman and man operates from the vibration of fear and is stripped from its genuine masculine and feminine modalities. So in the satanic belief system, they wish to worship the lowercase ego, the ego with the lowercase e, not the true self. So by inverting universal truths, sabotaging innocence, and manufacturing terror events, this puts the human condition in the state of chaos. So it allows the breakdown of the sacred, emotional, and spiritual bound of man and woman. As a result, we bring children into a traumatized world, but it doesn't have to be this way. So let's take a look now into the world of the advertising industry and how this plays a large role. So as someone who has worked in the traditional corporate ad world as a strategist for tech and financial industry clients, I'll let you in on some of the tools and tactics of the trade. Some things may even surprise you. So advertising is well known for being able to tune into the emotional and psychological trigger points that entices someone to buy a product. It often grasps at the subconscious mind's programming and unconscious beliefs. So as a strategist in the field, my job was to find those emotional trigger points that would entice someone to purchase a product. So we'd use big data to find key points that would essentially capture our audience and create an entire campaign around these key facts, no matter if it was regarding a client's new credit card or getting them that latest laptop for the back to school year for students. So now we're going to dive into some of the fundamental tactics and strategies that marketers use that you may not even be aware of. So keep in mind that many of these tactics, they surpass the conscious mind entirely. And we're going to begin with the youngest and most vulnerable of our population, which is the children. So each year, an enormous amount of money is spent on reaching the child audience due to the influence that they have on family decision-making, all right, and the potential for lifetime loyalty. So marketers often blur the lines between entertainment and advertising to create a very enthralling message. So it may or may not come as a surprise to you, but brands heavily invest in using all sorts of tactics to get children to lock interest, particularly early on in life, and to to create that brand loyalty. Okay, so there's facts that some studies suggest that up to 53% of adults and 56% of teens use brands that they vaguely remember from their childhood. So this goes all the way from food items to drinks and household goods. So it makes you think, what kind of automatic programming are we running on your every day-to-day life? What would happen if you change the brand of toothpaste you're using every day, or you change your laundry detergent? Will it make you feel triggered to suddenly change? Will you feel like you're not part of some kind of group? This kind of stuff is quite important. So we'll continue with the advertising industry here. So this isn't really a fun fact, but it's an important statistic here, where by the time a child is 3 years young, they can recognize an average of 100 brands. Okay, so this number jumps up to 300 to 400 by the time they're 10 years of age. So as advertisements for kids are often disguised as entertainment, I'm sure we all have childhood items that we remember that we just couldn't, it's ingrained in your mind forever. So like, for example, like if you look at a box of like Cocoa Puff cereal, right? They have a maze at the end of the box, so you can follow the maze, and it kind of gets you taken into whatever this box is trying to sell, right? So the least nutrient cereals are usually the most entertaining boxes, and they're the most colorful as well. All right, so with children, you have these bright, colorful boxes that are placed at the eye level in the aisle of the child, and all the characters are looking at the child or down at them, whichever one. They use all sorts of things. So this strategy in the aisle is used to manipulate not only the child into eating these nutrient-void foods, but then it also influences the family's buying pattern. Okay, so let's investigate some of the tactics we're going to use that people use to influence the psyche of people through advertising. So here you can see all these different charts. So you may not think much about the colors a brand decides to use, but certain colors are inherently linked with particular emotions and situations. So this goes beyond any kind of culture, any language, any kind of possible earthly barrier. It's universal and it's around the globe. So interestingly, certain colors are used to stimulate different parts of the brain in ways that prompt different emotional outputs. So we're going to dive into it deeper here. So we have red. So red creates a sense of urgency. It's associated with movement, exercise, and passion. It immediately pulls focus and encourages appetite, which is why it's often used in fast food chains. And it physically stimulates the human body, affecting nerve impulses and raising the blood pressure and heart rate. Orange is associated with adventure and enthusiasm and success and balance. It's a dynamic color that's often used to target the youth. Yellow is a color that's bright and is reminiscent of the sun. So it evokes feelings of happiness, positivity, optimism. And when you see it in a darker yellow, it can be bordering on gold, which can give a feeling of prosperity and security. Green is associated with health and tranquility and nature. It's frequently used to promote environmental issues, and it stimulates harmony in the brain, which encourages balance between the body and emotions, and it can also lead to decisiveness. The next one. Blue is associated with peace, water, and reliability. It provides a sense of security and it promotes trust, which is why it's often used in social media icons. Young people associate this color with maturity, and it curbs appetite and stimulates productivity. And purple is associated with royalty, wisdom, and respect. It stimulates the problem-solving areas of the brain and represents a creative, wise, and imaginative brand, service, or product. You can see that many types of like beauty products use this color, and they want to give an essence of like luxury, so they use purple. So now we're going to dive into the subconscious mind. So please hold, if you have any questions, I will be taking questions at the end. So please remember them or write them down, because there's a lot, we're going to go through a lot of things. So I just want to make sure everyone has a chance to ask what they want at the end of the presentation. So although the conscious mind may seem like the driver of your life, the most crucial function of it is to protect your subconscious mind from false impressions. So the subconscious mind is very sensitive to suggestion and does not compare. It doesn't contrast. It doesn't use reason or logic, nor does it know how to take any kind of joke. So in its most fundamental form, it reacts to impressions given to it from the conscious mind. So let it be known that the subconscious mind is always listening, and that's whether or not you are aware of it. It records everything you see, everything you say, you do, and how you act. Everything that has happened to you is due to the thoughts impressed on your subconscious mind by creating a belief system. So if you've communicated wrongly or distorted concepts to your subconscious mind, it's of the utmost importance to correct them. So this can be done by repeatedly giving your subconscious mind constructive and harmonious thoughts. This way, the subconscious mind will slowly begin to accept these new ideas. So you must be careful of what you allow your subconscious mind to ingest, okay? You want to be focusing on things that elevate, that heal you, that create bliss, and that inspire you, because 95% of our behaviors and actions all come from the subconscious level. So now we're going to dive into a little bit about the polarities of the mind and the mental realm. So in Hermeticism, we have the 7 laws, and the one that is most understood is mental gender. It's the law of mental gender. So mental gender is about the unification of both the masculine and the feminine parts of the brain. So our left brain largely facilitates the masculine aspects of the mind or intellect. So you are logical, analytical, you have a linear thought process, while the right brain largely facilitates the feminine aspects or intuition. So it's where creativity finds its home. You're compassionate, you have holistic thought process. So where one part is doing, the other side is imaginative planning. So the masculine side of the mind is the force of doing, completing, and the action taken while engaged in a task. So the feminine mind is the receiver of these experiences. So it pulls towards it, the desire that the conscious mind or the masculine mind wills to it. So without the active will of the masculine, and the feminine mind will be stuck in the imaginative state, unable to ground it into physical reality. So now we can kind of stick with me here. We're going to go into a little more philosophy, but the term self can be considered in its I or me dual aspect of the mind. So the me or the feminine mind will be seen as the mental process in which thoughts, ideas, emotions, feelings, and other mental states can be created. So it can be considered like the mental womb, as the ancients saw it, as capable of generating mental offspring. So it reports the consciousness as me with latent powers of creation and generation of mental imagery. Okay, so the feminine mind potential for creative energy is limitless. Okay, so although it does take direction from the masculine mind or from outside sources like advertising and pop culture and music and movies and anything else that influences the subtle impression of the subconscious mind, it's very important. So this is why repetition and seeding ideas by repetition is almost effortless for the conscious mind, okay? The I, or the conscious mind, can be referred to as the outward projection of the self, like the me. It refers to our inner reality and the desires that motivate us within. So in this statement, for example, why does this happen to me? We can see that the feminine aspect of the me is expressing itself as an action of receptivity. Things are happening to me, okay? While if you say a different statement, like I will create my reality as I desire, I is speaking to the forward masculine action or the will to create the desire. The universe will conspire with me is one that we can see in that phrase again. The me is the receptive piece in the statement, pulling the concepts of the ideas through the feminine aspect of the imaginative mind. So an example, statements like I am can be understood from this viewpoint. I is the statement of being, a conscious action the masculine will cultivate through discipline, effort, and focus. Am is the statement of becoming, the womb or creative receptive space within our inner me. The subconscious action creates the impressions we receive, so it exists without any need for cultivation. So think about it like this in like simple terms. The masculine mind is the captain of the ship, okay, and the feminine mind is the ship. So everything that happens to the ship or the me of the feminine mind as the captain pulls the direction forward in action of the I masculine mind. So there's a lot to go into this, but if you check out our podcast, 90-Degree Turns, you'll be able to see more understanding and deeper discussions about this in the future. So now we're going to dive into understanding consciousness. Okay, so who were the individuals who influenced the understanding of our consciousness? With the ever-increasing study of the human mind and how it affects our reality, how is our psyche influenced, and who are the heavy hitters to introduce this pseudo-psychological mess that we find ourselves in today? Okay, so we have Sigmund Freud. He is a very influential figure, okay, whose ideas and terms have become a major part of our daily lives. Almost every field of knowledge, from law to religion to history, have felt the effects of his teachings. So according to Freud, he felt that the most powerful influencing force among human behavior were repressed sexual desires from childhood held in the unmalleable, unintelligent, unconscious mind, in his perspective. It didn't matter if the desires appeared in hypnosis, in dream analysis, and interpretation in other places, it always led to the same response. He believed that the unconscious mind was the center for repressed thoughts, traumatic memories, and a storage for all hidden sexual focused desires. So this man created waves with his theories in the early 20th century and went down in history as being one of the most prominent figures of the time. So given his bold ideology, it's interesting to see that the quote here you can see on the screen, it says, most people do not really want freedom because freedom involves responsibility, and most people are frightened of responsibility. This man would set the standard for consciousness in a purely scientific way, devoid of all matters of spiritualness, creating a foundational understanding of the wants and needs within people for none other than his nephew, Edward Bernays. Now, Bernays has this very important quote here. It says that we are governed, our minds molded, our tastes formed, and ideas suggested largely by men we have never heard of. It remains a fact that almost every act of our daily lives, whether in the sphere of politics or business, in our social conduct or our ethical thinking, we are dominated by the relatively small number of persons who understand the mental processes and social patterns of the masses. It is they who pull the wires which control the public mind, who harness old social forces and contrive new ways to bind and guide the world. So if this seems all too familiar, it's because it's very similar to the reality we're currently living in. So as the nephew of famed psychologist Sigmund Freud, Bernays made his way as being known as the father of public relations or propaganda. His method and ingenious way of understanding the modern consumer transformed the way each and every one of us does business, lives our personal lives, and so much more. In Bernays' own words, modern propaganda is a consistent, enduring effort to create or shape events to influence the relations of the public to an enterprise, idea, or group. Under his viewpoint, propaganda isn't inherently evil, but rather it's thought to be a necessary guiding force that literally permeates every facet of our lives. Interestingly enough, the term propaganda held a generally neutral tone since its creation in the Protestant Church in 1622, and their mission but clearly developed a darker connotation after World War II. This is when the term public relations became more accepted in the field of marketing and advertising. And I highly recommend reading his book, Propaganda, if anyone has a chance. Okay. Alrighty, so as we know, Bernays was the man who entirely changed the game of what we know today as modern advertising. The core of his work focuses around group psychology. So the understanding of group psychology is that although each and every one of us has our own autonomy and individuality, we are also members of groups. These groups heavily influence, guide, sustain, and can even constrain us. So being a part of a group, it ingrains us into a sense of belonging and being part of something bigger than ourselves. It gives us a social identity and may also allow us to achieve goals that may have eluded us if we were to simply act as an individual. So Bernays has a strategy that heavily focused on understanding human emotions, unconscious desires, and questions the consumer has. So in turn, the product would become the answer. He understood the significance of the mental space and knew that the more minds he got to believe in the ideas he sold, the grander the result. So this varies significantly from the old ways of advertising, where the advertisement itself would relay factual benefits of the product, hoping that it would be enough to entice consumers. This type of advertising comes into direct conflict typically with other product manufacturers and doesn't really create a unique selling point. So for example, you can have something like buy this car. It goes 300 miles on one charge and is a smooth automatic driving car that you'll love. But with Bernays, he came in and he changed the picture entirely. He said that this car is a symbol of social status. It's a symbol of power and of wealth. Everyone around you is driving this car. It doesn't matter if it's the influencers on the radio, TV, social media, the stars of Hollywood, your neighbors. Okay, using these core pillars of understanding, suddenly the car is anything but a vehicle. Okay, instead of being bombarded through with ads and everything that you'll see it everywhere, which does work on the mind. All right, you ultimately, as a consumer, will go to the car dealership and say, I want to buy this car. I want to have this symbolism, this status. Okay, I end up being the one saying that I need to purchase the car for my own satisfaction and to present myself as a certain way in life. Okay, so using these tactics of symbolism and influencer marketing and altering group norms and using the intense consistency of this any one product, it allows you to end up asking for the own result and for the product itself. Okay, so this type of advertising might seem very familiar with the way things are going in the world in the current situation we're in. So now we're going to talk about the rise of consciousness. Okay, so now to Carl Jung, he is another very big influencer within the 20th century. So in the early 1900s, Carl Jung and Sigmund Freud birthed a collaboration known as psychoanalysis. After years of work together, the two had vastly different views of the human psyche, so much so that they had a partnership or a fallout in their partnership. Jung was interested in legend and myth, and he believed in the collective unconscious, a humanity-wide experience through which universal symbols create culture. Freud would go to say that this idea is flatly and it's unscientific. So by 1913, Freud and Jung split their partnership. Okay, and during this time, Jung went on to become a mystic. Jung then began working on his ideas of archetypes and the collective unconscious. In many of his works, he included everything from mythology even to flying saucers. Okay, so Jung set the tone for this New Age movement in topics like shadow work, unconscious masculine, and unconscious feminine aspects within all of us. Each sex manifests attitudes and behaviors of the other. So the psyche of a woman contains masculine aspects known as the animus, while the psyche of a man contains feminine aspects called the anima. So we can visualize these as the masculine and feminine qualities we possess by looking at the law of polarity. Okay. All right, so Jung's vast knowledge of psychology gave birth to many of the terms we use now. So Jung categorized the human psyche in three ways. You have the consciousness, the personal unconsciousness, and the collective unconscious. The realm of the psyche most known to us is the consciousness. So this can be described as one's field of awareness and consists of psychic content one perceives to be known. So in his observations, Carl Jung found obvious similarities between the unconscious material of his patients and the relationships towards mythological motifs and religious symbolism. He found that this idea of the collective unconscious was one of the most important contributions to the field of psychology. So within the addition to the personal unconscious, which is mainly consisting of events from individual experiences, the collective unconscious contains universal elements which are inherited. So in this instance, we form archetypes. So this is a series of instincts that react for impulses in the need of necessity without conscious motivation. So archetypes now can be described as cognitive categories or predispositions that humans are born with. The way we think, act, and feel and perceive in different ways. So we have, for example, the mother, the birth, death, rebirth, the hero, and the child, to name a few. There are different characters we embody when specific life trials present themselves to us. So Jung noticed that these archetypes can be found in every person and in every situation. Jung believed that it is of utmost importance to face the material in one's own unconscious, and that the failure to do so would result in a fragmented individual. Okay, so this is really, really important. So the union between the conscious and unconscious mind need to be integrally connected and in line. And if they split apart or dissociate, the human psyche then is more apt to psychological disturbances. Okay, it's very profound thought for the time and even now. Okay, so today, a concept of the unconscious embedded in almost every model of human behavior in every profession, from psychiatry to marketing to coaching and teaching. It's a brilliant and universal concept that describes a fundamental process about the human psyche. And without knowing the stories of these three men and the implications of their legacy, it's no wonder that the majority of the population is still in a slumber. So ultimately, these men have shaped the world we live in today. Via mass manipulation and deep understanding of how human beings function and perform, these ingenious strategies have a strong hold on our society as long as we continue to stay ignorant of what's happening around us, okay? So in the large scheme of things, you can easily see how advertising and psychological tactics fit into the role of the current situation that we are living through globally on this world. So think of this impact, how this impacts the current times of our children. What norms are we setting for future leaders of today? Children are supposed to be examples of the lost qualities as adults that we've forgotten. The child within us lives forever as long as the innocence has not been lost. So we're going to transition here into the over-sexualization of children. Okay, so childhood is used to be a time of innocence. And as our public culture has become more focused on the sexualization of everything, children have become the casualties of adult exploitation. So in education and healthcare, entertainment, American children are targeted by sexual images, messages, and themes at younger ages. So we all know about these subliminal messages behind the Disney movies and Nickelodeon and others, but do we know its purpose? Okay, when we begin to see the effects of over-sexualizing children in a true sense, the world will turn from the entertainment industry. As a child grows up, they learn their core values and building blocks of who they become through their external impressions. Whether it comes from family members, bedtime stories, or movies, children up until the age of 7 absorb everything that they experience. It sets in motion what attributes are pleasurable and which ones are undesirable. When constantly bombarded with subtle impressions, it's not the conscious mind that is affected, but it's the subconscious, okay? So when children are subjugated too early in the development of sexual maturity, sex becomes nothing more than a material objectification as an external source of gratification. And this can be used for escapism as well. So today, sex is everywhere and with everything. Highly creative energy that we possess and all the works we can accomplish is a sexual life force energy. If we improperly use this powerful universal source, we diminish the light within for grounding our desires into the material dimension. So it becomes an escape for some at their lower energy centers that take hold of their lives. When a man and woman become slave to these carnal desires, their innocence is acting as their shadow, and it's wondering where it was lost. The other horrifying fact, the hypersexualization of children, is that it gives them knowledge of consent. So by teaching kids through indoctrination of the school system at young ages, these children are being set up for potentially pedophilic predators and may entice child into such acts. So with the knowledge and consent, the child cannot advocate for their own innocence. This is really important. I know it sounds kind of heavy, but it will get more positive later on if you just bear with me. So the heart is the most resilient part of the human experience. It's directly connected to divine source. And within each of us, there is the masculine and the feminine. Okay, so each person can choose to embody either polarity. However, there is an agenda on the feminization of men on this planet. And the reasons for this are very clear. Throughout history, the ruling Kabbalah has always had the same problem that was quite difficult to deal with. And what is this, you may ask? Well, once upon a time, there were very strong warrior-like males. If there was ever a failure in the Kabbalah ruling class in regard to their tyrannical rule, immoral nature, and spirit of imperialism, it was the strong, vital men who understood right from wrong with integrity. This is why the very core of masculinity of men is being targeted now covertly for the purpose of extermination. With the Kabbalah now owning most countries around the world, and around the entire planet with their own fictitious names, stage, government, and political system riddled with agents of secret family control, each have their own specific fabricated war effort. These organized conflicts with themselves and each other have no real agenda other than soldiers being used as pawns on the chessboard to lure in the strongest males into combat with one another, thus creating self-elimination. So they really had us with all these fabricated wars. On the other side of these things is the modern war area. We have chemical castration. So to this day, there are specific chemicals that destroy hormone production in males that make them manly. Okay, so specifically in the strength, size, ferocity, and masculinity. This is all part of a plan to destroy the alpha males and make way for beta males rising in society. So women, as a result, are subconsciously reacting to the placement of fear as few alpha males remain. This triggers a proven hormonal and psychological change in the female to promote more masculinity or to be more male-like in a way to pick up the slack. So as the pendulum swings the opposite way with our energy, they must compensate. The destruction of chemically castrated males affects both polarities in a negative fashion. So we now see prominent figures in sports all the way to children, the superhero stories where you have feminization of these characters, and that in no way should the sexual orientation of a comical character be important for their storyline. Captain America used to represent the sacred masculine qualities and uphold true patriotism and integrity to one's nation, never settling until justice was met. Okay, it is a true gentleman towards the sacred feminine and holds the highest vibration of integrity. So here you'll see that men are coming out more as women in the political spectrum, as well as in Hollywood and other social influencer roles. Okay, so we have the feminized role modeling for men. It's a lecture by the University psychology professor Jerry Croth. I highly recommend looking it up, but in there explains that humans mimic as their primary form of learned behavior. So what this applies to the individual visually. So we can see how films have then, I'm sorry, I skipped over. So humans have their primary form of understanding learned behavior as mimicry. So it's called mirrored neural firing. So it's where it's kind of like monkey see, monkey do. Your brain mimics the activities that it views through its eyes. So the brain is then configured to take on more easily the behavior to which is supplied visually. Okay, so we can see how this film has molded society in this aspect. So this is a direct correlation between the CIA psychological warfare intelligence and the starting of Hollywood here. So male actors are noticing that they're continually asked to dress in like women and act like women to get specific roles in films. So for this very reason, is to subtly redirect the conscious aspect of masculinity in society and to adhere to social norms or be left out as an outcast. So while many films have their fair bit of humor, the agenda behind it is very clear, to subtly impress upon society the slow inversion of gender roles, so that we see now being pressed upon children as young as the age of 6. So yet another seemingly harmless yet polarizing agenda set out by Hollywood. So now, what does it mean? What is the true meaning of the divine feminine and masculine? So the yin and yang, the sacred dance of Shiva and Shakti, the balance between the chakra and the bina and the supernal triad of the Kabbalistic tree of life. All of these modalities are examples of the masculine and feminine principles within all of us, in order for us to understand that it's not truly about the gender of the physical body, but rather self-unifying principles of the universe that we see as a reflection within us of our microcosm. In the upper spiritual realms, there is nothing but unification, where everything vibrates in varying degrees, notes of the grand song that is life and existing on a higher octave. Seemingly infinite possibility exists in these dimensions where we on Earth have the opportunity to experience all that the universe has to offer. When we speak of masculine and feminine energies, what we mean to refer to is not just the divine presence of God or the goddess within, but the qualities each energy embodies. So the divine masculine is a constant. He is stillness, focused and driven through divine will. He brings in the breath of life. He is, in fact, the sun. So it's radiating pure consciousness with boundless potential, energy for all without ever asking to be rewarded. And then seeking stillness and simplicity in each and every moment. Life and death are nothing but the same to him, as he resets between those moments where only silence resides. He is without judgment, recognizing that all beings are under his protection. Now, when we speak of what it means to be a divine feminine and this mysterious goddess, well, the divine masculine is known to her. Your own personal relation to her is part of the moment of the everyday. She is our passion, our joy, our anger, our compassion, our fear, our love, and our lust. All emotions and momentary things our minds can't put to words, for there is no direct translation. She resides in each and every one of us. She is sacred, sensual, beyond the realms of the day-to-day tasks, beyond the physical realm. Not something that can be seen, but felt. She is the healing force behind this reality. She is asking us once again to remember her. We've lost our connection to the divine feminine and as a result, lost touch with the world and natural law. The divine feminine is in tune with the rhythms of Mother Earth, receptive presence that connects all beings within a unifying field of love. So now we're going to do a tangent into how to escape the matrix. So our eyes are open out to the current matrix system and the tricks that are used to go about it to keep us in a particular vibration. And this begs the question, what are we going to do to deprogram and how do we go about it? Can we just magically skip the third dimension and pop into 5D? Or perhaps that's not our purpose on Earth. What if our true purpose here is to channel the higher frequencies down into this dense realm and successfully show how we can blossom in our lives like a flower to the sun, understanding both this realm and beyond? So in this next section, we're going to go into how we embody this way of being as a bridge of science and spirituality to show you that we all have the ability to bend our reality as the core theme of this presentation. So in the age of information, it's not enough to just know about the truth of the dark and light within this reality and beyond, but we must know how to effectively surpass it in order to thrive. So we have the energy body. So as physical as this reality may seem, we are so much more than just a material body and being. Sitting here, we are beings of light vibrating at this particular third dimensional frequency. And for those who are familiar with any of the other presentations I've given before, we break down the different energetic blueprints of how the body goes. But we are going to go briefly here, as you can see in the slides. Okay, so if any of this for any of you sounds like it's outside the realm of grounded reality, I'll break it down here briefly, okay? So we have our bodies are electromagnetic in nature, constantly fluctuating between different states of being. So this is a scientific fact, okay? Everything gives off vibration, is made of energy, from the trees you pass by in the park to your human vessel and beyond. Each layer of our energetic body correlates to different forms and functions, encompassing in totality our physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual energies. So what's more interesting is that as we progress to understand our own energetic field, the more we're able to attune ourselves to understand the energies around us, even going so far as to choosing our own auric field size and breadth. So this can prove invaluable when depending on the circumstances. So for example, if I'd be on stage now, like in person, or even when I'm talking on this virtual event here, you can take your energetic field and you can make it encompass like everyone that's listening, right? Because we're all connecting through the quantum here. So now it's possible that if I'm on stage, I would want to react differently than if, let's say, I want to walk home and it's dark outside. My energy field will be much smaller in that realm. It kind of gives you an idea. Imagine what's possible with energetic fields of people who perform on stage with you're like a musician, right? The energy exchange that occurs between the crowd and the fans and the musicians and all of that. The dynamic exchange of that energy is a balanced dance of a push and pull, which definitely we'll get the honor to experience virtually this weekend. So the depth of energy can go, it's expansive and it's endless, and it's a creative force that we can dive into. There's a lot to say about this topic. So not only is the external energy field significant, but within us, there's the internal network of energetic highways. So you can know this as chi or prana. It's a life force that circulates throughout our physical vessels and is known by many names around the world. So this vital life force flows through a complex and limitless network of energetic pathways. So it impacts everything from creating a life we desire in the physical and the quantum realm to the detailed function of our bodies down to our hormones and our cells. So this internal energetic world is vast and it's intricately and directly connected to this auric field of ours. So here we have the internal energetic map. Okay, so according to many centuries old religions, metaphysical, esoteric, and spiritual traditions, there's a belief that in our internal world, there are these spinning life energy centers called chakras that connect to all parts of our body. Okay, so for those who enjoy visualization with their mind's eye, these chakras can appear as colorful wheels of light. And they can also, some people can connect them to different elements, like in the Chinese 5-element theory, where one is earth, wind, fire, and ether. But there's a lot of different ways to go about it. So not only are these chakras etherically real, they allow our mind to have direct communication with particular systems within the body. So by focusing on a chakra, it creates a focus point and can potentially affect this on a multitude of levels on the systems within our body. So I'm sure many of you, everyone who follows Geraldine here knows that the chakras are then connected to different parts. Like for example, the heart is connected to the sternum, and this can be known as the thymus chakra because its domain affects the thymus gland, and its function can then be categorized as part of the lymphatic organ or endocrine organ. So essentially this means that the thymus gland is able to rid the body of different toxins, waste, and unwanted materials known as the lymphatic system, and also a hormone producing endocrine system. So the chakras are very much real as much as we allow them to be. So by envisioning with our mind's eye, we can impact the physical bodies directly. So whether this is like pulling cords out or removing attachments or implants, or returning and filling it with like love and everything, the more we take time to balance our own energy centers, the easier it will be to recognize when we are actually out of alignment. So there isn't really any foolproof way, we've been learning this weekend, that to protect ourselves from negative things from happening, because it's just the natural flow of life. But these things the more conscious you have, you'll be able to more easily go through it if you understand your own energetic field. So it's taking time to create a practice to embody these energies and to really spend time with oneself to understand where it's all coming from. So we're going to do a quick exercise here. Anyone that is at home, if you could join with me. So I would like you to take your two hands together, okay? And I want you to rub them together like you're trying to warm them up. And so we're gonna go quickly and rub them like you're trying to just make a fire with your hands. Okay, and you're gonna then, well, you can close your eyes. So close your eyes, rub your hands, and then you can pull them a few inches apart, okay? So you should feel like within your hands, you can feel this like tingling sensation that's between the palm of your hands within the space of each hand. Okay, so if you imagine that like this is like a ball of light, you can move it, you can make it bigger. Like if it's like a softball, it's like a basketball. And you don't have to focus on the color, but know like that feeling of what is there. And so you can take this and you can visually expand it out with your mind. Okay, and as you breathe in, you can make it smaller. And as you exhale, you can make it bigger. So this is just like a little exercise that you can do, that you can practice like with visuals and emotions to understand like energy in like a really simple form. So if you ever feel anxious, this is like a cool thing to do, to take your mind off certain things. So now that you've begun to see how our energetic vessels, human energetic vessels work, it's time to dive into the topic of entity attachments. So entity attachments can come to us in a variety of ways. For some, it's you've had travelers with you from different lifetimes due to particular emotional outputs and thought patterns, among other methods. But what we know is that if there's an entity around you, there is a literal frequency match. So the more in tune that you are with your body, as I've mentioned, and its infinite intelligence in physical form, the more you can become with its energetic awareness. You can become aware and more in touch with it. So this directly translates if you know if you're carrying attachments, because the more you understand your field, you'll be able to feel different things are off, or see everyone has different abilities. So you'll be able to sense that it's there. Okay, so how do you know if you have entity attachments, right? If you have new streams of thought that are out of the norm, or new mannerisms of reacting, that these are important signs to look out for. Okay, so there's sometimes you can manifest it with a new physical pain that hasn't been there before, or you can just suddenly start feeling tired or drained for no reason. Okay, so if you have these kind of experiences, you don't have to worry and be in a place of fear, but just understand that this isn't a learning experience, okay, and that things can change from where you are at the moment. So you can use your senses to feel around your field, to sense if there's something there. And even if you may not be like super psychically attuned, you can still sense and feel. We have so many different senses that you have to find what matches for you. Okay, so often many of these spirits who are attached, they can be discarnate, and these spirits that are attached to the earthly plane are continuously stuck here due to different addictions typically, or heavy emotions that they are still holding on to from when they had a physical body and were alive. So due to the difficulty of this, these spirits don't have a body, so they essentially have to find a host to attach to. And this is where this emotional energy can be siphoned off from you and given to them. It's like a nutritional food source for them. So the more these attachments are able to get into a person with the lower vibrational state through provocation, the more they nourish themselves and deplete you. Okay, so you may be able to get rid of this on your own, but there are also many other healers out there, as you've seen through this weekend, that are able to help you if you feel like you just can't get rid of that one darn attachment or whatever else is in the field. So definitely trust that you have your own ability to heal yourself, but also take importance that other people might have excelled in their ability more so. So always keep an open mind. So also now we have thought forms. So thought forms are influenced by entities that exist and can become a nuisance for souls incarnate at this time. So they can wreak havoc on a person when they become unavailable to control the intensity and emotional amplification of their own thoughts and desires. So thought forms manifest as behaviors, mental obsessions, or addictions. So the best way to sever this parasitic connection is to stop feeding the thought forms negative energies that enables it to be a continuous vibrational match. So when thought forms are cut off from their energetic food supply, they eventually will dissolve away. So, but like weeds in the garden, if we pull them out and cleanse the space, they leave dormant seeds potentially that have the possibility to regenerate that thought pattern. So thought forms are energetic patterns of emotion, intention, or desire. So like any parasites, they entangle themselves into our mental realm, either in the subconscious or the auric field, and they feed off those thoughts and emotions, typically due to different traumatic events. So these entities are self-created thought parasites that grab the attention of the mind into having more thoughts of the same kind, so much so that it can form a habit like an addiction. So negative thought forms also exist outside the body and can survive as spiritual passengers. Okay, so they can attach themselves to unsuspecting humans who are a vibrational match. So with these thought forms, you can also come from different people who have died recently and through the spiritual cleansing process itself. So these mental parasitic forms, they stick around in the etheric regions that surround all physical existence, waiting for a host to feed off of. Once they find their match, they introduce the thoughts in the mind and feed off that vibration. So if a thought form was created through anger, for example, the human sustains the energetic food source for that spiritual parasite by habitually reenacting the vibration of anger. So a thought form for grief, readily available at hospitals and court offices or nursing homes, would attach to someone that's feeling tremendous sorrow. So now there's things like cord cutting. Okay, this is like a solution for some of these things. So cleansing our aura of these different attachments is but one level of energetic, like kind of maintenance that we have to do. Okay, so we have a clean aura. It allows you to cultivate a piece of mind, emotional health, and certainly a state of well-being overall. So with every interaction you experience we have in this body, there is always the potential for a cord to be created with something other than ourselves. So a cord can link up with one or multiple chakras and the layers within the body to essentially lock itself in. So energy is neutral, but the same applies to cords. It all depends on the nature of the emotional interaction and the intention. So for example, you can have a friend that you hang out with all the time and you both feel like you are happier because of the result of that interaction. So this kind of like friendship cord is beneficial for both parties and is a natural byproduct of camaraderie. But on the other hand, you have the exact opposite end of the spectrum, which could be that you had a partnership that ended on a bad note, and now you have a traumatic response that you have to unravel, but you can't seem to shake that person from your mind. So what do? That's a cord connecting you two together still, and you have to cut it. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to move on with your life. So these are just a few examples of how cords can be formed. You can see the different polarities in them. But when you have any kind of connection that you want to no longer continue, you have to make sure to cut it on both ends. Okay, when you cut it on both ends, it releases the other person and the bond from the other person to you, and it also brings back all your energy back to yourself. So you're claiming your space. So we're going to dive briefly into epigenetics here. I believe we still got 15 minutes. Okay, so epigenetics is an incredible science that has completely transformed the world of biology as we know it. So not only does it challenge the current mainstream science, but it solidifies that we are not a victim to our genes and our experiences, but rather master co-creators in the reality that we get the opportunity to experience. So epigenetics doesn't change the sequence of one's genes, but rather it the expression of the genes themselves via the proteins. So how can this be? Okay, so the genes provide the blueprint to make the protein. The genes themselves don't know if they should be activated or made, since they don't know how to have a self-actualizing perspective. The gene cannot turn itself on or off by their own free will. And according to Bruce Lipton and his incredible studies in epigenetics, it allows us to choose what genes will be read or left alone, all depending on the environment we surround ourselves with. So you can read a part of a gene while leaving other parts alone, and you can cause a whole new genetic expression that has not confined by old schools of thought where people have thought that genes are, they say, locking us in to what we're born with and we're stuck with it forevermore. That's not necessarily the case at all. If you have to believe and understand that you have so much more power within your body. Okay, so furthermore, studies then show that in this field that when traumas and toxins and thought are significant factors that cause disease, perceptions are also what runs our genes. So let's think about this. So if we think about the way we feel about events in the past, in the present, and the future, we're able to then change our expression of our genes to create disharmony or disease. Imagine the impact that we can do if we have a better understanding of past experiences with a different perception. Okay, in the opposing effect, it changes it entirely. So this is a huge discovery, and that it ties into how the control structures of our system can allow us to utilize this pertinent information to heal ourselves and dig deeper out of the darkness, out of our shadows, and healing through that as well. Okay, so shadow integration. So it is the process of bringing the hidden parts of ourselves into consciousness. So shadow is a term from Carl Jung, used to speak of the undesired or denied parts of ourself, also known as the unconsciousness. So our shadows include everything outside of the light of consciousness and maybe positive, negative, or anything in between. Integrating the shadow not only brings a greater sense of integrity to who you are, but it can also heal relationships and wounds and traumas, and most importantly, the hidden parts of our psyche. Okay, so our shadow brings us the opportunity of our perspective awaiting healing and taking the time for us to truly feel through experiences we've gone through to understand where we've came from. Okay, so we are a little short on time, so I'm gonna kind of jump over certain things here, but I will get to all the important points. So now we're going to, shadow work is very important, and I can definitely talk about it. I would definitely recommend going to 90 Degree Turns to check out that podcast there, because we will be talking about it. But now the commanding of our mind, body, and spirit. So our voice is what commands our mind, body, and spirit. So there's a pattern arising. We have so much power and so much control over who we're becoming in every single moment, if you couldn't tell. Okay. And any significant part of this is due to words and thoughts that we tell ourselves, as well as what we consume audibly and digitally around our environment. So through the power of reprogramming our mind and becoming conscious and very deliberate with our thoughts, each one of us is able to gradually begin to rewire ourselves through the power of intention and attention. So as we've learned, the human operating system is very susceptible to the environment and what's thrown at us. The more we notice the way we speak and what energetic vibration we choose to emit, it makes a huge difference in how life forms right before our eyes. So as we've heard from all these genius pioneers beforehand, there are a multitude of ways that we can basically timeline hop, so to speak, and change our lives. So something I want to get into right now is how our voice commands our mind, body, and spirit. So we know that energy and vibration create matter. And knowing all this, if all our senses are a form of energy, we must take the utmost care in the words we allow to come to our awareness and the thoughts we choose to speak about ourselves and how we express it to others. So by using the power of our thoughts and voice in tandem, we create reality, no matter if we're conscious of it or not. So it's why when you speak, you are essentially casting a spell into this existence. It's why it's called spelling. Okay, when you write words out. So for example, here, when you write words like I can't, or you say I don't believe, or I won't, these are all focusing on, you're telling yourself that you're unable to take action and create further blocks for whatever else comes from those commands. There's like the middle road here where you say, oh, I'm trying, I will try, or I can try this. Okay. That in itself will continue to show you that you're going to try and try and try over and over again. You're running a race with essentially no end in sight. It seems motivational, but in the end, it's repetitive in a way that doesn't serve you entirely. And then there's like the most empowering kind of thing, saying, I can, I am, I believe, it's done, I can do it. Okay, this type of empowering statements prompt an internal reaction within the body down to the cellular level. Okay, and the subconscious mind. The more one begins to awaken themselves to the truth and the extent of how we talk to ourselves, you can literally see your world begin to transform. Now, imagine if you take this empowering statement, okay? The infinite intelligence of my cells keeps me vibrant, healthy, and full of life. I see gold and white healing light around me and anything known and unknown. I send all of the gold and white light to anything known and unknown to me now. Okay, so you take a statement like this, and you add elevated emotion as if you're already living in that space. So remember that the subconscious mind does not differentiate between feelings of created life, between what's you're feeling inside and what is externally given to you as an emotion from outside sources. So when you pair these elevated emotions and visualizations and confirm the message verbally or with writing down, your subconscious has no choice but to eventually embody the statement as though it is fact. So it goes from being a reality you desire to achieve and then transforms it into a sense of knowing. So that's when you know you have it right, when it becomes a knowing within. So we are now going to take a quick tangent then into negative ions. I think I have 8 minutes here. Okay, so negative ions here are another tool that we can use to help ourselves. So negative ions are molecules floating in the air or atmosphere that have been charged with electricity. The negative ions exist in nature in a ton of places. You can find these in dense forests, in waterfalls, beaches, getting natural rays from the sun. Orgone generators are another way to find it. So the benefits of negative ions are they help regulate your sleep patterns. They can reduce stress. They can boost your immune system function and increase metabolism and kill any kind of harmful bacteria and viruses and mold species. And there's so many different benefits to negative ions. So how long does one have to stay in a negative ion place to receive the benefits? Well, studies show that just 30 minutes is enough exposure daily to help. And if you don't have access to the outdoors, you can consider buying a negative ion generator or an orgone energy device. So these devices usually come in two forms, one that you can plug into a wall that purifies the ions in the room it's in, or smaller ionic bands that generate negative ions on the go. So all life on this planet has a bioelectric field of energy surrounding it, and thus it can be influenced by these things like electromagnetic pollution and more. But that's why when you have more negative ions, you're able to create a more balanced energy in your body, okay? Because unfortunately, positive ions have a more toxic effect on the body itself. These are examples here. All right. So if you've ever felt depressed or anxious or stressed for no reason at all, you might have a high level of positive ions. So these are small enough to be absorbed through your skin and lungs and aren't visible to your naked eye. So you're probably breathing them in right now, since most of us do have pollution in the cities that we live. So other potential downsides of absorbing too many positive ions include higher inflammation levels, mood swings, chronic pain, allergies, and more. So in general, anything that's toxic or has electromagnetic capabilities will generate harmful positive ions, including electronic devices like our telephones, our computers, our TVs. You have fluorescent lighting. The blue light is very harmful for the body. You have toxic carpeting, upholstery, paint, air pollution, especially if you live in a big city. So most studies have found that levels of positive ions are extremely high in homes, cities, and office buildings, where there are more free radicals present that can keep the body in balance by antioxidants. The free radicals then can start by doing damage to the fatty tissue and the DNA and the proteins in your body. So the proteins, lipids, and DNA then make up a large part of your body, so that the damage can lead to a vast number of diseases. But remember that there are solutions to this. This does not have to be how it is. And if you stay for a brief moment after I'm done with this presentation, where we'll have Mason come on here very briefly to tell you about his orgone energy devices. So to wrap all of this up, as we go through the process of awakening in our various stages, we begin to adapt new and malleable belief systems. These systems can expand our awareness of things once thought possible. As we continue to shatter the ceiling of the old paradigms, we are able to navigate this experience with a new sense of clarity and awareness. As we've now gained information about social engineering in the digital age and how advertising is weaponized against humanity, we can choose the road less taken, begin to bend our own reality at our will. This process starts within and will change the course of our lives for the future that we wish to anchor. So I'm very proud of everyone that's able to join here on YouTube or on the stream, anywhere. Please share it with everyone you know. This is an amazing event. And as we continue to shatter our belief systems, by hearing everyone that's talking and all the information that's coming through, we bring light to the shadows of the world unseen, and we are able to search more deeper within. And with this shift, we'll be able to become true recreators of our reality. So thank you very much for having me on, Geraldine. I hope everyone is enjoyed this presentation, and I think we have 5 minutes left. Is that correct?
Yes, we have four minutes left, but we're gonna crush through that.
Okay.
We have a question from Cedric. Do entity attachments come from inside or outside of us? Could an entity attachment come from a psychic attack?
I would say yes. Yeah, I feel like hexes and curses and all that, those are, I think, in some form, entity attachments that can absolutely come from outside. Well, okay. I think you can create entity attachments from within because of your thought processes. So if you're in a very low vibration, then you're going to manifest something around you, whether it's coming from a form of disease or like a etheric attachment. So I would say, yes, they can come from within. What was the second part of the question? I'm sorry.
So could an entity attachment come from a psychic attack?
From a psychic attack? I think it's possible. I haven't personally experienced that, but I think it's absolutely possible. Yeah, but that's why it's important to understand your energy field in the first place. I'd say, because then you'd know, hopefully you can trace the source of it, whether it's coming from your past or something external.
And we have a question that says, what are some tools that we can use to break negative thought patterns?
Okay, like affirmations are a really great one. Affirmations are wonderful. If you, let's say, have a thought pattern saying that I feel, I feel scared to express myself. Okay, let's say that's like a belief system or a pattern that you're noticing and it keeps on going in your head. You can write down like the exact opposite, right? So you can write affirmations saying, I feel safe to express myself. I feel like I'm able to share everything that's on my heart and on my mind. And you do not just writing it down, but you have to like literally program yourself from making it just a belief system to knowing. So the more repetitive you can be and the more you add that elevated emotion to the exact opposite of what you're feeling right now and what you desire to feel, it helps lift your energy up. And by doing that, also being outside in nature helps a lot. But I find for me, what helps is basically creating the reality I want by writing it down, by repetitively telling myself it, but also feeling as if I'm already there, imagining the situation of my life as if I'm feeling safe to express myself if my belief system is the exact opposite at the moment.
Wonderful. And so, Trisha, you're going to be sharing Mason's amazing work with us, yes?
Yes, yes, he will come on. Oh, he's not going to come on the screen here, but I will show you right here. Do you want to talk? Oh, I will be talking about these orgone energy devices then. So we have these wonderful devices that he makes. If you can see them, this is pretty large. Like it's it's bigger than the size of my hand. And they come in different sizes. Basically these devices, they are not only just like a work of art in its own right, but as I've mentioned with the different negative ions and positive ions, what they can do is a lot more than just a work of art. Okay, so inside you have these beautiful quartz crystals, like a big one inside, and it's wrapped and it's creating a conductive space between natural elements like metal and stone. And some of them on the bottom are like this. They're all different kinds. Oh, yeah, I will. So they come in all different sizes here. We have these large ones. This one's called the Sacred Feminine. We've got moonstone and rose quartz, and it's beautiful. And we've got all different stuff. If you want to learn more, though, he will be very happy to talk at his vendor booth. If you just go to wisdomcon.com and then click the vendors, the business is called Merlin Enterprises. So if you go there, he will be able to talk your ear off all about the amazing work that these devices do, because it's an incredible science that I think people are just now starting to tap into. So it's very exciting stuff. So,
awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mason, for your beautiful work. Shout out to Mason. And go check out, please. You're welcome. The booth, you will find all of that on what is it called? The website. You can find basically all of his information to connect with him, and also Trisha.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you
so
much.
Geraldine, for having us.
Thank you. Wonderful. Well, up next, and just before we get in there, I want to bring on another one of our incredible vendors, Cherie, who is at her booth and created these beautiful little jewelry things. So if you would just give us one moment. Cherie, are you in here?
Hello, I am in here. How are you?
Hi, Cherie. I'm good.
Hi.
Let me just bring you on really quickly. There you are. Yeah, I just wanted to give Cherie a really quick shout out. She is one of our vendors and she has a virtual booth. So please do visit her and connect with her.
Hello, everyone. It's been an amazing conference so far. I'm so glad to see all your faces. It's wonderful.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Cherie, for everything that you're doing for us. Much love.
Yeah, same to you, Geraldine.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. So up next, we have the amazing Sonia Barrett, which I'm very excited to connect you with. She is brilliant. Sonia, are you in our chat?
I am here.
There you are. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Wonderful. I will let you have the stage.
All right. Okay. Well,
and Sonia, you're going to present on the human body is an antenna.
Yes.
Very
that's the idea. That's the topic. Thank you so much for having me here. And of course, thank you to the other brilliant speakers. And yeah, it's always just an honor to be invited and to be among other voices that are out there sharing incredible information. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Well, yes, I decided the topic, because I've been busy. I'm always moving. I feel like I'm always doing something. But the topic that came to me is the human body as an antenna, a technology supporting the advancement of consciousness. And I really, it is a big part of my work. Understanding the body, this body technology, because I think that it is quite overlooked as far as I'm concerned. I think it's sort of underrated, yet it's all part of the experience of what allows us to have this experience. So I did say, don't be so quick to discard the body because the current paradigm has created a momentum for both collective and personal expansion. So that is what we're seeing today. So I'm just going to look a little bit here at what the summary, the description that I sent out, and so that I can break it down even a little bit more. But expansion is driven by change. And in this time, our attention is definitely being drawn to the body, to this sensory system. It's all reflective of inner upgrades, which ripple into physical upgrades. This will not be for everyone. Everyone in reality, this reality will not obviously experience the same outcome. Life is responding to each of us according to the stories and perceptions we hold. Now, the idea here is that when I said the current paradigm has created a momentum for both collective and personal expansion, I think everybody here agrees that there is definitely something great going on in this particular time. And we happen to be part of this cycle, this moment in time, in the wheel of time, in terms of how we understand time to be. We are in this momentum right now, and everybody isn't going to come out with the same understanding. Everybody isn't, as I like to say, coded to be here in this time moving forward, and people will leave and people will continue to leave as they always have. So it's a very interesting time, but nobody can get away from really observing the fact that it's all about the body. I mean, this is what we're dealing with. People are in fear. Why is that? Because everybody is afraid of losing their body. So this human dance is really incredible, but that's ultimately what's going on. We love life. We cling to it. We are addicted to our reality, our version of reality, and of course, the bigger picture of reality. So we do see where in this moment, the body is definitely being pointed out, because it's all happening with, what's going to happen with your body. Could you get this? Could you die? All of that. But what if there really is this division, this crossroads? What if this moment in time is really specifically triggering people, beings, those that are here to be triggered in that manner, to come into a completely different awareness about this vehicle, this vessel that allows us to experience reality, this sensory system? What if people are being nudged to recognize their lives on a more expansive level? Because even the people that are on what we define as a spiritual path, not everybody is really acknowledging of this vehicle, which is what's allowing you to do everything that we're doing. Excuse me, we're here right now, and we're at this conference, and we're participating through these vehicles, through the sensory system. As you can see, I'm very animated, so I move my hands a lot. So, so the whole experience with the human body and what it allows us to do is what I find profound. And so I wanted to kind of talk about that today. But before I go further into this, what I'd love for everybody to do, and I do this in other workshops, is what I call is watch your body breathe. And when I say that, I'm not talking about doing a meditation and focusing on the breath. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'd like is, we'll take a moment and watch the body breathe. And let me explain that briefly. So I specifically use the word watch as a way to create a bit of mental distance between the more expansive part of you and the vehicle being used to explore the human experience. So when you close your eyes, I'm going to ask you to close your eyes. When you close your eyes, you are basically going to just settle in, and you're sort of becoming the observer. So in other words, you close your eyes and you're going to feel that part of you that actually is just simply going to watch the body breathe, meaning that in this moment, you are not jumping into being your body. You are actually stepping back and being the being that is driving the body, that animates the body. So you step back and just watch it. It's fascinating. If you can do this for any length of time on your own, we'll talk about that a little bit more. But in the meantime, just in this moment, just close your eyes and just relax. And I know it's very hard to because the mind runs around all over the place, which is fine. But just come to the realization that what I'm about to do is to just watch the body breathe. Just watching it. And as you're watching it breathe, you're just noticing that it's taking in breath and the lungs fill up and then the air goes out again. And it comes in and it just goes out again. In the meantime, you're feeling or you're sensing or you're seeing the chest, the way it sort of expands and then collapses in the process. Just do that for a minute. And get out of your head. This is not a head experience. It's just an observation. An amazing mechanism. Okay, now you only have so much time. So I'm just going to ask you to extend that when you are on your own, to extend that experience, because it really is a great way to shut down your stories when they begin to stream and take over. It really is. And we have people that do this in workshops, and it's so simple where you just stop and you watch your body breathe. And in that moment, you are reminded, wait a second, I'm not my body, but yes, my body is a part of this multi-layered experience and expression, another aspect of consciousness. But in that moment, you recognize, there's that other part of me, that expansive part of me. And it stops the automated robotic process because you're just simply recognizing the technology of the body as this amazing sensory system and how it functions and how it operates. And you can take that even further by not just watching the breath, but if you do it long enough, you can actually really start to feel and recognize the organs. You can observe every single organ, because it's each organ is its own unique universe, but you begin to really see each organ, their function, their response as the breath takes place, how the blood moves, how it flows. And all of this really is part of what these ancient practices were about, like Qigong, which is really, at least medical Qigong. There are 3 different kinds of Qigong, but they all ultimately are bringing us back to an awareness, to a particular observation, because it's much more challenging to change things when we are busy being the thing, like being our what we consider to be our problems or being our story. It's more difficult to do that because we are going to try to solve those problems and make changes from the automated self. The automated self is the survivor self. That self is going to pull on survival concepts, ideas, solutions, things that have been previously done to resolve a problem. So again, to be able to separate, bring that in your mind to that space can be very, very huge. So anyway, all right, so now you get it, the idea of this incredible technology and the appreciation for it. And the more you bring yourself into that kind of awareness, instead of making the body so minimal, is the more power you're able to begin to really harness, because you begin to operate more from the aspect of yourself that sees everything, that sees around the corner. The brain is given permission and instructions to change the filters through which we are seeing life. It gets permission to show more and solutions, as opposed to, as I said before, pulling from those automated, pre-packaged solutions and reminders of what happened to you before. That's where we typically draw from when we are operating so much in that 3D sense. So again, the body is a device for uploading and downloading information. The impact of that information is significant to achieving more elevated levels of expansion of consciousness. So the body is, again, it is this sensory system that as we breathe in and breathe out, you know, just that very act, it's information coming in, it's data, because all of everything is just made up of information. And those are things that I think we really don't hold that. We'll intellectually say, yes, everything is made up of information. But if we really want to make a profound change and we really want to expand our level of awareness, I think we have to really come back in to honing in on that realization that my body itself is streaming information. My body itself is a stream of information. A stream of information. How often do you even say that to yourself? We see our bodies as something completely different, as this solid thing that, you know, can have problems. And we, you know, yes, we use it to get around, and it's just so minimized. But here it is. As we breathe in, the information streams in through breath. And that's data. That's information that's coming from a timeless point, a point beyond any point that we can think of. However, the data that we take in is generally to the level of understanding that we have. You know, it's coming in. We're getting those bits of information according to where we are in our understanding. So making sure everybody can hear me. Okay. All right, we're good. So so that information is breathing, and as you exhale, you are transmitting information as well. Even when you look at the fact that when you are going through things and you know you sigh, you take that deep breath, whatever you are experiencing, you notice in your breath, you know, that information gets transmitted, you know, to that core center, you know, that space that all information just goes. That's what we do. We are here to be experiencers, and we are, as you know, transmitters and receivers. And that's what we do. So in these sensory systems, we experience reality, emotions, or feelings, and all of that data gets transmitted. It's breathed out, and then we bring in more information. And it's this cycle that just goes on and on and on. Now, for me, I really started to recognize more of how this is working, more of the way the body works, or started to be curious about it. And I've been curious about it since I was a child, as far back as I can remember. I had a question that not too many people have, and even for a child. And my question was around death. I thought it was very bizarre. It was a very bizarre thing to me. I just thought, you know, why does that happen? And why is it that people didn't think it was any strange thing about it? So for me, I came into this life really feeling like there's some things that we don't understand about this technology. Of course, I didn't know those words then. I didn't, you know, use the word technology. I just knew intuitively that there was more that needs to happen. So as time went on, I started to realize that, well, maybe maybe the body isn't really turned on. Maybe it's just not activated. And that's what I started to realize, is that our bodies operate at minimum capacity. And that's why we age. That's why we age and people die so soon. 100 years, it's nothing. 100 years is not. We're programmed to see life in this way. And that's what I started to realize. We're programmed to accept this common version and interpretation of reality and make it our own. And then we pass it on and on and on and on, to our children, and, our grandparents pass it on. And it's just been like that for a very long time. But I think we are in a time where people are more ready. This is why technology is so stepped up. It's not just the physical technology that stepped up, but the technology of mind, the technology of the body, the technology of the overall system, the technology of the cycles by which this construct of reality operates is shifting to more elevated states. I like to refer to it as what's the word I generally like to use? There's a word I generally like to use to describe that. It's more of an automated upgrade, a default upgrade. So there's a default upgrade that's happening right now, which means it's just a natural course of the cycles as the system that we're part of, that we call reality, is set up. And I include the cycling through of what we perceive as 365 days, all of those things based on our perception of time. So when you begin to look at that, you realize there's a default process, because the system nature must evolve let's say this planet then, because everything goes through a graduation. Everything is constantly being moved up, a notch here and there according to cycles. But nature must evolve everything. When everything, and I'm talking about human beings, because right now I'm only focusing on planet Earth and humans. When humans aren't naturally evolving to more major, more expansive levels, yet they're evolving all the time, nature moves things along, moves you along, right? But you have the option, however, to allow yourself, give yourself permission to go beyond that. You don't have to wait. I always tell people, you don't have to wait for the group. You have to wait for nobody. You can freely go into your own request and permission to create this greater evolution of self. And part of that reason is because I love this quote, but like a single cell of a plant, the entire history of that plant is encoded in that single cell. And that's you. That's me. That's all of us. Plus, on top of that, we already are source, whatever that is, whatever that undefinable is, we are already that, manifesting in all these various forms, everything we see around us. So you recognize that, yes, one individual moving through expansion on their own is affecting the field around them. And so when we do that, we just simply are operating, we're moving into versions of reality that's more reflective or more aligned with who we are in that moment. Part of what happens is we're programmed to see life as a singular experience. Like, this is the only version, whatever the version is for you in this moment. We're really conditioned to think that it's static, like that's the only version. And so we want to see, Earth change and people change. But you can change your interpretation of reality, and you will end up in a version of reality that looks very similar. You won't know the difference, but it looks very similar. But I think those are all the things that we need to understand. We need to really begin to hone in on, because that is part of the profound process of the human evolving, the human expanding, the human growing, the human exploring potentials, all these possibilities that are there, and not just these narrow versions that we confine ourselves to. All right, so I kind of either moved off course of what I was saying, because I'm not real big on necessarily having my notes, but I try to have notes because there's some things that I really want to cover, and then I'll, ultimately I cover it all. Even though I'll just end up talking, I still end up covering it all somehow. But I think okay, so one of the things I was saying, because I'm getting back to that point, but those on the spiritual path, let me see. Okay, so those on the spiritual path seek growth, and they do seek deeper awareness. However, what happens? They are often impeded or interrupted by the body's health, the sturdiness of the body, the decline of the body, aging of the body, and all and other diseases. And these are based on core beliefs about your own mortality. And all of those things I started to look at. What programs did we come in? What programs are we part of? What is our perception about our own personal existence, design, journey? Doesn't matter what we tell ourselves on the surface. What's at the core? What's at the root of our truth? And that, to me, says it all. What's at the root of our truth? And when we begin to examine these things, and the more that we can really tap into the idea that there's endless potentials, and that the fact that there really is more in terms of what we're capable of, what we're able to do, I think it could be a really big game changer for anybody who decides to go down that rabbit hole. Now, for me, I've been going down that rabbit hole of thought, and the people that do workshops or follow my work all kind of come into that realization and that understanding of their body and the journey and what's possible and how they perceive time as it relates to them. And it's like I'm kind of teeter-tottering on going into that. Do I want to go down that path of really going into that kind of information? I think more than anything else, it's what I want to convey, so that if someone here hasn't really been open to these different kinds of possibilities in terms of their body and in terms of the fact that we live these programmed interpretation of life and death, birth and death. If anybody here isn't really in that space, I want to make sure that when they leave here, whoever is watching this in the future, they can actually stop and begin to examine those possibilities, really think about it, because everything about our life, basically, as we know it, it's just all program concepts. And to me, that was fascinating. It was fascinating, but at the same time, jarring to realize that the programs are so powerful that my whole body, my genes, my cells, my DNA, everything can decide that this is what we're doing. This is our expiration date. This is what we're doing, simply because of the programming that I have. There's a major collective program. It's not just your little individual program, but this major collective program that's sold to us every single day. It's sold to us, whether it be by commercials and billboards or the people that we know, plus what we see around us. Everything we see around us confirms that program must be true. And if nothing else, is to recognize how that works and exploring, going into deeper possibilities of exploration. So That's why a lot of the times people in the, moving in on their spiritual path, is like, well, man, how did that happen with that person? Well, one, yes, we know there's a lot that we have in us, a lot of unresolved. We all understand that, which anything can change because we're pliable. The brain is pliable. All of reality is plastic. It's all pliable, and everything is responding to the human being, to the individual, in terms of what the individual thinks, what the individual understands, what the individual is willing to accept as a possibility, the limitations of the individual's perception about time and their connection with time and how they influence time. So, yes, so you get people that seem like they're at the top of their game and the spiritual path, and then things happen and you don't understand it. So what we tend to do is, we reason it away. We reason it away with why that happened, and they're going on to a greater place and all of that. So for me, I'm thinking as time would go on, time in terms of here, how things would go on. And the more you start to realize that if technically there really is no here nor there, because that's the magic, really, that's the magic. If there really is no here nor there, and everything is really just a different version of now, then you have to question, then what happens with me? What is it that's going on with my body? Because technically, every aspect of you should really be timeless. Every aspect of you should be timeless to a point where it just basically like shapeshifts into new versions of reality. And that's a whole other story. That's a whole other workshop. But I'm throwing that out there because that's how my mind thinks, and that's what I see as a possibility in terms of my own self, my body, and other people that are going down that path of understanding, watching them also make these changes over years in their own perception. And it does take quite a bit of changing those perceptions and going through the programs, not going through and trying to find them, but I mean coming up against all these programs and being able to recognize, wow, I'm coming up, that's just a program. That's just, there's no rhyme or reason for it, and being able to begin to penetrate these programs. So should we aim to become more familiar with the body as expressed by many ancient practices? And I absolutely say yes. Many of these ancient practices have simply become trendy, a cliche, like yoga, meditation, mindfulness, qigong, and on and on. They've become trendy. And when they haven't become trendy, their use, because they're technologies, they're tools, they're technological tools, they show us, or they can be used for different levels of activation of the body. And it all will come down to the movement of chi, the movement of that life force. If we can learn to consciously navigate, move that chi, that life force, I mean, it's incredible what we can do. But it's very tough to do when we come up against these limiting beliefs and all of the externalizing that we do, because we tend to do a lot of that. It's easier to escape into other things, but not realizing that this right here, this is what we have to master. At the end of the day, this is what we are here to do. We have to master this reality. And when I say master this reality, I mean, basically hack yourself. You hack the game, you hack yourself. That is, to me, what I see the ultimate moving forward, penetrating reality as perceived. It's not really about the idea of leaving it or escaping it or going somewhere else. It's this moment. It's this moment of you and waking up to recognizing, whoa, this is not turned completely on. It's not turned on. It's just been operating on auto. This is how our body's been operating on auto. What happens when it keeps operating on auto? Eventually, you run out of charge because you come in like a fully charged battery. Yeah. And eventually, the battery expires. It runs out of charge. Why does it run out of charge? Because it was never activated. It was never connected to an infinite pouring in of energy, of life force. Everything has been just temporary, these temporary fixes. And nature in its expansion and time, which will never run out, whatever that substance is, whatever that is, that thing we measure, it will never run out. So with the idea of recognizing that we really are nature, we are made up of all of it. We're made up of time. We're everything. And in really starting to understand that the body then is doing what? It is designed, it's designed to be automatic and automated in staying alive, in keeping going until that other part comes back in and drives or wakes up. It does what it needs to do to keep you alive. And that's why it works so closely with the automated aspect of yourself, with all the information, your subconscious mind, all the survival things. That's why it's so good at surviving, because it's all about fear. It's all about staying on guard and making sure. That's what it's designed to do, because it knows, the body is extremely intelligent, and it knows that it's not hooked up, or let's put it this way, it is hooked up. We're all hooked up. Right? We're never not connected. But when it's not recognized, when it's not seen, then the body does what it's programmed to do, which is after so many cycles, it begins to shut down. Some people, everybody's cycles is different. Everybody's thing is different as to how that expiration happens. But if we start to look at this bigger picture of the technology of the cycles that run the cycles, and how we're networked into these cycles and how the body is responding, we start to see something different. And I started to see something different. I started to recognize that people aren't dying because they're getting old. People were expiring. I do like to use the word expiring. Their bodies were expiring. What dies? Not you, the vehicle. The vessel expires. The vessel expires. What does the vessel do? Once again, it navigates this reality, and it's an opportunity for us to navigate this reality and to grow and to expand in a way where we understand this game, and instead of escaping it, trying to escape it and going somewhere else, you actually mastered it. That's what the ancients really were about. That's really what they were all trying to do. That's why there's so much talk about immortality and all of these things, because in the human psyche, we know that there is something else. We know that there is more. Now, jumping ahead a little bit, I'm gonna read this because I did agree with him. George Van Tassel did agree with this. And he said, the biggest trouble on this planet is that when you get smart enough to do something with the knowledge you have acquired here, death intervenes. It's true. You realize in your youth the things that you did, and then as you got older, wow, you realize how ridiculous, some of the things you did because you didn't know. Now, just if we look at it and we think, wow, we haven't even scratched the surface. We have done nothing in terms of our existence here. And there is so much to be understood and to figure out in this game. in this earth game, this version of reality, this incredible human game. It is to be figured out. I do see that. I've seen that since I got here on the planet. It is to be figured out, to be understood, for me to graduate from this experience in a way that I understand it, where you're not afraid of it anymore. You master it, meaning that you are mastering time and space. All of these things aren't just coming up for no reason. You're not seeing it in your comic books and all these, what do you call it? These adventure series. It's because it's there. It's there. We know deep down, we know. But the work that is required, the commitment that is required to make these kinds of changes, to go on this kind of ride where, to expand consciousness to that level where it supersedes the frequencies of the planet as we understand it. Often people don't want to take that journey because it's work. And it's easier to stick with the unknown. I mean, with the known. It's easier to stick with those things that are known. And that's why not everybody goes on that extensive journey. And we reason away not going on that journey. And there's something else that he said here. He says, science continually disproves its own theories. He explained about his willingness to believe. This is the only gauge by which man can record progress. Even time is only recognized as it passes and events recorded after they happen. Man accepts three-dimensional theory because the illusion is understandable to his limited thinking. With applied, undisturbed effort, man can develop his all-dimensional sense of being and record time and events in the future as well as present and past. And, I really, the words that he put together is so absolutely true, because it's everything that I've always seen and understood. And I only found this quote today, actually, because I was looking at something and then there it was. I don't know if you know who George Van Tassel is, but George Van Tassel is the man that built the Integratron in Joshua Tree. A really fascinating story and building for those of you who are aware of the story behind it. But anyway, so I absolutely agree that this is where we need to go. And I feel like this moment is presenting this bigger window. The window is always there, because I'm always having to be cautious when I say these things, because we say things like, yeah, well, the window is open now, like the window is never open. Window is always open. Door is always open. The door is never not open. It's the individual. It's the individual. And of course, again, you have different cycles that the system, that the planet, which is part of this greater system, will go through, that is specific to a certain progression of the species on the planet, certain progression, because nature wants to do what? Like a tree. It wants to branch endlessly out, meaning it wants to explore and to be endlessly, not little. And so what happens is when it's recognized, because nature, and when I say nature, I'm talking the whole system, the whole naturalness of the system, the movement of the planets, all of it. When it is recognized, because remember, everything is being read mainly by frequency patterns. You're a signature frequency. Everything is picked up that way by these frequency patterns. And who you are and who I am in the network of the system is unique, is individual. We are our own unique signature in this network, in this system. And so therefore the consciousness is known, the level of consciousness, where your consciousness is the frequency, the vibration of one's consciousness is recognized, just as the brainwave is recognized for each person. when that is recognized, that is known, that is identified within a certain frequency range, and it makes us ripe for, for whatever process that will be for that individual to keep moving forward or to not be here. You're operating in a limited field, and we're not growing, because that's part of what happened. If you're not expanding, what is the point? Nature is about endless expansion, endless experiencing, let's say, because all that we have are what? Potentials. It's an ocean of potentialities. So everything is possible. Everything is there. And your job is to be that everything, whatever that is for you in that moment, just to be all of that. And when, particularly in this version of reality, in this realm of being human, when we are not growing, we are not expanding. And so the brain gets that information, gets that message. It's always picking that up. No expansion going on, nothing new coming in. And it starts to prepare the being for shutting down. Hormones start changing, start shutting down. Everything gets the message. The entire body gets the message. And many times when there is a disease that comes up, because we have all these latent diseases there, potentials there, that we probably brought in some of it from our ancestors or immediate family, like mother, father, whatever. You have that, some of that data there. And depending on the weaker parts of the body, we find that the weaker parts of the body is generally where the problem will come up. And for certain people, then they start to, exploration comes in. And if it's not sickness and the person manages to, just pass, you will see, though, there's a decline that is happening. We all recognize that idea of aging. It starts to happen. That shutdown begins to happen. And eventually the battery wanes and it wanes and it wanes, and then expiration happens. They've even proven that when seniors, when they're engaged, when they're learning something new, even on that basic level, right? When they're learning something new, it actually lends to their longevity, the energy of that, the charge. The brain gets the message, oh, we're not done. Oh, we're not done. And that the body is more charged up. And that person tends to be around maybe a little bit longer. It's this whole system of how, this whole thing works, the mechanics of all of this. It's simple yet complex. It's complex because we're programmed for something else. We're programmed for exploration. We're programmed to minimize the importance of these sensory systems, of these vehicles, of these vessels. The longer you have it, is the more you can explore, the more you can understand about all of this, the more information you begin to bring forth, to flow in your body. And I was having a conversation earlier, I think with somebody, I think it was earlier yesterday, how that information just washes your cells. It bathes you. It bathes your organs and charges it up. And there's one more thing I was going to add to that, how it actually charges up the body. And those, there's enough science out there where, however they want to word it, there's enough science out there that shows the difference in terms of when our thinking process is in a certain space and how the body's responding. The body's responding to everything. But to continue to ask questions, to be curious, to not be limited and limiting in our perception of what reality could be, what the possibilities are, makes all the difference in the world in terms of how your body is going to respond and what you're giving yourself permission to do and to be. And the fact that this body that already is everything's wave and particle. This is the other fascinating part, that everything is appearing and disappearing at the same time, including your body. It's appearing and disappearing. So it tells you you're not fixed. You're not static. The fact that science can actually say that the body you have now is not the body you had when you came in. It's changed so many times. These subatomic particles are constantly changing. The whole vehicle is constantly changing. But then you think, well, why does it fall apart? What happens here? It's because the subatomic particles, when they reconfigure, reform, they simply hold the same data, the same information, the same old information, and they keep reconfiguring with the same data, the same information. And that's what happens. The information is not changing, so it's the same information. So it makes it appear that, well, if we are renewed every 7 years, then what happens? We're recycling the same data. We're made up of subatomic particles, so is everything else. And it's the information that is in the subatomic particles. Again, what are we dealing with? Streams of data. Everything is just streams of information. And if we keep remembering that it's all data, it's all information, and learning how to read the information before us, read the information in our lives, read the information of our bodies, read the information of everything, it will begin to change our perception of our lives and what we can do with our lives, and how the pliability, we can use that pliability of the brain, reprogram it, make changes. Absolutely fascinating. Now, I think it's 4:50, 10 minutes in. I don't know, do we stop here and take some questions, or
if you'd like to, Sonia, we can do that. Or you can continue, whatever you feel better.
You know what? Let me say, I'd like to see if anybody has any questions, something I may have said that maybe somebody wants to respond to.
Absolutely. I have a question from Cedric, who says, is there any one method, hack, for getting to the root cause of the root of the root of the ancestral and generational belief system? I have many false belief systems and receive new data. It will take many lifetimes to heal.
No, it won't. What happens is, again, perception. It's all pliable. See, everything feels like it could take a lifetime, or whatever that means. And that's why Confucius said, enlightenment need not take a lifetime, but can come in a moment. We're so used to our perception of time that it interrupts the possibility of immediacy. And then there's a lot of doubt. So then the story is, for you or for me, and we all have these stories. The story is, it could take a long time. And what happens is you get trapped in that. It could take a long time. That becomes a law. That becomes the instructions. So naturally, whatever a long time is, then that's what ends up happening. You have to, because that's the rule you created. And this is, I always say this game is criminal because, we trap our own selves. We're the ones that do that. So I would start asking that question. Well, what do you mean? What's a long time? Well, it could take like many lifetimes. Well, no, that's the program wanting to run back there. That tells you that everything can change in an instant. But the reason why it seems like it doesn't is because a lot of doubt and a lot of uncertainty comes in. And then, of course, we run our shame program, our guilt program, and we run all of those things. And I think one of the things that really helps, I think, is the realization that everything that we have ever done, if you can come to a place where everything you have ever done, no matter what it is, you're okay with it. If you can be okay with it, that is a big part of it. because you realize that when you acted the way you did, whatever it is you did, that was who you were in that moment. And we're constantly changing. That was who you were in that moment. Now, this is, it sounds like Ho'oponopono, but it's not, even though Ho'oponopono is wonderful. But I had Dr. Shah on my show. Gosh, and I can't remember his, the co-author. And, you know, they said something that I really agree with, which is absolutely true. And if you come into this space of realizing that what's happening to you right now could possibly well be something that's related to something your ancestors had done, something that your ancestors done to somebody else that was very similar, or vice versa. And really going, you know what? How did it go again? And I have it on a thing, but it's like, please forgive me if there's anything that I or my ancestors have ever done. Say, for example, stolen. I mean, if you're dealing with lack right now, taking money, you know, stole somebody's land, taking money, or vice versa. The idea is to be able to bring that to a close by either just saying, you know what? I ask forgiveness for my ancestors, for myself, and generations to come. If whatever may have been done to me, should anybody have done this to me and my ancestors, I forgive you. So it could be so that simple, but here's the trick. When we do these things, because everything is about mind intent, when we do these things, because you so understand the concept, you get it, and you are free when you say it. If you are not free when you say it, it's like, no, you're free when you say it because you understand it, which means at that moment, you're giving yourself permission to move forward, and future generations to move forward. And yes, when we say we can't change the past, yeah, we can, because past is still happening. This past is now. Everything is echoed. Everything is still happening. So to be able to do these things, and it made me look at hexes. You know, when people say, well, they put a hex. You know, like until you do right by me, every generation will suffer. Okay, so we laugh at that, but some of those people mind intended was so strong. And then you wonder why, my father, my grandfather, every time they make money, they would just, they start a business, it doesn't work, it falls apart. Sometimes that's all you need to do is recognize, well, there's a possibility, maybe, my ancestors or whoever, we did this to somebody and they made them feel this way. You know what? If that is the case, forgive me, forgive my ancestors, and you say it from that place, boom. Then you're ready to move on because you have acknowledged it. And a lot of times, all that person wants is for somebody to have apologized, somebody to have said, "I'm so sorry that we did that," and their generations carry it. Why? Because everything gets recorded. We carry history. We carry, again, it's data. We carry this data, this information in our DNA, in our genes. It wants to go away. Everything just wants to shift, but until there's permission. And so I think we have to come back to the simplicity of all of this to recognize that the whole system is plastic. The whole system is pliable. This whole network is pliable. It doesn't have to be any one thing. It's that when we create a law for it to be that way. And that's all we do all day long is create laws, And then, I had one person a while back, and I know it's almost time. One person a while back, and I always love this because when he contacted me, he said, no matter what I do, I just can't seem to get ahead. I've trained for Reiki. I've done this, and I can't seem to get ahead no matter what. And I said, well, you can't, because that's not the law you created. The law you created is no matter what you do, you can't get ahead. So naturally you can't get ahead because that's the rule. And he goes, oh my God. It was like that simple. It's a lot of times it's so simple. You know, this feedback loop, and that's how the system works. It's just working off of us. Nature is working off of us. Oh, you want to run faster because you want to run away from lions and tigers and bear. Oh, okay, so longer legs. You know, all of these things. Everything is responding to us, and I think it's just coming into that realization and working our magic.
That's
so
excellent.
I think I've come to the end.
Yeah, I do have one more question from Mark in a minute, which says, so we can hijack our own karma by our own thoughts. I think that's what you're saying. Yeah.
Absolutely. We do it all day long. We're good at it.
Exactly.
We're good at sabotaging ourselves.
Incredible. Where can people connect with you, Sonia? Thank you so much. Really,
Thank you, everybody. TheRealSoniaBarrett.com is where you can reach out and connect with me. All my website, everything else is there. If you want to look at it, it's TheRealSoniaBarrett.com.
Fantastic. And if you want to connect with Sonia's work, you can also check out and reach out with her at our website. And of course, her website, which we will put in the links down below. And thank you so much. That was just an incredible presentation. And up next, we have a panel. Are you going to join us on that panel, Sonia?
I wanted to, but then I'm supposed to leave. I had
to leave
appointments. What time is the panel?
Well, it starts right now. It's for an hour. If you have an hour, 45 minutes, 30 minutes, you can join us.
Maybe I can do for 30 minutes.
That would be great. Yeah. That would be great. Well, let me bring our other wonderful speakers on to the panel here. I'm just going to add them into the loop. Let me just find everybody here. If you could raise your hands, speakers, so that I could find you a little quicker amongst all our wonderful contact. Very good. Oh. My spotlight is not letting me spotlight everybody. Let me just go into gallery really quick here. And let me see if I can try to spotlight everyone so that we can get a panel going here. Welcome, everybody.
The beauty of Zoom at the same time.
Lots of fun. Lots of fun.
I know. It's sometimes temperamental.
Okay. Well, for some reason, I can't spotlight more than 4 today, which is strange because yesterday we could do like 8 of us.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's do gallery view. And yeah, I want to thank you so much. Welcome everybody to the panel. What an honor it is to have you here today. And today, our topic for our panel tonight is Dimensions, Evolution, Consciousness, and how it plays a role in our perspective of wisdom and the embodiment of wisdom and the application of wisdom. And one of the things that I'm noticing as a common topic today, which is very interesting, is we started off the day with an incredibly powerful practice with breathwork, connection to the body. And then we kind of started going into, the celestial bodies, and then the connection to the celestial bodies and connection to consciousness, other dimensional beings, and our interactions with them. And so what I'd love to start off this panel is just talking about how we're moving more, as Alan was talking to us earlier, about changing our perception of reality, our perception of matter, our perception of all the things that we tend to categorize and put into boxes. So this is really great because we are really stretching that neural plasticity so we can start looking at other ways of seeing things. And I think this is something that we can kind of discuss. So I'd love to invite let's begin with Sonia, since you have to leave soon. Please, do you have anything?
Oh, I'm like the kid in school. I'm like, oh, I was answering somebody.
Okay,
I'm
so
like, okay, no, that's okay. What? So you want? What was the question?
yeah. So we're just talking about how are we looking at things differently, expanding our view and our perception of things, and how can we, embody that broader perspective. We're looking at so many things today:
Right.
ET contact, astrology, feng shui, breath work, healing of the body. Our environment and how it interacts with us. So
Yeah.
changing perceptions, creating new perceptions. How do we embody this in this time right now?
Well, again, I always think that the first thing that is required, as I had said earlier, is commitment, desire, curiosity. But I think more than anything else, I think commitment and discipline, and to some degree streamline some things, because sometimes we have a tendency to run off in 1,200 directions, as opposed to narrowing things enough so that we are honing in on ourselves. I think when we are able to do that, I think that's the first thing that we need to do, is really find out, what is it that I'm seeking at this time? What am I feeling at this time? Otherwise, we can run around distracted. We find we're very good at distracting ourselves from doing the actual inner work. So I think when you can do that, when we can stop and just go, what is it that I'm feeling? And just take that honest look at yourself, and what seems to fit for me right now? What seems to be the workable thing for me right now? Or just tell yourself, point me in the direction that is workable right now. You may do all of these things, but right now you only want that next thing that is going to help you, to move forward to each next level. Otherwise, you just have a mishmash of things. So I think that this moment is a self-honesty moment. And as we can see, it's a self-responsibility moment as well. To me, that's major. Self-responsibility, ownership of self. And that means finding out what is your truth? What is the truth about me and what I want and what I actually do believe in? What is my truth? That's what I would say to that at this time.
Excellent. Preston, do you have any comments on that?
Yeah. I, of course, research mostly UFOs, but I'm also huge on out-of-body experiences. In fact, when I started researching UFOs, I started having major out-of-body experiences. And I found out that this is actually quite common among experiencers. And contact is all about consciousness. And in fact, reality is all about consciousness. I think the ETs are doing, one of their main agendas is to raise people's consciousness and wake us up to our own, you might call them superhuman abilities, but they're really not. These are our own natural abilities. And I think that a lot of us are compartmentalized in our consciousness. We are sort of trapped here in the physical world and aren't aware of our past lives. We aren't aware of what we're doing at night when we're traveling throughout the astral planes and going up to the higher dimensions. And this is what I think the contact experience is all about. And it's just one avenue. Some people have a different avenue towards enlightenment. For some people, it will be a near-death experience. Other people start seeing spirits. So there's all these different avenues, these sort of modalities, I guess would be one word that's sort of popular these days, that people are using to sort of come to the same place and realize that we are all one, and that we do share awareness, and that love is the answer. And I'm really excited to see that, there's a lot of interest in the whole nuts and bolts aspect of UFOs, but truly it's a very spiritual experience for a lot of people. And many of the contactees that I'm interviewing are profoundly psychic and have all these experiences with clairvoyance and past life recall and astral travel and precognition. So I absolutely do think this is all related, and it's really interesting to me how all these phenomena sort of intersect and have these really interesting commonalities to them. So that's kind of my take on what you're talking about here.
Precisely. Beautiful. Thank you so much for that. And Jeff, let's take it to the body. Let's talk about the science of the body and, speak to us about this perspective.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I'd just like to say, Sonia, nice job. I got in on the last part of that, and I resonate with everything you say. And I could go on with science to back up what you're doing, but you did a wonderful job. And I want to give a little shout out to Annalise Manson for showing up so much today with your beautiful children. Thank you. And yeah, I have kind of a wonderful thing, and it goes with everybody as they speak. And when we're not at zero, when our cup is full of human windings, it literally creates a higher frequency in the thalamus. It gets agitated, and it creates that pushy energy that you feel when someone with an agenda enters your space. And I've actually worked with bereavement groups where they want to contact with their loved ones so much. They have this human agenda, but they can't make contact. So when we realize that it's a pushy resonance, a need, a want, a desire that we're pushing, I call it, instead of being at the Schumann resonance, we're creating a human resonance where we are pushy and agitated, and our cup is full, and we're not open to that divine download. We're not open to the subtle connection with loved ones and with other beings from whatever dimension. So along with using our breath work, using whatever modality can create that delta frequency to calm the thalamus, to take everything into entrainment down to the Schumann resonance, like grounding, earthing, and clearing out, emptying those human windings out of the cup, like Ho'oponopono takes you to zero. So when your Schumann resonance is a low, earthly, grounded frequency, and your windings are over agitating the thalamus, and there's a big differential between the two, you are completely armored away from contacts from other beings, other entities, and you're also isolating yourself from the other humans on Earth. So it is absolutely scientifically backed, what everybody's saying.
You're absolutely right. Oh, Alan, did you want to say something? Oh, okay. Beautiful. You're
Were you
absolutely
asking
right.
me if I wanted to say something?
Oh, no, you just came on screen, and so I thought you were
Oh.
speaking.
Well, when you're ready for me to say something, I could say something.
Yeah, absolutely. Please go ahead. Jump in.
Oh, now?
Yes, please.
Well, I think what you've put together here, like I said before, is an overview for the future of consciousness, where we're going. It's kind of an evolutionary curriculum that includes all these different aspects of the new human being. And I think it would be great to present something like this in schools if they're open to it, and to educate children about who they really are, what's possible. I mean, there's been such a cultural conditioning that stops them from knowing their greatness and their connection to the cosmos. And maybe it's our mission, I don't want to volunteer anyone, but to start at that younger age, so they're not conditioned to forget about their right brain, their intuition, their creativity, because that's what they love as kids, you know? I mean, I love that, and I held on to some of it as tight as I could before the whole cultural conditioning came down. But I think it's a mission for a lot of us to reach out to those people the young people who are just being conditioned on, and it seems worse these days somehow, maybe the duality. But anyway, that's what I see for all of us, to start collectively networking our ideas and present something together. Thank you.
As we're moving forward here with what we're co-creating, how do you see it moving forward? And how can we implement this into our society? Joanne, you've gone through major transformations in your life. How, maybe you can shed some light on how we can implement that.
For me, it wasn't like, I didn't feel like it was some profound thing all of a sudden. I was thinking beyond bookkeeping. And like I said, it's like I decided to write my book, and that really changed my thinking. I was looking at myself, my mistakes in the past, how that's affected me, and looking at it in a positive light. I had somebody read the book and say, well, it really makes you sound like a victim. I go, I don't see myself that way. I refuse to wallow in that. Yeah, I had some crappy experiences, but I've moved beyond that. I've learned stuff. I'm trying to share that, with my friends and family, and people who have known me, especially the last couple of years, say, your look has changed. So whatever I'm doing, I'm real sure I'm on a much better path for me. And it's funny because my family, they're very liberal thinking, they're not conservative like how I grew up, but they don't get into this realm of thinking. And I would love to be able to sit and talk with them. They're used to grandma's woo-woo stuff, but they don't want to sit around the dinner table and talk about this. But, it's like, and again, I had said to my daughter, it's like, why do you think I have such this extraordinary life? You're praising me for writing this book. And she's going, and this is funny, but it's not funny. It's like, Mom, who's been married 7 times? It's like, because I kept trying to get it better, but now I've even moved. I mean, I'm still married, but I've moved beyond. It's like, what is making me a more spiritual person? What benefit can I share from what I've learned with other people? And, people seem to be resonating with that. So if that helps. And I loved what, you've all said about, don't put out there the limiting thoughts. I'm big on the law of attraction. So it's like, I try not to say a lot of negative stuff where I know other people close to me might be projecting and, I don't want to say whining, but saying the things that are going wrong in their life at the moment. But it's like, well, think about it this way, or do a gratitude practice about it, and, turn it around. And it's like, I don't think that way. And so they're not, they're saying that. But it's like, well, that works for me, so maybe it'll work for you. But, all I can do is share what's helped me in my life. That helps. Great.
Absolutely. And I think everyone has a unique journey with a unique signature that really is like a puzzle piece to the whole. We learn from one another, and we also recognize ourselves in one another. I mean, all of us that are here, have all gone through some kind of transformational journey, and that it really does kind of shift the way we look at each other, look at ourselves. And so when we are looking at the world events, we're going through these major shifts. I mean, I feel like the comment keeps going back to the self, right? Back to the self, back to the healing, back to the embodiment of that. Things that I heard a lot today were, being present with the body, and stop denying, and also dealing with the shadow. The shadow is really important. We tend to kind of just ignore the shadow part of us, or actually become afraid of even acknowledging and looking at it. And then it becomes a huge elephant in the room. So how can we begin to it becomes an identity, and we become so attached to that. So how can we begin to move through these kinds of identities that we attach and cling on to, so that we can evolve easier in so much change? Trisha?
I feel like we talked about this a little bit yesterday in the panel, but it ultimately comes down to questioning, like, what is coming through for you, right? Like, it's questioning the reality you're currently in, and seeing observing, like, is the thoughts that are coming through, are they yours, or are they projections or programs that you've had before, right? Because as soon as we start questioning that, we can think and say, well, why do I feel this way about this topic or this experience, and see where there is to grow from it.
Exactly. How can we start merging these things with the non-physical. Now that we're talking about ET consciousness, we're talking about contacts, we're talking about this healing. Anybody? Maybe the angels. We talked about the angels, or Jill.
Yeah, I think for people that are really wanting to open themselves up to this interdimensional communication, finding the support to help you through the experiences you're having, have somebody to share it with, because it can be, so many things can come that you have no freaking idea what it's all about. And having a community of people that you can talk to and open up to, and then putting yourself in situations where you can open up, because there's the people that were just given the gift, and then there's the people that are longing for that contact but don't really know how to open. And there's so many things we can do to make that happen. And one of the things I feel is that it kind of has to do with I'm trying to figure out how to say this in words, but putting yourself into the universal space of the just you. Like, so many of my experiences when I was really first reaching out to other dimensions was me in just the vastness of space by myself. But then that was the path to the opening. It's almost like that's in between us and the other dimensions sometimes. I know it's all right here around us, but getting to the self first and then opening up to the other dimensions. I hope that was clear enough. And then deprogramming ourselves from the instant reaction of or running away. I mean, I remember lying in bed probably 15 years ago and something's coming by my bed, and I ended up on the other side of my partner because I was crawling away from it. But when we get into these states, and for instance, I like to go into the pods, the float pods, where the sensory deprivation pods, and in there, and when I open myself up to the experiences, I'll feel things swimming by me, or if I open my eyes, I'll see the things. And when we see things that we don't understand, like we're like, oh, I'm going to open myself up to the ETs, and I'm going to open myself up to communication from the other side. But we have a preconceived notion of what we want that to look like. And it's not always going to look like what we want it to look like. And sometimes it can feel a little scary. But if you can stay calm in the moment and let that programming of getting afraid go and just calm yourself, remember that you're safe. If it helps, maybe bring in a gatekeeper for yourself and stay calm in the moment and just continue to focus. That's when you can make those amazing breakthroughs for the contact that you're longing for, because we cut ourselves off because sometimes it just gets to be a little too much. But if you can remember to try to just really stay in the moment and know that you're safe, your body's safe, and open up and just ask what the message is, that's when the magic can really, really happen. And I love the idea of lots of people being ready to cross those dimensions.
How can we begin to see ourselves as more than just the physical body? We are merging science and spirituality on so many different levels, on every single level. How can we begin to see ourselves as more than that?
To jump in here.
Yeah.
I love what you just said, Jill. Totally agree with it. We have to move away from fear. It's not helpful. And I think we have to recognize that the universe is a safe place. What's the very worst thing that could happen is we pass on to a higher dimension. Well, that's not so bad. Actually, the other side is a beautiful, beautiful place. I think once we recognize how truly powerful and unlimited we are, we'll really make great strides forward. We have all the power of the universe within us. We are the universe. We are unlimited. And I think that's what would be a big, good step for people to start recognizing and working on. Short and sweet. That's really what I wanted to say.
And Kathleen, we were talking about dealing with celestial bodies as we are a celestial body in relation to the other greater celestial bodies and the movements and the things that we're doing. How can we implement this consciousness into our actions in everyday life as a feng shui master and astrologer?
Well, I think, when one of the things that I'm very clear about is, for all the years that I've been doing this, 20 plus years, is that if a person is ready, then they're going to be open. And I don't care if it's feng shui, astrology, or anything that anyone has talked about. If they're not ready and open for that, which I think has been discussed, then it really is, it's just going right by. The universe will just pass them right by. They'll try to maybe permeate the soul, but if you're not ready and open to that consciousness, you're probably going to have a pretty mundane life, because it's so exciting to be in this energetic field, isn't it? So I would say that, truthfully, if we can, as this group continues to grow, and we touch other souls throughout our time here, and really staying in integrity with, we are here to open ourselves to the best possible life while we're here, and then when we pass on, we can then, return that good energy into the souls that are still here. Because as we all are experiencing right now, I think, is the earth is getting kind of beat up, right? And it's mostly because of us. It's not because of the animal kingdom. It's us. We are doing so much destruction, yet we are doing so much good today and yesterday, and all of our work individually, we are adding those drops that help balance. But I think it was Preston that said, and we were talking about bringing in younger people. And I think I even talked about that this morning when you're talking about astrology. I really love working with younger people because they have their whole life to map out. And the older we get, our possibilities close from, let's face it. If I decided that I was going to be a professional ballet dancer at 65, the gigs probably will be like 0 to nothing, right? Because, I have my limitations now of age. I'm a 5 foot tall woman. I don't have ballerina legs. We have to know our limitations. And yet I do believe that if you really are, like, if I really wanted to do that, you know what, I'd place down everything, and I would, enroll myself with the best ballet instructor that I could find. And I would follow that path. But what I'm trying to express here is that we don't have a lot of time on this earth. We're just here for a minute second when you think about it. So the more that we can infuse our good energy and our compassion and our love towards humankind, I think we will win. I really think I'm on the side of winners. So we have to just keep building up our own energetic field. And I believe through, my systems, it's one system out of a huge collective. Do I do other things besides feng shui? Obviously, I've worked with Geraldine and Bobby and Jill and Rachel, and I know that it is really, taking things from all different angles to live our best lives so that we can serve. So I think that there's so many possibilities for us, and it's just, to me, and it's a very exciting time. I feel some of the death coming away as far as the end of things, not death as in people, just the end of things that don't work anymore. And we're emerging with new thoughts and patterns and potential, that it's a very exciting time for us. It's a very exciting time. And it's really great to be a part of that collective, because I think that the possibility of healing this planet is such a mission of mine. And I feel like I can do that a space at a time, because there is that ripple effect. Someone talked about this morning, I think it was Jeff who talked about this morning about the breath work, and that the breath work was not just about healing his son or, bringing good energy to him. It also permeated the hospital ward. And it's the same thing with all of the work that we're doing. So keep up the good work. Thank you.
Excellent. Rachel.
I'm really resonating with what Kathleen said, and I'm being guided by the angels around the ripples for us to really be attuned to. And I referred to it last night as well, but it's coming back again as a theme. The incredible ripple effect of us being here on this planet, being here at this conference, taking in these amazing spiritual teachings, and I feel like I've been fine-tuned all the last 2 days, and we have one more day to go. And I feel like my energy is just shifting. And I know that the benefits that are going to go out from me alone doing this into my students, the people that I see every day, my family, is incredible. And just think about that exponentially for each one of us is incredibly powerful. And I feel like we're making big shifts on the planet by us just being here and continuing, where we are right now and being our true authentic selves. I feel that's another message that the angels are bringing forward in this moment for me to share with everyone, is for you to be your true authentic self and to find others that resonate with you and who get you is so important. And so communities like this are invaluable, and I'm so grateful to be here. Thank you, Geraldine, and everyone.
Thank you. I think that when we're dealing with activation and we talk about evolution, which is one of the topics that we want to cover tonight, what is evolution? I think that our entire universe is moving and everything is evolving, including ourselves. But when we take a look at the mechanisms of creation that human actually has in the body, literally encoded in our DNA, the ability to program and deprogram things is such a powerful tool that we really need to learn how to implement into our everyday lives. And I think it's really the foundation of merging the physical with the non-physical and moving away from the illusion of separation and all of the ideas of matrix systems of control that keep making us feel that we're suppressed and victims of systems and people and others, and really begin to kind of take ownership for what the human is, which is this incredible superpower technology. It's really one of the most advanced technologies that if we understand how to utilize this incredible instrument of a body, we can begin to manifest on the next level. We can begin to connect with things that go beyond and transcend the limited views of our physicality into something that really moves us into something that's more fluid and not so stuck. And that's very much true on the physical level when we're stagnant with emotions and fear, like Preston was saying, and then changing that into something higher, a higher vibrational frequency, literally, where we can begin to connect with something that is in resonance with that, whether that's together, we find these events, connecting with one another, or we keep moving, we evolve and connect with other things. So I'd like to open the floor. Anybody else want to comment?
I have just a little something to say, because we're talking about the body, and we talked a lot about the body today, and we got some comments on some of our channels about, oh, the meat suit, and oh, I'm so ready to let this body go. And I get that. I've felt that way my entire life, a longing to go home. But what I want to encourage everybody to remember is that your time in the human body compared to your entire existence is so little. So if you can remember that and know that there's things you don't get to do when you're not in your body, that you can only do when you have a body.
Exactly.
And feel the magic of that while you're here, and rejoice in the magic of that whenever you can, because it's not, if you looked at the percentage of time is, I know time isn't linear, but if you look at it compared to your entire existence, the amount of it that you're in this human body, it's so minute. So enjoy the things you get to do with your body, because you're not always going to have it. And it's wonderful with hugging and touching and, all these amazing things that we get to do with our bodies. Let's love it.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with Joe. You have forever not to be here. But while you're here, this is a temple. We are living inside the divine temple. Honor it. Don't pollute it. Take care of it. Clean it. It is the temple of the divine. This is the holy temple. These bodies, because it's divine incarnate. And I'm really enjoying the incarnational experience. So I think the idea is to be embodied and to feel everything you can feel in this human being, and then you can get off the wheel of incarnation. When you are one with everyone, you can look at everyone's eyes and say, I have felt that, I have been that, the rich, the poor, the whatever scope, then there's a deepening on a soul level that allows the cells to vibrate at a quickening rate. That's the ascension. You don't get out of here just because you're bored or tired. You got to keep coming back until you say, I've been as human as I felt, as much as I can feel, because we're here to feel. That's where it gets real. I mean, really, if you're just energy, so what? But this is special.
Yeah, I would love to make a quick point about that, because I so agree with you,
Yes.
Alan and Jill. We talk about astral projection. Well, the truth is that's our true home. We are projecting down here. So astral projection is kind of a misnomer. It's the opposite, really. We are projecting into a physical body. And I totally agree. We should enjoy this. We live on such a beautiful planet. And there are things we can only learn here on Earth. Try to explain pain to someone who's never felt it, or loss, or individuality. Earth is a tough school, yeah, but just wait until we graduate. Robert Monroe, the out-of-body guy, talked about that people who graduate from the Earth school are widely respected throughout the universe, and there's a long line to come here. So let's not waste our chance. This is really cool, what we're doing.
And everything's shifting. Everything's about to change. We're about to hit a new point of awakening. And like, what was it like when everyone woke up? That's what they're going to ask in sometime in the future, hopefully.
I agree. I think it's like a super exciting time to be alive. And I agree with everything everyone's been saying. Cause it's like, I was just thinking about this earlier today of like, how cool is it that we can like go outside and you can like smell the scent of a flower, right? Or you can like give somebody a hug, or just like call someone on the phone and talk to them, and like have to express yourself in feelings with words, where like other places you can just beam it to them, like, I think it's such a beautiful opportunity to be alive and to be on this earth, as we've all been saying. And it's just gotta take it every day by day. And like, even though sometimes it can be like the natural flow goes up and down, like there is so much beauty to experience here. Like, it's just a really a matter of perspective to find like something as simple as having a warm home, and a bed to sleep on. Like, that is such a cool opportunity. Like, when you have a body, like, it's cool, so I absolutely agree.
And we get to have all these different emotions as human beings. If you think about the wailing of grief, and we see bad emotions and good emotions, but really, if we can enjoy all of our emotions while we get to have them, because there's certain things that society has told us that's a bad emotion, but that's really not true. I mean, sitting and crying for somebody because you love them so much, or feeling the anger, being angry about something, we can love all of our emotions. We don't need to glom onto them, and we can decide how we want to feel about things, but sometimes you need to feel what you need to feel. And when you're out there and you're more knowing and everything's open, it's not as intense. This is such a lucky time to get to feel these intense emotions, that you only feel them this way. And you only are going to feel them as this human that you are once, because your body, you're never going to be this body again. And all we do is spend our entire lives trying to change the body that we're in. I mean, think of the marketing around the world. We're always just trying to change the body that we're in. You're never going to be this body again. So love up on it. Look at it. Get excited about it. Like, hey, yeah, I'm not going to have that one for very long.
So Anita says, Jeff, could you please differentiate between pushiness and strong intention? Can people block higher connection by need?
Yeah, absolutely. And I remember seeing, I want to talk about the other coming to Earth thing. I saw a funny meme, a line of souls waiting to come to Earth. And the first one in line said, I'm next to go taste chocolate. Because they had no way to taste chocolate. So, chocolate and many other things. I have a personal story about intention and versus agenda. And about 35 years ago, when one of my kids was going through something that I didn't have the tools to help with, I sought out counselor after counselor, and I ran into one that became my mentor, my go-to person. And you know, when you're a couple and you go to marriage counseling and you have a list, okay, we have an hour, I have 10 things. If we can get to all 10, then we can be out of here in an hour and it'll all be fixed. Okay, so that's setting an agenda. And whenever you set an agenda, you are pushing that human winding, that need, that want, that thalamus is just vibrating at way high, an agitated frequency, and it's real pushy. And he listened, and you know, it wasn't in that meeting, but in the next meeting on my own, he said, Jeff, what I like to do is just show up with a clear intention and not a human agenda. We have some of the best sessions. And sure enough, it just liberated me to just speak organically. And some of the underlying issues to why I even had a list came out. So I've carried that through with my kids. And now as I serve pediatric patients and families and the general public, I would get a request from someone, have you ever treated a kid with this before? And I'm like, no. And then I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm in that left brain. Who am I to think that I can help this family? And it's, whoa, wait a minute. Go to Mushin, go to No Mind, go to Zero. You have all your tools available. In the Japanese teaching of Mushin, it means no mind. And in the Western, it's not a good connotation in the Western world. They think you're mindless. Okay, but to be of no mind, to be Mushin, means that you have all your tools, everything available to you, and you show up with a clear intention. And then whatever comes your way, you respond to it for what it needs. You get that divine download. So I think the real difference is that if you have an intention to meet with a lost love, if you have an intention to connect with other beings, then you have to show up with a clear intention, but not an agenda, because the agenda triggers the left brain. I have an agenda, a list to work from, and the intention can come from the heart, the soul speaking through the heart, and you're in right brain divinity, and then you're open, you're Mushin. That's the real definition of the right brain of divinity and the limbic system it has to show how that feels in the body. But the minute you have an agenda, then you're triggered into left brain and you're shut down, or you're pushy with your agenda and your human windings. So I think that's a clear difference.
Excellent. And we have a question from Kitty. Kitty is here on our Zoom. Would you like to unmute yourself and ask your question? Go ahead, Kitty. Kitty, we're not hearing you. So while Kitty is doing that, we have another question. Do you have off days when you feel 3D and only 3D? That's the question to the panel. What's the answer, guys?
Yes.
Really? There you go.
Yeah, it's absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. So that's a good question. How do we deal with off days? Please, Trisha, if you want to begin.
Yeah. Okay. So when I feel like there's days where I'm just really, really in the 3D, I will try and make the intention to let's say sit down and meditate or do something that I know will bring me to a higher energetic frequency. So if you live in a place when it's warm, you can go for like a walk, right? Like you can go outside, or I can get more into my body. And I do things that bring me joy. Like a lot of things that I think work for people is to look back at what you enjoyed to do as a kid, right? So whether if it was like painting or singing a song, like I try and find ways to elevate my vibration so I can feel more spiritually fulfilled, and go from there. And if I need more, then I do other things other than that. You have to find the delicate balance, because we're here for a reason. We're here to experience this wonderful body as we've been talking about. But you also want to grow spiritually too. So if you feel like you're really bogged down by 3D things, you find things that bring you joy and make your heart come alive.
Yeah, I agree. Music, that's what I use. I love, love, love music. And there are all kinds of healing things we can do. Laughter, have fun. Hug somebody, smell a flower. Yeah, just remember how blessed we are. Count our blessings. It will pass. There's hills and valleys and everything. But yeah, it's fun here on Earth sometimes, isn't it? It's not easy always, but things always seem to get better. So I'm excited for this journey, for sure.
Yeah, one way that we can learn to embody, when we're dealing with so much chaos outside, is just really remembering, going back to the basics. Breathing, remembering to breathe, and one thing that really helps me is just bringing myself into a state of love, just feeling really, really powerful love for myself, and holding that space really powerful, because that really just begins to activate, the whole body. And so this is something that it begins to change, all of the heavy emotions that are chemically reacting in the body, which cause inflammation and stress and illness over time, So if we can try to move away from those feelings after you acknowledge them, after you sit with them, feel them, acknowledging those emotions is really, really important, because if you don't acknowledge them, they're just going to build up and store within the body. It keeps storing. So Sperry Andrews has a question here. An interdimensional ET shared with Emery Smith on Gaia TV that every individual in his species shared a combined intelligence of every individual in their species. Is humanity also designed and destined to share a commonly sensed consciousness as a greater body, heart, mind, and soul, as a single spirit? Beautiful question.
Yeah. I think we already do that. We just not aware that we're doing it. We are one consciousness. The illusion is that we're not. And so it's our destiny, but it's also our origins, so it's full circle once we wake up to that. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I agree too. We're all telepathic, but we're just not aware of it. And that's how the ETs do it. They are very much in communication, and so are we. It's just waking up to it.
Good. And Kitty says, with all that we are considering about the construct of reality, does anyone have a comment on personal reality or shared reality, for example? Am I the only one here? Any comments, panel?
Can you repeat the question one more time?
Yes, with all that we are considering about the constructs of reality, does anyone have a comment on personal reality or shared reality? For example, am I the only one here?
You are the only one here, like all of us, we're the only ones here. But it's both, neither either or, neither one. It's something. Consciousness is one, and the illusion is that we're separate, and there's only one person here, and that's all of us.
Yeah, we're the creators. We create. Everything begins and ends with this, because we are literally these systems of holographic creation. We are projecting into reality based on everything that we know, everything that's encoded within our DNA, everything that we're recurring from our ancestral lineages are just presenting themselves as opportunities in our life experiences. So when you recognize that, you can begin to kind of change and choose differently. Every single decision, every emotion is energy that's moving in the direction of creating something. So, ideally, whatever you call into your space, it's in resonance with you. That's why vibrational frequency is so important. When you shift your vibrational frequency to something higher, you can connect with those that are in resonance with that. And what's important about that, I think, when we're on this panel talking about collective change, is that that's why it's so important for all of us to kind of, choose to be on that path if we want to be on that path, right? That collectively we begin to change the timelines of the global situation. Instead of thinking that we're helpless and at the mercy of these big systems or whatever it is that we feel is controlling outside of us, we really can play a role in that co-creation, I think. We have a question from Kitty that says, I'd like to respond to your original query about how all of the versions of ourselves we have experienced today and yesterday might be propelling us. This group has sincerely and genuinely brought the next level of information to the front, from the quantum field to breath to ET to soul, purpose, and evolution. I am moved beyond where I was just hours ago. You all merge so many modalities, and I'm wondering now, where do I start? Because all of that has been discussed here, is at the top of transformation of humanity. I'm thinking that each day my point of dues of all the ideas we learned here in this conference. So how do we start is her question. Jeff?
Yeah, that's beautiful, and what a wonderful place to be at the starting of many, many journeys. And that's one of the beautiful things about this conference is it's, many spokes of the same wheel, and to really sit with that and let that integrate. Just bask in that. Don't make that human agenda. Oh, I've got to start here. I've got to start here. Really give yourself some time to let that settle in and integrate into your soma and feel how that resonates with the calling of your soul and your heart. And then set an attention, just an attention. Like I said, don't set an agenda and I've got to do this and I've got to do this and I'm going to do this, because that's just going to weigh you down with human windings. Really stay in the wave. Like we say, we're more wave than particle when we feel this energy and time feels thick and tingly, and just really marinate in that for a while and let it soak in and really integrate to all your cells. Don't rush into anything. Your soul will call you through your heart and mind body to go a certain direction. An opportunity will present itself if you set the intention and be it Mushin. And then all of a sudden you'll be on one of the paths and heading down that path.
That's beautiful. Bobby is also here joining us. Bobby, would you like to jump in? Oh, you're muted.
I was getting ready for the time.
Okay.
No, but it's okay. What are we jumping in on? I was listening, but I was also plugging things in.
Okay. No problem. Well, whenever you would like to share a thought, please do jump in.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. So let's take this topic as we come to the close of our day. Really opening the floor for our people that are here in the Zoom call. Does anybody have a question that they would like to ask the panel? Please unmute your mic, and you can please join us if you have any questions or comments.
Yes, I'd love to, if that's possible.
Yes, please.
I'm not visible. It's okay though. See,
no problem. No problem. Where are you? I'm not sure if I see you. Oh yeah, your video is not. But go ahead. You can use your audio. Please go ahead.
Okay. Well, I've been researching collective consciousness since a near-death experience at the age of 4, where I existed without a body, heart, or mind as formless, boundless, timeless, ever-present, deathless awareness of awareness. Essentially, it's sort of all there was this awakeness that was aware of itself. And so I've spent, I'm 70 now, I've spent a lifetime exploring this objectively with empirical scientists, through parapsychology, neuroscience, biology, sociology. It appears that the observer that we all are is indivisible. It cannot be divided because there's no thing to divide. We are not a thing. And so the question is, it seems like the step through doing this with thousands of people for 40 years internationally with multicultural groups, that if we're just aware of awareness, where we talk about awareness, we use our words to point to what is beyond words, that we actually are as this awakeness, that we enter in within about 15, 20 minutes, we enter into unity consciousness in a fully embodied way. And we feel like the inanimate environment is as animate as our own bodies, hearts, and minds. It's quite extraordinary that it's it's so accessible that we can enter into a commonly sensed consciousness in a fully embodied way as a species, and that we're so distracted, as many of you have all been saying. We're so identified with our objectification when we're actually objectless, as this timeless, eternal now, which is not divided, ever divided. It's just that we're dividing it. What do you all feel about that?
Well, thank you for all that information and to share your story. I agree very much that the division is an illusion. I'm sure we all can agree here that everything that seems separate from us is actually a part of us. And that, like we talked about yesterday in our panel with the concept of unity consciousness, once we realize that we are all one, right? And eventually I feel like everyone on earth will get that, but the more of us that understand the unity consciousness, then the more impact we'll be able to have as a collective, right? Because we're powerful together and as individuals. I don't know exactly where I'm going with this, but I will pass it on.
Could I add something to a question to all of you?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I am, for 45 years, I've been working towards this point. My life's work is to be able to make, through film and social media for free, access to unity consciousness around the clock in multiple languages and successfully popularize that in film. I've got a $27 million proposal that I'd love all of you to consider collaborating on with some very amazing people. And I'd like to put that in the chat if you all were interested.
All right. Thank you so much, Sperry. Please do. Thank you. Very good. We do have a question from an audience member. Let me just pull that up before we run out of time here. Luana says, the more and more I'm having contact during dream time with colors, symbols, and very large whirling sounds, feels like I'm in the womb when this happens. Has anyone experienced that before?
I would like to respond to that if I could. I have not experienced that, but I just got done reading Thomas Verney's book, The Secret Life of the Unborn Child. And I'm interviewing him on October 1st with my friend Michiko Hayashi of the Emoto Peace Project about his new book, The Embodied Mind, and it's brilliant. So reading that book, I felt compelled to go back and read The Secret Life of the Unborn Child, and they document thousands of cases where people dream from even the point of conception on. And Dr. Verney is absolute mainstream documented scientist. He's actually a forensic scientist that testifies in cases where criminals are trying to plead criminal or mentally incompetency to not stand trial. World renowned, and he's documented thousands of cases with his colleagues of dreams and visions, people that have recollections of different languages that were spoke by the doctor when they were in delivery. So that is absolutely not just possible, but it happens all the time. Sometimes we're just not aware that that's what's happening. So those dreams that come from in utero and even at conception, from conception, there's even a case where they remembered being in the front seat of a car making love, and the child told that, or the young adult told that to their parents, and they're like, we never told that to anybody. That's where you were conceived. So there's documented cases of that. And so take them seriously, not too seriously, but integrate them and be open to the fact that you're getting a message from the memories, the somatic memory, cellular memory, while you were in utero.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. Wow. Well, this has been a great conversation. I'd like to open for the panel for closing comments on today. Maybe the greatest takeaway of today from our connections, observations, and what we've learned. Would anybody like to comment on that? Preston, please. You're muted.
Yeah.
There you go.
Sorry.
Thank you. It's okay.
Yeah, just what a wonderful honor and a beautiful experience being human is, being a part of this panel and hearing all these wonderful experiences and knowledge that people are sharing. I am just honored and blessed to be a part of it. And I'm super thankful. And I think love is the answer for all of us. I think we're going to have disclosure coming at some point. And I think we're going to have open official contact with the ETs. And we're moving in the right direction. I'm excited. It's a great time to be alive. Thank you.
Hey, Geraldine, I just want to acknowledge you for your dedicated, selfless, energy to put this together, because I know you're doing it for a bigger cause. You're at the service of the collective. So thank you. It's been, and you always have such a kind, gentle disposition. That's the interest. That's the great thing, So some people you work with.
Thank you very much. That is so kind. And I am very grateful to be connected with all of you amazing souls. I think that, we're in this together. Everyone that's here, everyone that's in the chat, and in all of the rooms that are listening to this, it's like we're just reconnecting. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be doing this with you. Karen came in. Karen, would you like to say hello? So good to see you.
I just realized you've put me on camera.
Yes.
Oh, hi everyone. I didn't catch the whole Wisdom Con because I was in my group this morning, but I'm catching the end of it and I'm going to go back and watch the recording. Just want to say hi to everyone and loved the last bit of this conversation.
Beautiful.
And I am so excited about what's coming up. I hope everybody that's listening stays on all the platforms, because what Bobby's about to do is going to be so incredibly powerful. I'm going to pop off. I'm just going to shut my door and be right back for it.
Wonderful. So this is a perfect segue to open space for Bobby. Just really briefly before we begin, I'd love all our speakers to do this healing circle one more time like we did yesterday, since you guys are here, just setting the intention for everyone that's going to come into this healing, kind of ground really quick and just connect with one another. All right. So we're going to inhale deeply and exhale.
All right.
Very good. And we can begin. Bobby, we'll let you take it away. Thank you so much, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining me today. I'm sure you've had a fun-filled day full of lots of information. And now let's relax and let that all integrate into our system. Well, let's also clear some energy. What do you think about that? The idea is the holographic body is going to be sitting right here. Everybody who's listening, I will be working on the collective field of the bodies present, the people present. Even the people after this call, if we listen to it later, they should receive the benefits as well. If you receive good benefits from this work in about a week, and maybe you'll want to listen to it again, feel free to listen to that call again or listen to this transmission, and you should definitely receive more benefits with it. Today, I think I'd mentioned yesterday, a little bit about possibly working on the throat. And this is what I was really honing in on, the expressive center. And I'm thinking everybody has been feeling something like that. They've been squashed, the lack of expression, anything like that. But before we begin there, let's get present. How about that? What do you think about that? All right, let's take a deep breath. Find yourself a comfortable space, uninterrupted preferably. But know that there is no right or wrong on what you're feeling and what you should be doing during this session. Let's get present in your body with every breath. Sit up straight or lay down, whatever's comfortably for you. Take a deep breath. Let out with an audible sigh, audible ah. Feel that expansion in your chest. Feel the expansion in your belly. Breathe into this present moment. With every breath you take, you are becoming more present. Every exhale you make, you release any tension present in your body. Becoming more present in this moment. Throughout this work, be sure to remind yourself to keep breathing. If you find yourself that you've stopped breathing with this energy and you hear me breathing, check in with yourself. Am I breathing? Maybe I should take a breath. Just because I'm hearing Bobby take a breath. Now fill your lungs with air. Breathe in that life, the energy that's available for you. We're going to do a grounding exercise. This is the Earth Star Chakra, the space below your feet. Now, while you're still becoming present, I'm going to tap into this energy center and pull up energy from the bottoms of your feet. Opening up the central channel. What are you noticing in your body? You can share in the chat. You might notice something. You might not. It's okay. You might notice something later. But just tune into yourself. Tune into what you're feeling. There's hanging out a little bit more in this grounding, opening spot. We've taken in a lot of information. There's the last few days. There's another day tomorrow. What are we going to do with all this information? What are we going to do with the new wisdom that we've received? I'm going to open up the soul star, space above your head. Visualize that central channel illuminating, bright, grounded up to the ground. Visualize your inner golden lightning rod shining up through you, connecting you up above. And after I do this grounding exercise, I will begin coming in on the field. The throat center, the throat chakra, this throat battery terminal, bringing more voltage in from this ascending current. Be sure you're breathing deep into your belly and exhaling out the bottoms of your feet, out your tailbone. Something like that. So I will begin on let me see which side. That's definitely the left side. That what you don't say or express, things that aren't being expressed in your life. My camera got weird because I got on it. So let me just do this real quick. Wonderful choice of technology. All right. So now we're combing energy into the field towards the body. And normally with these sessions, If a client were to come in, I'd be working on their age. There's so many on this call. We're going to break down this field in percentages. Hopefully that can make sense to some of you. You know, like 50% in would be about half of your life. Something like that. We're going to free up this resistance that we find in the field with this tuning fork, or with other tuning forks that I find or that I have. There's a lot of energy going on because there's a lot of people on the call. So there might be spaces that we're hanging out a little bit longer. Just check in with yourself. See what you notice. You're going to hear that repetitive attack of the fork on the puck throughout the session. I might even use the non-audible, the weighted forks. But I think right now I'm going to use something to open up this area with a little noise. Just wanted to shake up this energy on this channel that I'm working on because I felt stuck. So when you feel stuck in this process that we're doing, we move with different tools, maybe noisemakers, maybe crystals, maybe essential oils to help move it along. And that helped, that even helped brighten up the tone a little bit. So again, we're working on the throat. Feeling a lot of resistance here. It could just be everything that's going on with the throat. But it's as early in the beginning stages of this biofield. So let's see if we can move forward with it. There's a little fear in this tone. Just gonna grab a non-audible fork for the 144, just because I want to help it out. It's my goal. Excuse the microphone. How's everybody doing? Checking in with you. How's everyone feeling? Just know that this work settles in the next maybe 2 to 3 days. You're going to feel the energy settling more in your system. We're working on the throat. Don't be surprised if Monday morning you make a phone call or somebody gives you a phone call. And then all of a sudden you have that conversation you wanted to have, or all of a sudden you create that project that you wanted to do, getting your voice out there. This stuff does happen. It's kind of cool. I love it. I'm using a weighted fork right now. This is the 144 hertz connected to the Fibonacci. Does anybody feel a difference from this versus the ones where you heard that high-pitched ting? Maybe? Because I'm feeling a little different. Oh, sorry about that. Just want to see your chat as well, because I like to be Okay. There we go. And how much of our expression has been squashed these last few years? And how much of our expression has been squashed in our lifetime? Those are some interesting questions I have sometimes when I look at this. What are you noticing? If you do need to get up and use the restroom, feel free to do so. I will still be moving the energy. Let me go back to this other fork. So we do a little dance with the forks. And in this expressive center, that what you don't say or express, things that you wanted to let out. You leave in a situation, you leave a conversation. Why didn't I say that? I should have said something. And you're driving home and you're racking your brain about that idea. How's everybody's temperature? I got a little hot all of a sudden. I got different. So this early stages. I'm still at like, if you're looking at the biofield and I separate it from the body, away from the body, and this is where I start, I'd say I'm like 5-10% in, if that. It's big energy, it's okay. Sometimes it'll hang out a little bit. I'm wondering if I can get a collective noise making. Can we do some collective noise making on 3? You don't have to turn on your mics. You can just leave it where you're at. Just on 1. At 3, we're just gonna be like, ah. And I'm not gonna join in because I don't want to hurt your ears. So ready? 1, 2, 3. Let that out, let it out. Just let it out. You can keep going. You don't have to stop. Does it feel good? Does it feel good? Yes. 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 Keep that. Express your feelings. Express what you need to say. I really like to talk about expressing feelings. I think I came on a little bit of that conversation in the end and I was like, I wanted to jump in on that. We'll talk about it here. Express your stuff. It's going to squash that electrical output. Create an imbalance in your body. They say it only takes 90 seconds for the emotion to run through the body. I forgot who said that, but that's something I like to hear. So like that 90 seconds, let it run through the course of your system. Return back to that state of neutral, the state of being. We're moving now. That the collective noise really helped. It helped shake things up. How's everybody feeling? Feeling good? Feeling groovy? So we're combing this energy towards you. I heard there was a little fear in this beginning part, and that would probably be at about 10%, so like 10% birth. Just trying to interpret all this information. So we are definitely moving along. I will grab another fork. The 417 hertz. Just grab my tools here real quick. I felt like a different settling. It kind with this fork. It kind of it let go. Did you feel? Anybody feel a let go or release of the energy? So it's not uncommon if you feel the energy in your heart as well, because we're working on the throat. So you might feel something in your heart center. The 528 hertz, the love frequency. Doesn't that sound beautiful? Oh, maybe my microphone is picking up my earbuds. Sorry about that. I'm hearing I will mute my microphone. So let's just do that. I have a lot of microphones here. It's okay. You can all hear me just fine. It was the first time I was using a lapel microphone for this experience. It's okay. It's not bound by space or time, or even good equipment. We're still going to do the work. So what are you going to do with all of this new information? How are you going to share your wisdom? How are you going to express it? I'm feeling like we caught a groove here of movement. Yeah, the 174 is a beautiful tone. Sometimes it can not transfer as well with computers, but I've been working on those last few years to try and get it to sound better. Even if it sounds not so pleasant, we're still moving and you're still going to feel the work, which is cool. But I like to make it sound pleasant for the ear because it also transfers for the body as well. If it sounds good to the ear, your body's going to like it too. What's everybody noticing? We're like kind of halfway at a big point in their bodies. I'm sweating like kind of a lot. It's okay. Liquid feeling, yes. Feeling that flow. And as I get closer to the body, it might change as well, which I get fascinated with. Sometimes these feelings can get a little overwhelming, maybe the energy, or can get a little uncomfortable. Maybe it's new, and you're like, body's like, what is this? And then as it gets closer, it becomes this, I'm familiar with this. I know what this is. This belongs to me. All that just stuck energy that gets created along our path. Different moments, heavy moments, little big heavy moments. And with this stuck energy, what kind of pattern does it create? What kind of pattern does it create within our life? What do we stay with? What behaviors do we put in place with this stuck energy that gets created? Could it be around expression? Could it be around not using the voice that you wanted to? Well, there's something there. So if we're looking at 35% in, I know it's weird. You know, like 25% would be a quarter of your life, quarter of your existence. But this is where it stopped me. And that's usually the process of this is I'll hit this resistance and it'll stop me. Hit a wall of energy, resistance. Whew. Maybe it's the 144. Fibonacci 4 is going to help us out. 144 hertz. Excuse me, did you feel a change with this work? Because I'm starting to feel, it was more like flowing water. I really feel the energy kind of like water in a way. When it's moving, it's flowing. Sometimes I feel like I'm walking through water. That kind of thing. Right here, there's this something. Picking up something that took place in our teenage years. Probably late teens. I was always getting in trouble in my late teens expressing myself. That's for sure. Whew. I'm going to bring a crystal into this equation here. You can, for those tuning fork people who like to use tuning forks, if you run it with a crystal, it can amplify the vibration. As you are pointing the crystal in the direction that it's flowing, the energy is flowing, you bring the fork into the opposite side and it creates this energetic amplification. You can even apply that to your body and use it for first aid if you like, which is really neat. Something like that, or maybe a spot that isn't feeling so hot. Some, those aches and pains. It's taking your attention. You have a tuning fork, maybe a crystal, have at it. See what you notice. Wow, that helped a lot. That was. I'm wondering if other people are feeling the shifts of the energy. They bring in different tools. Be sure to drink water, more water after this session if you can. Then you can put your feet into some grass or earth. Get a little bit of that air on your face. Step away from the computer. Bring the other back to the 174. I'm gonna zap, and that's what I call it, zap frequency with these forks. So we're gonna put a bunch of frequency into the throat area. Just kind of in this whole throat. Just open up this whole area. Do some scatter shots of frequency in the whole throat area, because felt like it was the right thing to do. A lot of times that's how I flow with the work. You need to do that, where the idea drops in. How's everybody's throats feel? It's feeling scratchy. Maybe do a little, a little lemon warm water later. Getting closer towards the body, which is great. Everyone's doing a wonderful job. Again, if you need to get up, it's okay. If you need to move around a little bit with the energy, I find it helps when I'm receiving the work, sometimes to get up, move it around. Do a little dance at the end of the session. Little bits of anxiety right here in this frequency, and this fork. Tales of anxiousness. All right. It really helped when I put frequency around the neck. It really helped shake up the energy, and it's all these different things I'm doing helps free it up. It helps release the stuckness. Some do a better job of it. Others really open it up. And you're like, whoa, high energy. So again, I said in the beginning, the next couple days, you might feel some settling. If you feel energy or a little different, just remember you got a treatment. The treatment was had. And if you want to lay down, if you're tired of sitting up, go for it. Do what feels right for you. Let's try this one. If you nod off, it's all right as well. Do what's comfortable for you. We're moving with these tuning forks, a similar way that you would move silver filings with a magnet, just moving along these photons with energy. It's a simple process. Like working in the human biofield. I hit this one spot and all of a sudden it pushed me forward. But I'm in this space that's right kind of more current space within our field. We all know what's been happening lately. I don't think I need to repeat it, remind us what we've been experiencing. This energy is really big right here, as far as it'll prevent me from moving forward. So let's work with it. Work with the space. Really big buzz, or big, let me get the other one. Ooh. There's this fear, there's sadness, there's just there's a whole swarm of stuff in there. It's just kind of what I like it was all moving, it was all circulating. Whew. We're going to keep breathing. What are you feeling as we approach the body, approach the holographic body, collective field? Those at Wisdom Con, attending now and later. I have a weird, interesting feeling of a little bit of nausea came through, just through my stomach. I share these things with you because I care. Are you feeling that? Because that's usually the case. Sometimes I feel what somebody else is feeling. We're going to be dropping into the center here soon. As I drop into the center, I will let you know, see if you notice a difference of the energy kind of dropping in to that throat center. Here we go. We'll be doing the other side as well, because balance is the name of the game. Trying to create balance, trying to restore imbalances. As this energy is now brought into the center, it needs to get integrated back into our body. We're integrating this released resistance, released energy into your system. Now we're going to reconnect it to the unified field. The camera doesn't like when I move back and forth. How's everybody doing? How are we all? Everybody good? All doing well? Thank you so much again for being here with me. It really means a lot to me. I'm going to work on this other side right now. I'm just going to take a quick drink of water. This is a good opportunity for yourself to take a good drink of water as well. If you're feeling tight or energy, a lot of energy, shake it up, shake it out, move it around, stand up if you have to. Maybe you've been sitting a long time today. We're going to work on this other side of the throat because balance, right? Speaking but not being heard is connected to the right side of the throat. So speaking and not being heard, when you say what you want to say, and they're just not listening. When you speak to yourself and you're not listening, that's a big one too. That one got me. When you say, like you're hearing the messages that you should be doing, don't do that, and you don't listen to that. That's, yeah. So it could be outside influences, but it can also be if we're speaking to ourselves and not listening to our own messages, not listening to our own advice. That happens sometimes, right? You say something and I should have done that because I knew what was right, but I didn't listen to myself. That's part of it. That's part of this side, but it's also just speaking, not being heard in relationships, life, work, family. You're screaming at the top of your lungs, red, just no one's hearing you. Maybe you've been in that situation, maybe you haven't. How's everybody doing on this side as we begin this movement? This is early. Listen to this a little deeper. Like a birth period right here. Oh, excuse me. It's making me, yeah, this is making me burp, just to be honest with you. Full transparency. Part of the energy. Maybe it's making you do the same. We have a phrase in Biofield tuning, better out than in. So if we experience any detox post-work, if we experience something, and then it gets released, maybe, you know, better out than in. There's a lot of sadness over here. Let me do a little clean sweep. Anybody use clean sweep? Energy sweep. Spray. Interesting, that changed the tone. All right. Get this 144 hertz because I love it. I love the fork and I love the work I can do with it. The most common detox things that people might experience post this work would be fatigue, maybe thirst, maybe a little hunger. That's not too bad. You know, no, just if you're feeling thirsty, drink a good glass of water. If you're feeling tired, I'm sure you've had a long day, and this might just be what you need to put yourself to sleep. Go to bed. Rest. Treat yourself really good every day. But on days of treatment, days where you've received some kind of treatment, some kind of energy work, take those extra steps. So listen to your body, listen to what you need. Take care of yourself. Now 144 is one that really can't hear the audible. Maybe you're feeling different with this frequency, but I'm able to move a lot more with this fork, which is interesting. It's a new one that we've added to our toolbox. Maybe you've gotten some inspiration on how you're going to use your voice. Maybe you're going to start singing. Does that sound like something? No, I don't know. Maybe you're going to start screaming. Maybe you're going to start writing. Whatever you want. However you need to express yourself. Finding your truth, right? I think we were talking about that last night. The truth. How do we distinguish the truth? We got to find our own truth first. I'm always looking for my truth. Are you looking for yours? I don't know. Maybe that's part of me. Or I'm always being aligned with my truth, I should say. Got this waves of coolness kind of took place. How's everybody doing? Yawning, that's the fatigue that you're experiencing. So it's okay. It's a energetic expression as the energy is moving through your body. Sometimes people yawn. Sometimes people, cough. I burped. It's just part of as the energy is moving. So it's probably just part of the fatigue. You're feeling some of the energy. The most common things that I would probably see with this work post is utilizing your voice. Maybe all of a sudden you have this openness. It's a common thing. Phone calls with people. It's interesting because it totally is true. Work on somebody's throat, and all of a sudden somebody's calling their mom or dad, the loved one, or you receive the phone call even though you received the work. So it's kind of trippy like that. The throat, you're yawning. A lot of times I'll work on the solar plexus, and then their stomach might gurgle. It's energy movement. Sweeping the energy in. Got really bright. Now it's the natural tone that we look for with this tone. Each fork has a natural pure tone. It's beautiful. These forks are made with a special alloy, so you could strike it, it goes longer, you hear it bigger. These forks are really durable. So if you're interested, I don't make any money off it, but Biofield tuning forks are really incredible. At the midpoint, let me get another fork. Again, it stopped me at that. It's like right before the 50% mark. We got past it, but it was interesting. That was another thing that you'll see. You'll hit a spot, and you're going to find it on the other side. You'll find it along the whole. Probably, if I went on the map, I'd find it in each center. I might find it at age 18, 19. You would find it like that. So something big and impactful will have a huge effect on our system. Thank you, Annalise. And this tuning will be over soon. You can rest, get ready for the final day, ready for a new week. Firing on all cylinders, right? It's like you got a new pair of shoes. all these forks connected essentially mainly to the solfeggio set and also the Schumann resonance that I use. You can find lovely meditations with these solfeggio frequencies all over. Just help with that relaxation. The relaxation practice, right? Meditation. There's a lot of ways to meditate. There's a lot of ways to use sound healing, sound therapy. We're completely familiar with it. We've been doing it since the beginning. Whether we listen to our favorite song and dance and cried, whether we listen to the ocean, the trees, and the bees, or if we listen to song in our churches or our spiritual centers, right? It's sound therapy, sound healing. It's always been a part of our existence. Now with this work, we're just kind of rewriting the song. Rewriting that tone. Bringing this energy into your throat center. Integrating all this new energy, all this new wisdom into your body, into your electric being. Bringing up this voltage uptake, your electrical system. You do another deep breath into your belly, exhale out the bottoms of your feet, out your tailbone. Just release all that energy out. Breathe deeply. And continue to breathe deeply during times of stress. Every day, make sure we're breathing deep. Let's connect it to the unified field. How's everybody doing? You doing good? Doing fine? I'm gonna wrap everybody up. You can start opening your eyes if you like, but I'm gonna wrap you up in a cocoon of light and start closing up the body, the electric body. Visualize free-flowing energy all throughout your body, no blocks, no obstacles. And now, I'm going to wrap you up in a cocoon of light, cocoon of love with the 528 hertz. One more time because it feels so wonderful. I'm going to open up all the chakras. Thank you so much, everyone. Just let me do a little bit of this because that's how I practice part of my practices. But thank you so much, everyone, for allowing me to work in your space, in your field. You moved a lot of energy. How are you feeling? You can check in with me throughout the weekend, check in with me tomorrow, just seeing how you're doing. But thank you again for showing up. Thank you for doing the work. Thank you for being here today with us at Wisdom Con. Lots of love to all of you. See you next time.
Wow, Bobby, that was incredible. Thank you so much for leading us through that. I mean, everyone was just loved and really felt it in all the places that you were directing. It really is so powerful. Where can we get a session with you?
Well, you can find me on my website. It's Biofield Tuning, S as in Sam, J as in John, as in biofieldtuningsanjose.com. I do sessions online through Zoom, also locally in San Jose, California. I'm going to be at a little event outdoors next week. I'm kind of excited, doing little tuning sessions on the lawn. So yeah, you can find me online, social media, Biofield Tuning SJ, Instagram. I like to talk about frequencies. I'd love to talk about energy with you. Let's connect. Thank you.
Amazing. Beautiful. What a perfect way to end our second day. From everyone that is here, I just want to say thank you so much to everyone out there in the channels that are connecting with us, and to everyone that has logged in to this Zoom. It was a special, powerful day. And tomorrow we have another incredible lineup. We're going to start the day off with, let me just run really quickly through that. We're going to start with Kathleen Zemansky, 9 a.m., doing her Manifest and Set into Motion Now, your 2022 Brilliance. She's doing a workshop. Be sure to download your astrological charts for that. And then at 10, we have the one and only Miguel Mendonza. That'll be wonderful. Definitely check that out. At 11, we have Wisdom of Bliss, Lucid Dreaming and Embedding in DNA. Mr. Dan Winter. He's incredible. Check that out. At 12 o'clock, we have Other Ways of Knowing. Alan Steinfeld will be leading a workshop for us in that, remote viewing, among other things. And at 1 p.m., we have Embracing the Crone with Joanne Richards. At 3 p.m., we have Galactic Origins and Dimensions and Black Holes with Neil Gower. Neil Gower is the owner of Portal to Ascension, who has graciously allowed us to live stream on his channel. So definitely check him out. Thank you for that, Neil. At 3 p.m., we have Multidimensional Briefing and Activation with Matthew Mornian. At 4, we have The Psychedelic Origins of Humanity with Jahan Kamzadeh. At 5, we have Learning to Die and Dying to Learn, how it can help you remember how to live with Roman Light. And at 6, I'll be presenting the genetic blueprint of the holographic universe, consciousness, free will, and multidimensionality. And of course, we're going to end with another incredible panel from 7 to 8 p.m., closing ceremony. And we're going to get into all of the topics that we covered this weekend and just dive in deeper. And we want your participation, so please tune in. Thank you for connecting with us. Like and share, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye, everyone. Healing energy to everyone. Thank you for joining. Just sitting in that coherence for one more minute. Thank you. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.